told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
Hello everyone, welcome to another day of MSI. It's 4:40 AM here. This advert does genuinely make me laugh. God. Alright, gonna get some coffee in the background and let's get started, I guess. T1 VKC. Very fun matchup.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and
Good morning, older man. Hey, I'm, you know, well, not exactly arguing against half of that statement, I guess. Okay.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Like, welcome to the boomer stage of life. Oh, come on. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Oh, they don't have audio if you're on the clean feed from that right now. That's something. I wonder if that's also on. Okay. Okay, clean feed. Clean feed has a thingy. But oh, because I. Oh, there we go. I'm dumb. Wait, they get Kobe's worth of two? That's cute. Okay, now why is the media source then just stopped like that then? Okay, weird. You good there, friend? Can I refresh it? What's happening there? You're good, clean feed? What's happening with this now? Huh? Have they already played? No, it's only just started. Okay, well, we'll just do it off of here until the media source restarts then.
Say happy birthday to Kobe. Let's take a look at the play-in bracket and how it shook on up.
Well, that's back.
Let's take a look at the play-in bracket
Okay, cool.
and how it shook on up.
Right, sound will be through in a second. Get some coffees. Oh yeah, I have something to show you folks. So I got some Riftbound cards yesterday, and I ended up pulling a $700 misfortune card. A $700 card. So that was a highlight from yesterday, which is my birthday as well. Show the card. Yeah, I will do. Don't worry. It's just over there. Give me 1 second. Right, 1 second, let me show you this.
They also, even though they ended up losing 3-0, you could definitely tell they put a lot of prep work and thought into this. Really did, come up with some good plans and some good drafts for themselves.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of fight. I really, truly believe Game 2 is going to be great, especially the strategy, even going back to Game 1, exactly like you said. Everything was working well for me. That's why I have firm faith in today. That being said, K-Corp completely demolished Relove DCG, and we need to see a better version of Pop 9 today in particular, but for K-Corp, the fans especially, have to be happy.
It's a big confidence boost for them coming in and just dominating their first game so much, especially as they have a much harder matchup today. I think they can kind of ride that and feel good about themselves. Always the first day of an international, I think a lot of teams feel a little bit unsure of themselves, so I think it's good to get that convincing win.
Yeah, well, one thing is for sure, teams came in with strategies and plans. One that's going to stick around is the Camille support. Now, Camille has been taking over the meta across the world. We saw it in several finals in the Eastern Leagues, and now we're seeing it here at MSI.
So I think it works so well with mages. We've seen Ziggs and Mel in the bot lane paired with this, and it's so effective at holding them.
Okay, chat, feast your eyes on this. Alright. This here is a misfortune overnumbered signature. This is 700 euros. 700 euros this. So this is the card. Am I selling it or keeping it? I think I'll keep it because it's going to accumulate. I think it, look, I might keep it for a rainy day just in case I need the money for sure. But also, yeah, yeah, this is cool as hell. But I also just know that I'll probably never see one of these again, you know? So I'm not rushing to let it go, you know?
That's not a good thing. But on Camille support, you can do that, and if you 1-for-1, job done. Sitting there in the gray screen like you guys know. I feel like this is very personal to you.
He raises a really good point about Camille, actually. If you do enough damage to 1-for-1 on a support, you've done more than your role is supposed to do. What card? My Misfortune overnumbered Bounty Hunter Legend. This is signature overnumbered Misfortune. What about grading it to get it in a slab? That actually might be a good idea. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Although I've never done that before, so I need some advice on the process. Okay, Tub. Yeah.
You were given T1. What scientific instrument were that?
Well, Professor.
Oh yeah, another thing too. It's now the League of Legends month on It's the League of Legends month on Jesus. Oh yeah, I need to remove this on call because they're not on call anymore. Gosh, sorry, what was I going to say? I was going to say something. Oh, I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, it's League of Legends month on Twitch. So basically, if you gift subs, then you get extra direct gift subs given by Riot, basically. I think it's for every 5 you get 1. You know, they did the same thing for Valorant a while ago. Yeah. Did I have a good time with family? Yeah, I did. I did have a good time with family. Went out for brunch. It was still like, it hit 40 degrees yesterday again. And then later on we went out to a Thai place near us, which is wonderful. It's a place called Lab Koi, not too far from us, which is really, really good. Very good Thai place. Morning, Duo. Morning. Morning, Blade. Oops, sorry. Morning, Past 4. Morning, Chance. Trend Backpack. Who else is in chat? Vid Student. Hey, good to see you. When you get a chance, look at the trailer for the Marvel Tuck-On. I will look at that when I can. What is this? The Team Liquid telescope? Huh? What? Oh my god, these graphics are so funny. Okay, they've had a lot of fun with this. That's good. Morning, Hagro. I have an apple. That's my breakfast.
What did Core do to you? The moon, you know, the moon moves out of the way, so he saw for a second, and then the big defeat. That's what it was.
Hey, we'll get him next time, all right? That wasn't an elimination series.
That's true.
That is one problem. Okay, the moon is there. There's a lot of other celestial bodies in the way between the victory. It seems like you're not quite there yet.
All right, Raz, what you got?
I'm going to talk about a key of scientific exploration.
For Real Love Deep Cross Gaming.
Yes, for League.
What? Gotta go deep. Go deep. Go deep space.
Oh no! What's happening to the ship? It's basically a failing space shuttle. Look.
It's gonna be another 6-game day, then it's gonna be 2 silver scripts in a row. Yeah. Yeah, today I would like it to be a short day again because I need to see Angie off to the train station. I'd like to spend some time with her. Apples for breakfast. Yeah, I know. Hey, how's, by the way, Effie, how's it going? Yeah. Green apples also stop your mouth sounds from being so, like, bad on microphone as well. So a lot of voice actors use green apples. Why are they? I thought, for a second, I thought that was a rice cooker. It is, in fact, a centrifuge. Wait, aren't they loading that incorrectly? Scientists in chat, aren't you meant to load centrifuges on opposite sides so that it doesn't debalance the machine? If you load it on one side, doesn't it, like, mean it spins dangerously? Isn't that a thing? I think KC can get 1 game, that's it. So, call me crazy, folks, I actually think KC can beat T1. I think that T1's early games are exploitable, and I think that KC draft far better for late game 5v5 and then play late game 5v5s far better than other teams do at this kind of level. Oh yeah, I also pulled some good Final Fantasy cards as well. Let me show this. Since I showed you the other thing. So I also got, I'll show you this as well. So I also got, this. So I got Snapback Mage, a Snapcaster Mage. So this is 120, I think, 120 euros. So this was another pull. And then I also had one more as well, the big card.
Yes, smaller in number, but Pearson so loud and able to fill an arena with volume, with passion.
Because Degon's concentrated them down with his centrifuge. Yeah, I mean, look at that though. You're not gonna
Also have one last card, which is very cool.
Blue Dam is going to be blown open by the Red Sea. It's not
Yeah, also have this. So I have the Aerith Chocobo print. You can see, actually, I'm trying to see if I can get it to show up on here. There's like a Chocobo print foil. Yeah, so I got Aerith cool card, Snapcaster Mage, and then the Misfortune card. So I pulled close to €1,000 worth of card yesterday. Hey, I'm Heiki, how's it going? You good, Sam?
Cool cards?
Yeah. So I showed off the MF card. Yeah. Yes, folks, if you didn't catch it, basically I pulled a €700. Actually, sorry, more than that. I think actually about 900 now, according to someone.
Yeah.
Like Misfortune Legend card. It's fluctuating, it's going up. But
Alex, so first I was like, oh, you probably quite like a look at this. And I was like, Al, do me a favor.
Because
how much this
basically
is?
I pulled the card. I'm like, oh, it's a signature. That looks pretty good. Sam, you're playing Misfortune deck. You'd like this. And Sam's like, you might actually, your bank might like that actually, pretty much. By the way, thank you so much for the resub duo as well. Sorry, I didn't call that out before. Oh yeah, in fact, actually, duo with that, you can add something on to the fraud wall if you want.
the best out of Kana on
Oh yeah, Mecha. I didn't see. Wait, is Mecha in chat? I don't. My ADHD is doing the thing. Is Mecha in chat yet? Because Mecha also has like a million different fraud wall things to add if they want. I'm happy to have pull the full out VV. Oh, so between the two of us, neither of us pulled a VV. However,
I have pulled a VV.
Oh, you did pull a VV?
But it's in my Zula deck.
Oh, I didn't realize. Oh, Sam pulled his VV then. My bad.
I pulled VV.
Yeah.
With hello, folks.
Oh, did you get your headphones by the way?
No, I didn't before. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what we can do before we load it? How much time we got? 4 minutes. I'm actually gonna put on an ad break now then, before we get in. You wanna put? Yeah, dude, that would be fair. What conditions do you think KC needs to look at to win versus T1? I'm actually gonna go over some clips right now and hopefully show you some of that. I'm gonna go as an ad break though, so just yeah, so it might be over the ads. I just need to run ads now, otherwise we're gonna run out of time basically. But let me show you what I think. So let's look at some of the early games from T1, right? Okay.
Owner versus Yike. Owner yet again against one of the best in the West. Yike having had success in G2 and now.
Okay, let me show you some of the stuff on the replays here.
Big match here. And he was clinical yesterday.
Because some of the early games from T1 were not that clean again. You good? Oh, do you want me to connect via?
And so hopefully that then
Action, I think.
today, and he's now able to
That went 10.
put a 9 on owner's name.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Maybe it's owner 9.
Wow.
Can you connect?
But no, I do have a lot of confidence.
There you go. Same
Okay,
connection
cool.
now.
Cool. Perfect.
Hello, folks. But yes.
Good, let me show you some of this early game stuff that's going on.
We get to see KC.
Yeah. Because I think that okay, no, I gotta go back further than this.
I will continue to look for that as a priority pick in this matchup. Now let's.
Yeah, it's basically some of the early game from T1 look really quite exploitable.
T1's playing, so they never
Okay. So we'll watch this again. So it's basically the very early levels. So they get the level 1 invade off because I think that T1 are making some mistakes about their level 1 wards. These level 1 wards are... Oh my god, did KC actually win the fan vote? Jesus, that's never happened. Wait, what do you mean KC won the fan vote versus T1? That's insane.
Mantle, let me just... What?
What do you mean they won the fan vote? That's insane.
Huh?
Thanks for the follow, by the way, gamer.
KC fans come up. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, KC fans show up. KC fans show up. Always do.
Just worldwide.
Yeah. I can't think of a term.
Biggest
Not a single time.
I don't think so either. And again, the KC...
remember this moment now.
I know.
Make this as large as we can. But yeah, so if you look at some of the early games from T1, I mean, their level 1 wards obviously don't catch what Wukong's doing. So Jose gets like 2 out of 3 very good starts versus them.
Yeah, Raz. Yeah.
What? Whoa, Raz, my dude, is he trying to curse him? Whoa, I'm sorry. I know what to look at replays. What is this? What is this?
Razzle Plaza. I mean, he's French Canadian, so he's taking it as the option, I guess. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Wait, hang on, what? So hang on, where it goes. The EU is half a fucking sleep. It's 4 AM. It's 5 AM. What do you mean KC won the fan vote and Raz is voting for us?
He's the one that convinced me. He was the one that put the noise out there. And
But actually, so call me crazy, I would actually do the same thing on desk. I think you can make a solid argument that KC can make some really difficult situations happen. Because if you watch the minimap in this early start, right? Again, like TL lost because their bot lane and mid lane were kind of garbage in that series. Liquid and Yon both made some pretty disastrous mistakes. Thanks to the follow, by the way. Born of the Sun, I appreciate you. But Jose goes to like what? He goes to like a quick quadrant steal, loses Raptors, but even steals some of the small ones. So then Ona tries to contest blue buff, but they just don't. The problem is at this point is that, you know, Ona finds out too late that his bot side's been stolen. In fact, you can see it on the minimap here. He just passed from top to bot, and he ends up discovering that his Raptors are gone. So he ends up having, if you think about it this way, right? About another 5 to 10 seconds to walk down to Raptors. Another like 10 to 15 seconds to walk up here. He's 25 seconds behind on his clear. So Jose gets to recall and walk back out onto the map for home guards, contest Raptors, and then get back out onto the map. But that's just basically because T1 were lazy in the level 1 wards. They were lazy in their level 1 wards. They didn't get enough information at the early levels. Jose gets to force him off of Blue because he has the extra longsword so he can actually fight. This is a big thing in China, but Skewmod also does this too. Backing for a single longsword. So yeah, I think that this is game 1, but even in game 2...
Let's see what happens. We'll see you after game number 1.
Game 2, okay, we've got a thingy to watch here, but Oh yeah, this is just a straight clear, but then Jose gets into lanes a little better. And then Ona doesn't really get to do that much, really. But yeah, basically Team Liquid had 2 very good starts.
That's it. Hey, Al.
Yes.
Can we budge over a little bit?
Yeah.
Please? Thank you. Oh, hang on.
Along with the French, the GM8 showed up, Gentlemates showed up all weekend for the COD Major. Oh, really cool.
Yeah, they were.
What was it that event?
It was. I think it was a French major as well, if memory serves. So it makes some sense.
I think T1 wins this match, but KC wins the rematch. That would be very cool as well.
Bless you. Hey, Alex.
No, I haven't yet. That's would be precisely the problem, Seb.
Ah.
Day number 2, and this one is gonna get spicy as hell. That fan
Let me.
I think that's genuinely the first time I've seen T1 lose a fan vote.
Yeah, I've since like Rocks Tigers. This is like the first time in like 10 years I've seen them lose a fan vote.
And very, very loud. You see them here showing up here on their team in enemy territory here. Yeah, as T1, I will say, T1 has a couple fans in the crowd today. I think I've counted about 5,000 Faker jerseys on my walk.
Anyway, so I know I talked about the early level 1 wards from T1 not being good enough. AC played quite a slow early game. Is the audio okay for
You just kept recycling them though. I see that's how you got past 20. Really nicely done.
500 sets of toes and fingers for Faker jerseys.
That's absolutely ridiculous. This place has filled up incredibly much.
no, I'm just make sure it syncs on there. So should we sync that?
T1 did not look flawless yesterday.
They did not, Atlas. You're right.
I imagine you were a little bit more frustrated at TL rather than thinking that T1 were unbeatable.
Yeah, no, I absolutely came away from that series thinking that T1 does look beatable, you know, at least in some of those games.
I think that a lot of people will take issue with people calling T1 beatable right now, but I've been calling that since like reviewing their VODs, basically. Since reviewing their VODs, I'm like, okay, their level 1 plans are not good enough right now.
They draft team comps that are cool in isolation but don't make sense into the enemy team comp. And that's a weird one as well, because it feels like, again, that's not been a new phenomenon. T1 have done that for a little while, over the last year or two, honestly, but they are also an exceptional team at playing to their outs regardless. I will say, I think my read yesterday, particularly with that Poppy game, was that they knew the Poppy was going to be a problem. They felt they had to lock Ambessa and ban out stuff against Doran to try and protect him because they didn't trust him to do a blind pick. And bluntly, I think Doran struggled yesterday pretty hard.
Well, he got solo killed like a bunch.
Yeah, and that's in spite of the draft aids he got. Yeah. And it put the composition into a really difficult spot with things like the Poppy as a result.
Basically, they tried to safe blind pick for him and it didn't work. And Kana versus T1, right? So it's Kana versus the team he got to World Semis in 21, but that was also considered a failure. He in particular like had a very infamous Kennen game where he got all the resources and then entered late game.
Yeah. Okay, well the Oriana is let through for KC. That's a fairly strong start for them. What else do we have? Rumble, Vi, Jarvis. Okay, so they got rid of Yikes double early playmakers there. Jace gets locked. Jace Nocturne. Okay, so there's the trade.
But then don't you count? You can counter Jace in a number of ways. It depends whether Faker is willing to play Jace mid. Into Oriana, quite difficult. It used to be okay, but I think it's bad now.
Yeah.
Yike always offers this. So basically, KC should draft for scaling team fight, and I think that Kana can look for. He can look for Cassante. He can look for Yorick. He can look for. Olaf if he wants as well. Olaf is actually not bad into this comp at all, especially into the Nocturne too. Very little a Nocturne could do versus ulting Olaf. So they get the Ash Seraphine. Okay. So that's giving bot lane prio. If you pick Lulu now, I mean Nocturne Lulu is not a bad combo for instant knock-up as you go in.
Yeah, and then you've got a couple different options to play with it.
Yunara Kog'Maw banned away because Cog Lulu is pretty good versus that kind of duo. Now, second round, if you don't like the Lulu, you get the Lulu banned, I think. I think Lulu should be banned.
Mel to deal with the bot lane. Mel bot lane.
Okay, well, Mel is very good versus Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, because as we're saying, we saw Paze do this. We saw Paze play the Mel yesterday, but specifically into Ashe Seraphine, a lot of people basically when we saw
sorry, keep going.
When we saw the Corki Nami being played a lot into Ashe Seraphine, a lot of bot laners, particularly from solo queue, were saying like, guys, you shouldn't be doing this. You should be doing Mel into it because all of the key skill shots are reflected on, particularly those ultimates.
So the problem is it's not a flex pick here because you know it's going bot lane because you can't play Mel into Orianna. It's just too bad of a matchup because you can't reflect anything besides auto attacks. So you ban away good combos with Mel bot lane. So you ban like Camille probably now.
Yeah.
Ban Camille, ban. Well, Camille's the big one. I'm not actually sure what else is good enough for Mel here. I guess technically you could ban Nautilus.
Pyke.
I would ban Nautilus, Nautilus Camille. And then, like, you know that it's not going mid lane, basically. Because if Mel goes into Orianna, you just lose very, very bad.
Well, that's
so
the Camille
gone. That's the
yeah,
easy
makes
one.
sense.
Yeah, let's talk about the Pyke. I think you ban out the Nautilus thing. It's a bit more consistent. And it scales a bit better. Because I think KC have already, this is a bit scary for T1 because KC are locking in a very good scaling team fight.
Yeah.
The Mel and the Jace are obviously pretty long range, but Ashe Arrow is Ashe Arrow. If you misuse the Mel shield, then you're in a bit of a bad spot.
Mo in chat was saying Olaf looks pretty Thanos for sure, and I think there's definitely a world where Olaf's very good into the Jace, and well, specifically with the Ashe Seraphine behind you as well.
Yep, I agree.
I wouldn't hate it for T1 honestly either, actually, because you can ignore the Ashe and the Seraphine. It's not bad for Dora if they flex it in.
But you can't put the Jace mid lane to Orianna, so I think it's bad. I think in another world where you hadn't done that. Hey, thank you so much for the gift subs.
Thanks, Orca.
So much.
Appreciate you.
Technically, we've got like the League of Legends month coming up for Twitch. So if you gift things, I can't remember if it's after a certain amount in July or whatever, then starts gifting subs. Basically, they add an extra gift sub in. But thank you so much. Appreciate you.
It will be the Pyke. There we go.
Oh, so they do get the Pyke. So the Nautilus is banned out and they pick the Pyke. I think the Nautilus would have been more scary because it's a bit more. It scales better into team fights. Like way better.
But so before we got distracted by gift sub, very lovely. I was going to say that the Pyke, there was a world where you ban the Pyke and leave the Nautilus up because the Nautilus is a more known quantity. You played a lot into Nautilus over the years. You know how that works in a way that Pyke is just that little bit weirder. You see a bit of Pyke here and there, but it's certainly not a regular occurrence, especially with people like Hylissang out of the league right in LEC. So you are sort of allowing yourself to play into something that's going to be very much in Carrier's wheelhouse, and one of the things that Carrier thrives in is by being very, very good and also playing stuff that you're less used to. Yeah, I mean, Sion here with the Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, that's really good.
Nasty.
Basically, KC are locking in all. This is all scaling team fight, and this is the thing is like T1. If they make it to 20 minutes without, if they don't get a huge lead by 20 minutes rather, game is just over. I think. This is one of the problems I had with them versus HLE as well, where versus HLE and Genji just felt like they kind of, you know, just exist for a while and then they have to try and outplay a poor draft. The Nefarian just gonna farm. Like KC are literally just gonna sit and farm and farm.
Yeah, you don't have to snowball with Nefarian, just get to 2 items.
If I were KC's coach leading into this series, this is the approach I'd have as well. Like the Orianna's pretty good into the Akali's pretty good into the Orianna, but doesn't combo up very well with anything but the Nocturne.
It's not awful with the Pyke and skirmishes, but it's certainly not team fight wise. I agree.
Pretty bad versus Ashe Seraphine because they just have too much CC. Unless they misuse it, right?
Yeah.
And then it's pretty bad versus the Sion because you can't build like Bruiser. Akali for this draft.
I mean, what you do have is obviously artillery pieces in the Jace EQ and the Mel Golden Eclipse, right? Because Mel will be able to finish the execute that the Pyke doesn't get. But I tell you what, I think especially because it's a Mel bot lane as well, you have got Pyke Mel with effectively burst topside.
Oh, we have a hype train by the way, so thank you.
That's pretty awesome, guys.
Quick ad break. So thanks for supporting us. So we'll watch the ad break and we'll be back in a minute. But yeah, Yamato kind of like in the KC draft. Yep, same here. This is exactly what I would do if I was KC's coach. This is what I would do to beat T1. I think T1's early game wasn't good enough yesterday. Wasn't good enough in their Road to MSI playoff matches, basically. Well, they're technically not playoffs. So I think that on the whole, so I know that Owner's Nocturne probably the best of all time in playoffs. I can't remember if it's versus Genji or versus HLE. It's versus both of them actually. It looked very pedestrian. It wasn't particularly good in either of those series from what I remember. 42 and 8 is Owner's Nocturne record of all time. Yeah, so
While I respect him on the champion, not been great recently.
Yeah, exactly. I think Azel does have a point there that, again, in the early game with the skirmishes, where actually T1 have a lot of power in the early skirmishes, at level 6. There is no item in the world that Ashe Seraphine build to keep you alive if you get caught by a Mel root into a Pike combo. Like, you just die. Because Nocturne, Pike both going invisible and setting up for one of the Mel, Akali, Jace to blow you up is death. You are done. Once you group up and the Psalm gets to sit there and you get Ori Neferi combos and you start getting the shields in, it's a harder combo. I will say as well, in some ways I prefer Pike into Seraphine because Seraphine's defensive tools don't work against Pike. Yes, you can catch him. The CC's a little different.
I mean, yeah, you just kill him.
but your shields are useless into him. He ignores shields basically. With his
you just use it onto his kit before he hits you. Is the thing. Yeah, obviously it doesn't work if you use burst.
Pike is one of the best anti-enchanter, anti-shield supports for that reason, basically, because his ult is shield ignoring.
I wouldn't say he's one. Like the big thing is he can build Serpent's Fang easy.
Well, yeah, but he also ignores ult shields with his ult, which is a big deal.
For me, that's a bit secondary because you're often not in range to do much for that.
I mean, I would disagree because I think you obviously end up on top of enchanters very easily.
In this kind of game, he'll hit level 2, it'll be fine. But yeah, he's doing fine here. Yeah, the Akali's fine as the Orianna. What's happening with jungle pathing? More defensive wards from T1 this time. They actually warded their own red buff. They spot Neferi. They'll spot Nocturne on Reps now. I think actually, what?
Just Faker got left very low.
Yeah, to the point where no, I don't think that Yike can do much on red buff. At least he didn't get aggro, so he's fine. If he got aggro, wait, hang on a second. So the wards died here, I think. Oh no, hadn't used the Q's a bit messy from Yike. Get bot pro. Mel's under bot lane, Callista's here. Callista can maybe hook. What? That's a carry can.
Bans onto Yike.
They don't have vision in the bush.
Can't see it, yeah.
We want to get it.
Yeah, with a Duskbringer.
No, he smoked.
Yeah, no, use Duskbringer to get the vision.
Okay, I didn't think that actually. It doesn't give you vision over the wall though. I'm actually not sure how he got that. Oh, Bruce, your buddy, you can't face check like that.
Pay's got to be a bit careful.
Tempo's good. Yeah, Callista's good on the tempo.
Nice body blocking. Oh, hang on.
He could have flashed that. Yike maybe kills Pace now.
He reflected the first Dark and Daggers. Reflected the Dark and Daggers, so he got bled by his own daggers.
You just have to flash the hook now. Oh no, so T1's early game is fucking huge now.
Yeah.
Okay, so now T1 get out of the early game. That's huge for them. Yike, I don't know how they lost that smite onto the red buff. I don't know how that happened. It's risky. I mean, Yike could have just gone for a full clear and it would have been fine. Very ambitious. I mean, I know that Callista in his interview yesterday was saying that they should just fight T1.
Yes. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that Nocturne Q doesn't give vision of targets in Fog of War, I didn't think. It tracks them technically, you can see the trail. I don't think it gives them the actual vision for it.
I thought the initial bit of the Q did, because I'm fairly certain the buff was in the bush still and there was no ward.
Come on, there's clearly they're flashing for that. I don't know, you got to expect that flash coming through.
You're never going to get out of there alive.
Well, I mean, Azel's saying the same thing, yeah. I mean, it's a really good reflect from Pace. That means he gets the extra damage down as well. But like, they should never have been in that position with the flash on Callista being available, basically.
And normally you'd expect Callista to make the clutch flash. Normally you'd expect that.
This is exactly the type of game that T1 want to be playing, right?
Yeah, agreed, Atlas.
The thing is that recently they've not been succeeding at that. Recently they've not been succeeding at that at all. They've been making a lot of mistakes in that. Oh, Bucio maybe a bit too dead.
Oh, buddy. Good front step, does it matter? Yeah.
No, as soon as you reach it, you die.
No auto. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, T1 get the early game snowball. That's really frustrating from KC. KC...
What? Don't worry about it. I thought I saw a flash, and I was like, no, that was just an auto.
No, it has flash available.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I was like, huh? I thought Pace flashed in lane for a second there. I was like, that was a bit weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, I actually think KC had a golden opportunity with this kind of draft to make something happen. I think once again T1's early wards weren't quite good enough. Like, just KC just didn't execute and T1 did. Like, T1's execution has been very good on the whole. Just their level 1 warding and some of their compositions haven't been great.
Yeah.
Jankalist is extraordinarily
Nice. Carrier Pike is now.
Yeah, and again, this is okay. I agree that the Nautilus ban is on paper a really sensible one. And well, I wonder whether it does again, because the difference is, it's like, I think Carrier is an insane Pike. It's an obvious Pike pick. And well, I know. Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, Alex. And what I'm saying is I think Nautilus is a more known matchup. You understand the breakpoint on Nautilus a lot better.
In what bit of the matchup, like, I don't think it changes with Nautilus Pike that much at all. I really don't think it changes that much, because the level. So if they didn't have oh, he's standing on
yeah, well, yeah,
because they wouldn't have been able to get the invade against the Nautilus, because they would have been hooked to level 1. It needs to be more respectful. So they wouldn't have level 1 plan against the Nautilus.
Is that true?
Yes. Pike is like Nautilus hook level 1 wins against like Lulu, wins against Seraphine, because you go for the aftershock and you can test level 1 much better.
That's not cute. I mean, I see that angle. I see that angle. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether actually would it have been better actually go for the Nautilus, because it's the mobility and the obnoxiousness is being really difficult. Look at Faker.
He gets it.
Oh bloody hell! If that Shuriken flip lands, that's a dead looking.
The damage is on E2 though for Shuriken flip.
That's what I'm saying. If he lands that Shuriken, I think he's
There's likely still safe.
I
just double E2. I don't think you're safe really.
I mean, I think it would have been certainly a consideration.
Not bad from here. Actually, it's not bad from.
Oh, nice reflect.
So maybe there's something there. Ulti to come
That's actually dive angle now. Wait, Ona gets level 6 off the skull, so he has to use the hook shot there because level 6 just gets hit.
Yeah.
In fact, if he gets vision here, Callistus dies. In fact, I was almost wondering whether he had to ghost out.
Yeah, Carrier went looking for him there as well, so he puts that wall in the bush and needs to.
That's why Callistus W backwards, because he knew that if he gets vision onto him, he dies. Very, very good game from Carrier. However, KC, if they smite red buff, if they flash the hook, this game is very, very different. Realistically, this game is...
Oh, PCO.
He dead, I think. But Faker maybe dead too, though. No, he's got R2, it should be fine. Yeah, dead. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bad spot on red buff, and it's like a poor flash from Callistus at level 2, level 1, and that kind of ruins the game for KC. That sucks, because actually this comp should massively out teamfight, and they should be fine in this early game from the level 1 setup. That's actually quite disappointing from KC.
Yeah. Oh, and of course Carrier's playing his Pike skin just to really add insult to injury with the signature coming up on the Rift.
But the reason you ban the Nautilus and not the Pike is because the Nautilus is much stronger at the level 1 with the consistency of the hook. If you have aftershock, you are really, really good at fighting the Seraphine level 1. So it's stuff why Misfortune, Nautilus was really good at first stand, if you remember, from G2 when they beat Gen G.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying the Nautilus wouldn't have been a good ban. I'm just
yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I could see some justification saying, look, the Pike for Carrier is a particular
they
special.
Have the Oriana Nocturne, Oriana the Fury combo. Oh, no, wait, they don't have Shockwave, so I'm wrong.
Doran gonna cause some. Well, okay, Yahoo is now in a weird
spot. Yeah, he flashed the Dustbringer. It's a little bit cheap. Sion can ult into the play soon.
Hang on, hook back. Oh my god, he got pulled back over the wall there, actually.
3 grub trade is not the 2-for-1, actually.
Yeah.
Don't get the smite at the end. Did you miss smite again, then?
I think Ona smote the second grub as it came into his jungle. And then the third one that Yike was contesting for was, I think he had to leave before the smite came down. I'm not sure actually on the last one.
But I think he just missed smite because his smite's on cooldown now.
Maybe.
I think he just missed smite.
I couldn't tell on the third one.
But Seraphine's not even level 6,
I mean,
so it's not really that dangerous whatsoever.
Did he just...
Callistus is down here on that bot side, but...
He smoked somewhere in there.
Scary walking in, and T1 are just going to continue to invade here with Owner and...
So the second one comes up, and he just... Yeah, and Owner just gets to smite it in the jungle.
Losing any 2v2s.
Nope. That's going to be
but he's... Yike smites something too, though.
Yeah, bloody hell.
No, he smites Owner.
Is it for the slow, I'm guessing?
He doesn't have slow.
Look at this,
right? Oh, yeah, I know, slow on the smite.
He doesn't have the slow on it, right?
Yes, you do.
I thought it was an... Oh, okay, well. It doesn't make a difference. I think spell shielded. And typically I think you do that to try and get rid of the spell shield, but
I guess, yeah.
But it don't be working, Sam. Don't be working. But basically he smites Owner, doesn't get the kill. Yike's having a pretty poor game, actually. And Mel's actually in a point where she's very happy now versus this bot lane. But top lane's not been impactful at all.
Ooh, bloody hell, flash. Arrow.
You fed too much in the early game. You fed too much. Oof. Ooh, okay, not bad.
Oh.
1 for 1 there still.
Yeah.
The response, and Yike will be able to survive, but they did at least get their
Man, and the problem. One of the big things, as we said with a draft like this, though, is you do need to snowball. But once you do start, it's so oppressive because everyone has so much dive, so much mobility, so much ability to drop off vision. This isn't bad. There's no ult from Pace, but it doesn't matter because it's passive.
Running it. The mid-smite level 1, the reflect from the Mel killing him early on as well. I know, Yike is having his worst game I've seen for a while. This is actually quite disappointing from him.
Good lane gank, so at least you'll get Dora in here.
Okay, good lane swap. But like, KC actually had a really good level 1 setup. They just mis-executed, you know?
Yeah.
Because like, I know it's very easy to praise the draft from T1 now that it's ahead, but realistically with that level 1 setup and the way that KC like were approaching it, KC should have been more than fine. And if KC had executed fine, we would have seen an early game more akin to like Team Liquid Game 1, Game 2 like yesterday, the HLE and the Genji games, which I didn't think they looked very good at. How the hell does he get hit by that? The hell? Yeah.
You can do it again, can't you? When's his ult up? It's up. Yeah.
Heal. That's way too far. They did not expect that lane swap at all.
You're having a little too much fun, buddy. Let's
Yeah.
take a look at the mini-map.
Yeah, but now the question is can KC actually get to that late game team fight? Can they ever even get there?
Well, we have
Pace
seen
is really strong. We've seen what?
I'm just saying we have seen Pike's Mel kind of combos fall off a cliff post a certain point, right? Like there is a hang on. This is the problem though, is the moment you know everyone's topside because of that play, you can just do this on the other side.
This is like 30 seconds later, so like, yeah, you had a chance to back off there. It's like, it's not like it's what's it call it?
Like you should have an idea that the Nocturne should be there. The point is T1 are going to still look for Yehuda, knowing that he saw everyone topside, right? It's what was going on. Oh yeah, he's dead, doesn't matter.
What is happening to Yike? Yike is just completely sprinting it. Like his level 1 was really not great. Or level 3, I guess it was, right? Whatever, the fight around the miss-smiting the red buff, and then, I mean, the stuff like the smite on the grubs wasn't great. There was no kill angle there onto Owner. I don't know whether he's just, like, flustered because he's versus T1, but it just does not feel good for me, Yike, at all.
No, and I think the other thing is, like, I know Peter Dunn was tweeting about this yesterday as well, that, like, T1 as an organization, as a team, basically play at a very, very fast clip, and then basically look to get you to make 1 mistake, 2 mistakes, and then use that to snowball the game. But they play so fast that they are basically saying you won't actually be able to keep up the steps.
But that's why. Well, that's the BLG thing, isn't it? Yeah.
But they're quite similar teams.
The thing about this game is that it was KC that chose to make the plays on their terms, and then they lost. That's not T1 making fast plays and KC eventually making the mistake. It's KC making the play, then making the mistake, and then T1 still finding that snowball because of KC just poorly executing on their own plays.
I hear what you're saying, and it's not that I necessarily disagree, but I will say that actually T1 were very fast and hang on, Pace. He's dead.
He's got flash. Oh, good W, good shockwave. Okay, right. Not bad.
Nice from Kana.
And they get his flash as well. You can see that, you know, KC, once they actually get active on the map, this is a great comp. The problem is they're just so far behind now. Like, does it matter? And a lot of the, I mean, Kerry's gotten some kill gold over to his teammates as well.
Play here from KC.
Yeah.
They realized we can't just play 1-3-1, so they sent all 5.
Doran's also very far ahead of Kana. He's been given a lot of gold through placing just individual laning. Credit to Kana, he's actually doing very well in the matchup. Doran in the matchup versus Kana. Because typically the Saren can just neutralize.
Enormous advantage for Pace, for
yeah, and he's gone Serpent's Fang first, which is actually very good into Sion. It's also good into the Seraphine. Ori's got shields, Neferi's got shields. It's just good. The only person who's not natively bringing a shield is the Ashe this game.
To be fair, Neferi only gets it on R2, so it's not as relevant against Dora. It's more of a...
Yeah, I know. My point is that actually you still got one to deal with, right? So it's like, yes, actually Seraphine Orianna would have been enough. Hell, Sion would have been enough.
Not sure I like that. Wait, you do be having an ult. Oh, that's not bad. Two men. Is there any follow-up though? Bit cheap. Lucia's not having a great game either, obviously. Yeah. Okay.
He was. I don't think he didn't have an angle to R2 out, and he does. He's supposed to get a flashed over the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. He could have flashed the ultimate. I think that would have been fine. There's no Neferi ult right now. Oh my god, 40 CS lead of Pays over Kalist. If Kalist also just flashes the hook earlier on to... Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just happy to walk out like an even... even if it was just like an even early game and Yike doesn't even get that far ahead of Owner, I think he's also okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, I still think even though it's a defensive move, I still think T1 coming to contest in the way that they do. I mean, understandable, right, if they're on red buff, but the fact that KC had a defensive move. No. Even though it is a defensive move, T1 contesting that KC invade, and then going for that skirmish in that bot side river, it's still very T1, right? And it's still looking to see whether KC make the mistake, and they do, right? They're like, okay, you made this play. Do you follow the steps properly? And you go, well, no, you don't. You don't get the red buffs, Mike. You don't exit properly. You don't flash.
I don't think that's anything particularly like.
Well, I know it's not. Okay,
KC.
I know it's not anything crazy, but I still think it is part of. I still think it is part of that T1 playstyle, right? In terms of like looking to see whether you make the error, right? And they do, and that gives you the snowball, especially because you're like, again, this is a comp that has to look for the early skirmishes, has to look for the early snowball, and they've done that, right? But again, this is a very different game and it's a very different conversation if we're 1,000 gold ahead at this point.
Ridiculous amount of international experience. This is the previous international appearances, you know, compared to that 4K.
6K consistent gold leads, not really moved for a little while. Kalist has Flash Ghost, should be okay. Problem is Mel's so fed now that she kind of clears the way for pike hooks, just with one skill.
Yeah, I'm surprised they were early picking the Mel, to be honest. I mean, it was third pick into the Ashe Seraphine, right? So it's not exactly blind in the sense that they knew what lane they wanted to play it into.
And again, like, it should have been fine because the level 1 was good for the Ashe Seraphine. The level 1 for the Ashe Seraphine was good. It should have given the entrance into the jungle. But like, I think, yeah, Yike, Kalist, and Vizio are all having not great games, you know? I know the Yike's picked it up now, but the damage was kind of done. You got Pyke into the game, Nocturne's insanely fair, so now Nocturne could just run at the side lanes. Like, I don't blame Yahoo for dying too much on the side lane. Like, a little bit, because it was quite obvious there was going to be a cross smoke coming through.
I just don't feel like you see T1 looking nervous almost ever.
You will never be able to out-calm T1.
No.
The last time that T1 looked like nervous was like in the 20... Well, it was kind of like a... Well, it would have been like MSI 22, I guess, and before that. I think MSI 22 is where they learned how to be an actual team again. When they lost to RNG, that's when they learned a lot. And that's kind of... I think a lot of people don't really respect how much RNG 22 and like Xiaohu's style of macro really impacted the way that T1 look at the game. Like, they really taught them how to be that fast reactive style.
Teleport away, not wanting to get dove.
Yep.
Probably wise.
Just gonna cross map, and they might be able to take an inner turret off the back of that.
T1 playing like this will get murked if they don't have a better early game versus BLG. I mean, if teams misexecute anywhere, yeah, we did see that, you know, BLG misexecuted early game in Game 1 versus G2 first stand finals, right? Where Knight actually played it very well, but then, okay. A little bit slow from Vizio. Could have flashed to confirm that.
I get that also KC have been, well, they've gotten quite nervous now, right? Like, actually, things have gone quite wrong. At least things have stabilized a little, but they're still 6,500 gold down. I get that, look, making the aggressive play from this position of the game with the flash can feel a bit daunting. So I sort of get why the mindset says don't flash there.
Yeah. Now 22 was the online MSI quote unquote. If that okay. They have Shockwave.
Neferi's looking. Oh,
nice. Okay,
nice.
And again, like KC, if they didn't have like 7k down, would be fine in this game. Like honestly, the other thing is they didn't have to invade in the first place early on. KC chose to go for that. They could have just cleanly cleared, go for 2 full clears. They would have been fine. They would have been totally okay. You know, they chose to go for the flip. It wasn't even a flip. It shouldn't have been a flip. And still, you know.
But losing it, right, is like the worst possible scenario. But the thing is, this happens so regularly into T1, who are so ready and willing to take those duels.
Not recently, it hasn't. They have double summons on Kalist. Oh, he flashed into the hook. He flashed into the fucking hook.
That's tough.
Kalist, we trusted you. He flashed into the hook, man.
looking
Oh god. Oh my days, carrier, man. Yeah. Oh my god, man. What has happened to Callisto Busio? This bot lane was meant to be like Nocturne. Yeah. Well, maybe let's not flip the early game versus like a completely like early game comp, you know? Even with the flip, they should have been favored in it. Just they made some pretty obvious mistakes. Oh. The thing is, I kind of just I want to see T1 push. I don't want to see them win like this, where it's clearly just Casey making mistakes, you know? Oh, he doesn't have a flash. That's not too bad. Although pace kills like one regular combo probably. Needs to space pretty well here. He doesn't. Ooh. And he gets... That's bad spacing. Yeah. Man. Fake is TPing in. Interesting.
Although not Doran, really.
Just does not feel like he is really getting any damage there, you know. Even with Connor locking up Doran.
I don't know, man. It's pretty hard to do that when you don't have the sums, but just you got to space better than that. Sadly, against a Jace, that's going to turn around and kill you. I guess 1-for-1's not bad, but yeah. Okay, we're going to look back at the early game after the game, obviously, but that was disaster.
In the jungle at 21 minutes.
I mean, look at Callisto farm as well, right?
Callisto's not been able to farm.
Well, yeah, neither is Yike. The only person who has been able to farm is the solo lanes, and even then, like, the Akali's ahead of an Orianna. I think, actually, I didn't see whether he used it or not, to be honest.
Oh, it's start.
It doesn't break the E.
Wait, he dies to this now, probably. Oh, okay, too far. Oh, they're passive floor. He has passive. He has a flash. He should get out of here.
A little bit further away, good sidestep from Callisto as a flash comes through from Hayes, and he is just
yeah. This is a bit of a bot lane run. I can't believe that's Callisto and Busio falling apart of all people though. Like, because typically even if they're under pressure, they still execute well.
Yeah.
And like Yike is pretty well. I guess Casey's early game has been pretty slow, and they tried to play a fast early game. Maybe they're just not used to making these plays, but I just don't feel like they were forced to. All you have to do is just not in versus like the Pike, and you're probably okay.
I mean, not to go back to it again, but maybe
the whole game's been determined by.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, not to go back to it again, but I wonder whether actually again just saying, you know what, have the Nautilus, leave the Pike alone, we'll play it slow, not invade.
Yep. So they had full information to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm saying that's actually just like literally say, don't even bother the Pike, ban the Pike, take the Nautilus, or like let them have the Nautilus. Yeah, it's a better level 1, but we're not playing for an invade then, and just play for the scaling. Might have been more sensible because, like.
Oh, thanks, Blade.
Yeah, the snowball that has occurred since then, because the Nocturne got early kills, because the Pike got early kills, because the Mel received a lot of gold off that as well, is pretty ridiculous. Because again, I don't actually think Mel scales particularly well, but she's very strong 10 to 20 minutes.
Like her release nerf of the like Q going from like 950 range to 750 or whatever it was, to 800, whatever it was, the Q range decrease, that really affected her late game. Because then she needs to be into like hyper low range comps for it to function a lot of the time. Yeah, and there's just too much stats now. Just way too many stats. If Paze doesn't instantly die, even then, Ona probably kills you.
I mean, everyone's bringing so much damage at this point from T1. You can kill one member, but it's still scary. Okay, that's not bad onto Ona.
Okay. Oh, that's not a bad stun from Carrot. Does he die for it? Mel's got ult still to cast?
Ooh, yes, she does. And then, yeah.
Like, even that. This is not even worst case scenario for KC. They at least get some shutdowns. They just don't hit into the early game comp.
It's like, you know what I really should do is give the Pike Mel loads of agency in the early game, Alex.
All they have to do is just make sure T1 don't do anything early and use outscale naturally with the comp.
You know what I should really do is, you know, have two shoving lanes with Faker down at 10% HP, shove in bot lane, and still lose the smite and red buff, and then give over 2 kills and lose a flash at the level 2. I think that's what I should do, Alex.
That sounds like a way to lose a game, Sam, quite horrifically. I don't know about you.
Yeah. It might be.
Yeah. And I mean, Doran's played well in the individual run. That's a good takeaway from this. Like, that one would have happened, I think, regardless of early game.
something you
Yeah.
see every day.
Yikes, smites are normally pretty good too. What the heck even happened at that level 1? I'm actually just gonna watch it again on the...
Yeah, because again, I want to see what gave vision, because I thought it was in the bush with no water in there, so I think it must have been the Dustbringer that gave vision, because I can't think of what else it could be.
It might have been vision from Yike grabbing aggro and then dipping back into the brush, you know how that happens?
Yeah, but that doesn't give you vision of the buff, does it?
Gives you vision of stuff very close to... Oh, I mean, they kill Faker. You have to shove in. Again, you couldn't do that versus Nautilus. And Nautilus actually fights you too hard.
Before this Baron is going to be taken
When
down.
it doesn't have a ward.
But
Haze isn't over.
due to the
In the bush.
moment of the game, that soul
Yikes.
does get picked up from
Even aggro there. I think Yike maybe gives aggro
Should be
that.
able to use that to book it towards this Baron.
What the hell? I guess they just don't think he has vision of it, and he does somehow.
Yeah, so I think it must be Dustbringer giving vision.
I thought Nocturne Q doesn't give vision of the target though. Maybe it does.
Oh, well, what else could it be?
Okay,
Because there's no other ability that lands on it.
I'm gonna look at it.
I think they may be aware of it now.
I thought it
but
didn't.
just feels like it's way too late. It doesn't matter.
Okay, well, Baron's down. There you go. It's like, yeah, congratulations, you killed Faker at cost of Baron. At least you did get something.
They're still just going to send it into that backline.
Oh boy. I mean, Ona. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. That's a couple deads.
They've lost Baron though. Mel still has also Yike's dead.
Faker's here. Okay.
And Mel still had Mark on Yike with all available, so he didn't even need to use cast all.
No, but he did get two. But he did get two. 2 for 1 would have been not bad going, I think.
For the next little while, but a couple of seconds, and that'll be back up again.
No, Nocturne Q doesn't give vision. Oh.
Is it gonna be guaranteed to be in the?
Few different moments.
Oh, there's the rebuttal.
Unless it's jungle pet?
No, that doesn't give you vision either.
Well, if you've got aggro because you've queued it, so your jungle pet's going in to fight it.
I thought jungle pet also didn't give vision.
I'm trying to figure out what else it could be. You don't have red buff.
No, I know that passport. It's basically how did you get the ability to point and click on the smite?
Yeah, if it's in the bush, then how can you? Yeah, exactly.
Nocturne Q doesn't give vision.
So what exactly? So then what gives the vision? Because Pike doesn't land any abilities.
Like I said, I think it's because Yike got if you auto attack someone from out of a bush, you go. That do be some dead people. Arcless separated. Oh, it's not too bad actually. That's actually not too bad. Yeah,
I was saying. Yeah,
actually not too bad. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize the 3 players looking at the other thing.
Yeah, so I was saying this was the really good start. I think that's not bad.
Yeah.
Because again, you said yeah, he's got the marking, but yeah, he's already taken 2 out. I think that's worthy.
Yeah, I suppose in that position it is. Yeah. Very good game from Haze. Carry incredible Pike game too. The thing is, the thing is, carry on the Pike and the Camille. Like he's chosen he's mechanically outplayed the difficult situations. Was just flash. You just flash.
Well, does it keep you safe? I wonder whether Owen's got enough move speed that he just doesn't give a damn anymore with Cloud Soul. Just catches you anyway.
It's more like he just walked up beyond the tower after just flashing away from the last ultimate.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I thought that what you were saying.
Kalist didn't have flash, so he couldn't make it. So why are you walking away from tower, away from your teammates? Like
so my bad. What I thought you said was Kalist just flash. You know, as in, in that situation you should just flash.
It was the smite which took the buff. It was the smite which took the buff from Owner. It wasn't the Q, because the Q had been used earlier than that by quite a significant amount. So it wasn't like a random thing through that. And then I know I'm really quite worried, quite disappointed actually in KC that they just mentally collapsed through bot lane because of the poor wave state. Because they pushed in bot side, but then once they lost the early wave, effectively KC couldn't get a safe place to farm. But they just kind of chain entered. Like they had no one else coming down to protect them. They just walked into the wave and died on call.
Yeah, and Pike literally just puts on his W, goes round the corner and comes at you from a weird angle, and they just weren't able to deal with it.
Yeah, Nautilus would have done similar to walking beyond the wave. This run with this would have happened into any hook support at that point, pretty much.
Yeah, I think Pike does it with more aggressive snowballing.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nautilus does very similar, is the thing, right? Because he also just walks at you. And, I mean, he does less damage himself, but he's much more consistent at finding the engage and has more CC.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a small thing, but I just wonder whether it'd be one of those ones where you go, you know what? At least you've seen Nautilus 1,000 times.
So you would have banned Pike, allowed them to take Nautilus.
I think possibly.
So you're not certain on that?
Well, I think both Nautilus and Pike would have been worthy bans, because if you ban one, you get to deal with the other, right?
Then you don't.
Well, I think you definitely ban the Camille, and it's one of the Pike or the Nautilus.
Yeah, and I think you ban the Nautilus is more consistent at finding that engage, and it fights at the level 1 harder. If the level 1 plans from Nautilus are always better.
But I would also then argue that Pike snowballs more moves around the map more and is harder to track.
I actually understand. So Fistigon, good point there. Pike, like Kerry's a better Pike player than Nautilus Pike. You can argue that. Well, I think in terms of the draft, I don't think you can argue as much between Pike being like a better champion than Nautilus.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying is I think it's something you're not as practiced into. I think it's something that Kerry is exceptional at. I think it snowballs harder, and I'm thinking, well, actually, at that point, you just take the pocket pick and deal with at least a no matchup.
I mean, but Pike's a no matchup too.
I mean, nowhere near the level of a Nautilus.
I don't think it changes much here because they won the matchup in the level 1. It wasn't the matchup which went wrong. It was the fight, the skirmish, which is different.
Yeah, I just don't think the game snowballs anywhere near as out of control if it's the Nautilus that gets involved early as. I mean, it would still be bad, right? But I just wonder.
I think it would have been very similar. And if you just don't flash the hook at that level, you still die.
And then the things, even into the Nautilus, then you just don't level 1 invade, and it's kind of fine. Oh boy.
Still probably dies here. Oh no, I guess less damage than I thought it would be. Oh, that's actually not the worst thing, although now Strikebreaker's in 3. Well, okay, that's this game. I'm kind of surprised this game took as long as it did. Ooh, yeah, actually not bad. He still dies, but not bad, given that you're down like 15k. Yeah, feels really bad for Canna, because like his team just completely collapses before he can take part in the game. Yeah. But like, I don't know, the thing which, I don't even feel like I learned that much about T1. They just picked up the mistake from KC, and he was really good at picking up the mistake, and they're very good. But we've seen this, you know, occasionally, you know, against Gen GH League, the games which I've been watching recently. But I don't feel like we actually learned that much. I feel like KC just threw them in like the world's easiest early game.
Yeah, well, he said it because T1 didn't actually have to play an early game. What they had to do was play an early snowball, which is very different. T1 are very, very good at taking an early mistake. And, you know, again, making plays to force mistakes. That tends to be more in the mid game these days. But, you know, you do have that ability to just take an early mistake and snowball. And again, it's a composition that is all around starting an avalanche as fast as you can. And what do you know? They get the opportunity to do that.
Okay. Let's let's watch this very early game. Yeah, I thought there was some really big mistakes on execution coming into this. Because the level 1 wards are like, they're okay from T1. Like there's one on Raptors, one on their own red buff, but it doesn't. Like, I mean, they're not messing with Neferi's clear. Neferi can just pretty safely clear this.
Yeah, good. And again, like again, they're calling out in the.
Alice is calling it that they had the push in. Yeah. Like early, they have the mid and bottom.
Yeah, that's literally what I was saying.
Yeah,
no. That's what I was just calling out that they were saying
they were winning those early matches.
Yeah.
Just basically not turning the fan on again.
I know. I was just saying. I was saying that Orcs was saying that as well. And then yeah. Okay.
And then what? Seems like it matters some. So they win the matchup level 1. Like they get the push in. Nautilus would actually contest hard with Aftershock. Like Nautilus level 1 with Aftershock, because they buffed a lot of the melee supports, remember? So I actually think that like that's really important for this. Like they're pushing in mid lane, they're pushing in bot lane. They're fine with this. Their draft is doing what it's meant to do. Then what the hell happens here? So the Dust Spring has been used, and then
well, they've got a mark on it as something's giving vision.
Well, of course, otherwise we wouldn't be able to smite it. But Q doesn't give vision.
And the big beneficiary of this
I'd love to see it from I mean, that's a really good smite from Ona, but how'd they get vision on it? I mean, I guess they... Wait, did they throw the Pike hook to try and get that?
Pike hook was on cooldown because he would use it on Yike.
Yeah. I think it might be because Yike was visible, and then you know when someone's visible on a bush, you see the immediate area around them?
Yeah, but then what's giving vision onto Yike?
Did Ash W give vision to reveal it? Because if you auto attack out of a bush, you do give vision in a very small area around.
Maybe it is Kalist Wing then.
No, but that's not. That wouldn't do it though. Cause that W doesn't give that.
Well, it's still doing something from the bush. Like we should still give.
No, that's only auto attacks. That's something targeted.
Okay.
No, so skills don't do it, but auto attacks do. Well, point and click does basically. So how the heck does that go wrong?
Yeah, it is. Exactly. Is it not Q activating Jungle Pet? That's what I thought it was.
But I didn't think Jungle Pet gave vision like that.
It does if it goes into the bush.
Okay, well if that's the case, then they have to just drag it out. Bucio was visible. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. He's not in the bush.
It's how does he get the smite on the bush?
Yeah, Jungle Pet then I guess. I didn't think that Jungle Pet gave vision like that.
Yeah. Again, history being made.
Is it Jungle Pet that? I didn't think that Jungle Pet did that.
I mean, we are in Korea.
Yeah, maybe it did. Okay, anyway, they fucked that up, and then this is the other big part. Because Kliss has Lethal Tempo running, and then he just doesn't flash the obvious charge up hooking. He can just flash behind Yike and is probably fine. So he can just flash behind Yike, and even if Yike gets hit, Yike can W, and you're still probably fine.
You look at that gold grab. It was never in doubt.
Well, look, there's a little bit of the start where the gold grab is KC's.
And then obviously the reflect on the blade kind of, yeah,
I called that one at the time, thinking, it's gonna suck, and it does in fact suck.
Yeah. But I don't know, like I look at that and I just honestly what I see is more about like KC messing up rather than T1 like doing anything exceptional for their standards. Like it is good by them, but like I don't think it's like I don't think we learned much about T1. I think the draft was actually quite bad again. Like you compare it to that, but they did.
It's certainly narrow a win con. And again, it would have, and I would have been. I mean, but it's. It is still like, okay, it's still a composition that makes sense in the sense of like, I see what this composition does, I see how it wins the game. It's not like it doesn't have a win condition or a theme, and it has both. And again, as Raz is saying, look, the moment the Pike gets a snowball with the melt, it's going to be ugly. Yes, that's the right thing, right? And again, I would have been interested to see this game where the level 1 play either doesn't happen, or we don't, or we're seeing T1 having to make their own plays from kind of an even state, right? I mean, and to be fair, that they kind of like they defended well, they got the early snowball, and they played very well from that.
But he's not done. He's not done.
And what happens after the play here is like, so what happens with the wave after this? Because how did the wave get this badly out of shape? So it's a slow pushback towards them, because you can see the amount of minions here. Melees have all died, so this will slowly push back out. So they need help with this immediately, because now with no summons they can't fight.
Yeah.
Hayes dies, but he has teleport to get back to lane, so he can come back in instantly.
Pretty tough.
Actually, hang on, no, am I right with that? Yeah, it should basically still be a slow push back in. Because even if that crashes and hits turret, it should still be...
No, they can't. They can't cloud.
Yeah, still should be a slow push back towards T1. And as soon as the slow push comes back in, it's pretty much instant death. They teleport back in.
Duo, again, like the issue is not Boosio being visible, it's the red buff being visible. So what makes the red buff visible?
Yeah, because Boosio needs to be visible within the bush.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's like, how does Owner have vision to smite?
Yeah, because we're not talking. Yeah, it's about how did he have vision for the smite, which is why I think that partially in the bush. I mean, we can go back to that again if you would like.
Because it's like being being partially in the bush doesn't matter, right? The moment you're in the bush, you are out of vision.
The Boosio is out of the bush, At the time of the smite, have a look. Not in the bush. He's not in the bush.
He's not in the bush. No.
So at the time of the smite, he's outside of the bush. So that doesn't work in the same way. But yeah. So he's not within the bush at the time of the smite, which is the important part. So he's not within the bush. The red is partially out, still out of vision.
And yeah, it's not.
And also, you don't get to be half in the bush, half out.
Yeah, you don't get to show just a foot. That's not how it works. It is very much all or nothing with this.
Does it get out of the bush at all?
So Q's not given vision. Jungle pet. Where is Owner's jungle pet?
Outside of it, right? Well, it's at his feet right now.
Yeah, there you go.
At his feet. Red bush is still in the bush. Still in the bush. Still in the bush.
So he's got vision now, right? He's got that mark on it showing vision.
Jungle pet is, yeah, and Boosio is not in the bush. Red buff's not in the bush. It is in the bush. Yeah, because his red, because his jungle pet is hit. That's his jungle pet there.
Yeah. He's got the mark on it there, which is saying he's got vision, right?
Because that's his jungle pet. No, that mark is the Neferi Q.
Oh, yeah, that would explain it. Yeah, oh, yeah. It's just the skin on that one, yeah.
It's not in the bush, red buff is in the bush. I don't know, whatever.
Feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The infinite precision armrest is part of the larger Circle Lab on stage standard initiative.
And then just bot lane kind of chain ins because the wave is slow push back out towards them. Is there anything else they could have done about that bot lane wave state?
Not really at this point. You made the move over, right? Like, what else do you do? I think it's another coffee.
RQ, well, Pike doesn't have R at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, wave's pushing back in.
I think they meant real quick, not RQ.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Then Pike just walks up with everything. Boosio's... Well, he just gets hit by an E. Okay, Busio doesn't need to die there. Okay, you know what? That is actually not just bad wave positioning. That is just kind of a bit of an in from Busio. That's an in. Yeah, so that's not great. Pyke hits Yike, not the buff, so Pyke doesn't. So Pyke doesn't get vision. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Even if you hit someone in Fog of War with Pyke Q, it doesn't give vision of them. It has to pull them out of like into vision to give vision. Then what happens after this? So the wave is now because Busio died, Callista's alone on the wave, and Busio can't be there to like hang out and try brush. So Busio dying gets Callista killed. So the first mistake was Callista not flashing the hook. The second one was Busio contesting a wave way too hard without sums, dying free. And then that chain ints into Callista dying because he has to crash the wave in. Red buff follows out of the bush after that. I mean, when you aggro a camp and it goes into a bush, you do have slight vision of it for a second. Huh. I don't know. We need to see. I'd like to see it from their point of view. Maybe I can try and get the replay files from it.
At least Yike is able to secure his Grump. Congratulations. That is something. I got the silver lining. All right?
It might be the red buff being out of the bush and heading back into the bush. That might be it. Because I think Casey didn't think they would have vision of it. And then the wave comes back in, but Pace hits a gnarly combo, so Pace has to back off on another crashed wave. So he loses one wave because Busio ints on the wave before that. So when Busio dies on the wave, that loses Callista one wave. Crashes back in. Then he gets hit by another combo. So he's lost 2 waves already, and effectively the game's over from this. The wave is the game is effectively over from this because Callista's lost 2 huge waves in the early game, and given overkills and still doesn't have his flash up. There's still, and obviously Ona can still potentially fly at him. Okay, well if you were getting at the duo, it wasn't obvious at all. So yeah. Okay, I need to see that from T1's point of view. I need to see that from their spectator, because I don't know how they got vision of that. And then right here, this is when yeah, so he smites Ona here, so he doesn't have smite for the grubs. So he tries to smite away the skip spell shield, but I don't think that even kills him if it does hit, no? I just came from the broadcast wondering how Ona had vision to smite the red buff, and I see him now talk about it. Yeah, we have no idea. We have no idea, Vermin. We have no idea. We're looking through it now, but I'm not sure, to be honest. Okay, I need to put an ad break on, folks, so I'm gonna do that now. Asher, wait, does Mel just kill him after that too? So Callista misses the arrow. Would that have killed anyway? They don't have shot. I mean, at this point, they don't have... Even if they hit that ult, they have 0 ults to follow up with. Cannons is on cooldown. Yike just used his too. Yeah. No, do it. Things are either in the bush or out of the bush. So you don't get to be like partially in the bush or partially out of the bush. Like, partially out of the bush means you have, like, semi-vision, which is not a thing within League of Legends. That'll be, like, soft cover in, like, Warhammer or a tabletop game or something like that. Which you don't have. So you're either in the bush or you're out of it. And we saw that it was, you know, in the bush, right?
This one was kind of done pretty quickly. We're hoping that Casey can bounce back afterwards. Just shake your sillies out, right? That was game 1 against T1. Let's get into the real stuff now. It's not match point just yet. There's still plenty to play for.
And I don't think Yahoo played the early matchup badly, and Kanna was fine top lane too. The level 1 was fine. I just hope that Casey don't just mentally collapse from this, because that was really not good, right?
Hey, look, MSI, like, that year a few times.
Oh yeah, by the way, folks, download Opera GX to support us.
Like, they only get to the finals and stuff.
Yeah, like every time. No,
we're in the finals, right?
Winnable.
Yeah, Doran actually played the match with top lane fine. Hey, how's it going, Poggers?
That it's planes.
T1 historically known for getting knocked out of tournaments early. Much like their world's record where they've never been knocked out early.
They didn't even win the first MSI, you know, 11 years ago.
Okay, so Casey banning away Poppy Lee Sins, you know, early Jacklers. You know, champions which just like get up in your face early and cause a mess of things.
And the cheeky Poppy band to come on through.
So, Casey, I'm assuming is first pick.
No worries, zero. No worries.
Otherwise, you would probably would have been the bar.
Busio has good mental. Yeah, but I mean, Callista and Busio did just kind of chain in that last game, so a little bit worried for them.
Is really well known for his bard, and the question is, are you willing to just like first pick it?
So they've let the bard go through. Do you let Carrier have bard? Do you let Carrier have bard?
Definitely.
What are the other picks? So Rumble's gone.
Yeah, last year
Barris gone. Yeah, you kind of have to first pick Bard. Now, Boosie is a good Bard too. He is. If you go for this, you think about what, Ezreal, Caitlyn then? Obviously, you've got like Kate.
Not a lot of people are willing to blind Bard.
So you've got Ezreal, Kate. You can maybe Karma.
I'm curious to see what Busio's answer is, because if you're
You can
not
Karma Nort.
I expect Carry to take it 100%, and then to me that
Probably
is
what you're thinking about here.
Whether or not the trap will work at all remains to be seen.
We've seen a few teams attempt this.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you how it goes?
Oh, this is on full speed, whatever.
Carrier has a highlight reel, and then they lose the game.
Rise you don't want to pick down into the Cassio.
And obviously, the Cassiopeia.
What else would you pick? You could maybe Sivir Bard as well. You actually might be able to tank 2 bans for the Bard champs.
Zona is considering a Wukong here. It would be a lot of power coming out of the jungle. Definitely a little bit of a different vibe, although
Wukong, okay. So now Yike can think Shinzao's okay.
Very competitive play this whole year has not yet lost on the Bard.
Shinzao's okay.
Yeah, but he is not allowed to.
That's the one I'm thinking of right now. Vi's gone.
Played it 5 times because it's always banned. It is the #1 pick, banned against T1 by far.
If Casey had picked Bard, Carrier just locks Camille into it. I don't think it's like instant win. Obviously it's good, but I don't think it's instant win, no. Oh, now Boosie might go for clear. Well, I would guess Casey can do that back to them, right? So now Camille Cassiopeia's alright, because Camille can just ult someone in front of the Cassio if they try, if T1 try and go for an aggressive dive, and that gives Cassio a lot of room to maneuver.
To come out right off,
Ziggs was banned. That was the last ban from T1, so they got rid of it. And that's why
So now with the Camille, what do you lock in with that? Because you don't have Mel, you don't have Ziggs. Ezreal's fine, because Ezreal is effectively like an AD mage. No. He's one of the few champions which is both an AD carry and a mage, really. Very few champions of that. Because most mages with consistent auto attacks are magic damage, right? Carthus open? Yeah! Hey J-Mod, how's it going? Boosie, you're not good enough, Camille? We shall find out. He was really good on it in solo queue. He had that clip crop up like a month ago, right?
And
a month or 2 ago?
I feel like if you were playing the Caitlyn Bard...
Remember our first stand when everyone started playing Camille support? Boosie had like a crazy like winning all 3 lanes moment pop up from Reddit.
Value with the Hail of Blades. If they chunk you out like that, then yeah, they can obviously win the lane, but...
Hey, Caitlyn Bard, very strong obviously. Gives you really good ability to trap after the ultimate. You outrange the Cassio.
You get Bard stunned against the wall, you get Caitlyn trapped, you get...
Yeah, to be fair, I think of the Western supports, I think Boosie is the only guy I'd trust on like Camille consistently. Until further proven different, really.
Famously that played Azir support, he has played all kinds of stuff. He is that kind of a player who, if he believes it is the right matchup, he's not going to worry about it going wrong. He's just going to think about it going
So what blind picks top laners are left? You can Renekton and you can Gnar. Either of them is okay.
Part of why Carry has become the best support ever, right? Is he has
Casey would love a tank frontline for the Cassio, but they also need something to follow up with the Camille. They can Galio. Oh no, they can't. What am I talking about? T1 might Galio still. They've been playing Galio into the Cassio.
We did see that yesterday, and it did work for getting a couple.
Is audio synced?
I just don't know whether it's quite Galio is going to be taken away from Faker. I think Galio.
I know it's behind significantly. I think just had the Galio combo. I think. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay. Yeah. So I heard you talk about the Galio. So
I was talking about the predictively. So that was me just saying it could be picked.
Copy.
So if you're banning the Gnar, you're probably thinking again like Cassante, Renekton,
known as a really strong laner,
which is fine. What does Faker play into Cassio? I mean, you might. I don't know. Victor loses. I don't really know what you do into the Cassio. Do you take a losing Rise matchup and just hope for the best? Not many things lane into Cassio well. You can Onivia him. You can Onivia maybe.
The Lux we were chatting about yesterday.
Onivia is bad into Camille. Well, Lux is really vulnerable into Camille.
Camille, yeah, that would be the worry, right?
I mean, you might. Legitimately, it's not too bad. Okay, with the Vayne ban, now Kana can go like Renekton and Best. But I mean, you need to know that the Renekton is not going to get picked. Do you just lock Renekton for Doran? If so, what does what does Kana play now that Gnar's out of the equation for that?
Really more known for his team fighting. You know, when I think about Doran, I think about his greatest moments. It's things like his.
I think do you blind pick the Renekton? Yo, Syndra.
Okay, I mean, she did get buffed.
This is something that Vastian was talking about a lot yesterday.
Yeah, he said he quite likes it. It can be quite annoying for Camille as well. Like if you go in, it's very possible to get stunned as you go in. And the thing is, if you get stunned as you take the hook shot, you are particularly support Camille, and you don't get that passive shield. You are so one-shottable.
The other problem is if you press E, it's a little bit of a slow load up, and if you do it too late, then Camille presses alt and goes over your stun. So, yeah. Yike Kiana, I mean, it is another scaling kind of assassin, kind of like the Neferi, and Yike is better at this than someone like Skewmon is. Skewmon is less good at the assassin play. Alright, so we did actually see a ban away. We actually weirdly did see a Kai'Sa ban the other day, but I don't think anyone's playing that top lane right now. Renekton Blind. So Renekton Blind was always going to be a bit of the scary bit. I guess Doran maybe just goes Cassandra now. Bundle.
There's a fun, interesting option. It's only a hover right now, but theoretically it's annoying for the Renekton, but I still, and you can mess with the I was going to say Camille, Cassiopeia, but I don't like it particularly because you got Camille, Ezreal.
Got the Wukong already, right? So now be some like out of meta Trundle top as far as I'm aware. So.
Yeah, so go for the Grag. It's okay. It's good neutralizer,
okay.
And it's a good disengage option. And you can get the Camille out of the Hex Tech. You can push Cassiopeia away.
Yeah, it's good against the Cassia because Cassia kind of needs Flash to team fight against that now. I think this is a better draft from T1, and that's a problem because KC I think won last draft and then lost by their own design, really. This time it's like T1 even draft, and when they had the even draft versus TL,
pretty much everyone, yeah, it's a bad time.
The question is, does KC actually go for a flippy early game again, or do they just wait to scale? Because I want to see if KC can actually out team fight T1 on even footing. Because we didn't get to see any of that yesterday, really.
Well, yeah, because again, it went wrong so early that we never really got to see a game in an even kill, particularly into like last game's comp, like a T1.
Going to an outbreak, by the way.
T1 like drafted for like giga early snowball and got, well, what do you know, like the perfect platform to do that off, right? With champions that abuse gold like no others from the early game. Like bloody Pike got 2 kills before they got level 3. Like that's a really bad start.
Now, when did Faker last play Syndra?
I have no idea.
He's really famous on it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's got a skin on it, right? Like Season 6 Worlds.
Okay, he hasn't played it since Casper Cup, 2025, like end of last year. And before then, he hadn't played it since LCK 2020 Spring, 2020.
Wow.
So this is like only his second game in like 6 years. That is insane.
And I know that Syndra has really fallen away from meta. For a few years she had.
She was good in 21, very good in 21, and he didn't play there. Came out a bit earlier last year.
Okay, here's the level 1 starts. Okay, carrier.
That's okay, get that for free.
50% has to use the heal and dodges away from a couple of
Okay, getting anything off the carrier is fine.
That is a good start.
And then you please don't face check someone randomly now.
That is why you have to play with incredible amounts of confidence if you're going to play.
Phalites. They know there's a ward in there.
You don't see the Phalites yourself, I don't think, do you?
Well, they just pinged it really aggressively.
Yeah, because they're aware that they might be getting bush baited by like someone stood there. I think. So they were playing respectfully, but they didn't get to see it. Okay, yeah. So Pace starts with the E now. Now Kalista takes a lot of damage because he gets hit by the E though, so he wasn't expecting the E start. That's yeah, that's a bit cheap from Busio, but
again, you're playing Camille, right? You are almost obligated to go for
sure.
Big plays. I think if Camille gets stunned now, it's a bad time. But you should now get shoved.
But now, hang on, T1's got Wukong invade. Well, now it's this time T1 actually have the advantage in passing.
Good call.
Well, I mean, bot lane's just dead. I mean, at least Busio is dead, presumably. They don't have any defensive vision. They have no idea where he is.
Saying the same thing.
They're gonna spot the wolves now, and now they know, well, okay, they're getting ganked. So you need to back off like now. And Busio's too far up. He doesn't have flash. He's used it already. They need to. I mean, he's just clones away, presumably. Gets dead after defenses, maybe. Doesn't have it. It's on cooldown. Ooh, that's cute. Nice. But like, why are you walking up that? I mean, Yoke maybe kills now. I guess maybe.
They're gonna try and turn the Kalist. Oh, the slow from. That's not bad.
Actually, that's pretty good. I think Yike might be able to get away without using flash there.
Kalist just went way too fast.
He flashes to get Kalist, but yeah.
Kalist went too fast, Busio went too fast. I mean, Kalist and Busio are not having a good day today.
No, they're not.
But it's a better early game from Ona. Ona actually gets something done at the first clear, which is not something he's been doing consistently well recently. But now Yike gets 2 kills out of early game. T1 are typically not a team that does very well against Kiana. They weren't anyway a lot of last year. They picked it up for Worlds last year.
They're definitely defending this red buff because Yike was sticking around, so that's actually really good pathing from Paze there to come through and just prevent Yike from looking at it because he was definitely sticking around to see whether it was possible.
I mean, I don't think Yike expected to get that. It's more like I'm going to sit here, Scuttle's coming up, or he can just look for Scuttle anyway. He hasn't got a recall out yet, so he can't do like crazy amounts of work.
He's going to go fight for Krugs, but I say, I'm not sure, Al.
He still doesn't have... Oh, he's going bot lane. No, he wants to go bot lane. He wants to go bot lane. If he runs into Owner, that's great, but...
I think Owner has a read on this.
Okay, well, Boosier's just dead again. What happened to his hook shot? I guess he just used it.
Yeah.
What is Boosier doing this series, man? And Yike still doesn't have his recall.
No, that's going to get Yike killed, isn't it? When's his next W?
Yeah, slow from Nicker. So Yike didn't recall, chooses not to go for the early Scuttle. The double Scuttle. Does he die? I think he still dies because Carrie's got out of combat really soon.
Yeah.
Okay, well, KC, why are they flipping early games all of a sudden? You don't have to. You're picking for like late game team fight. This is not their specialty as a team.
I mean, I'll call out what you called out earlier. The Calist interview, they already said we need to fight T1 early. Well, they've done that and lost.
They shouldn't.
They apparently not.
This team specifically shouldn't.
Health bars. He is doing fine here. Wait for Yike to go in first. He is full health. The Arcane shift in early to me was the big mistake. I don't think he needed to.
Calist and Boosier are making some really uncharacteristic errors.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's a hook shot in from Boosier. While the Kiana is still 20 seconds away. Like, that is way too much. And then you just get walked at. You just get walked at.
So Owner pulling off the Krugs there to move down to bot to either cover or to look for actually a fight himself was so critical. So whoever called that, whether it was Owner himself or Pays or Carrier, recognized that, hey, this is the moment that they'll be going. Really made a big difference in that game because that got them not 1 but 2 kills.
Okay, that top side Scuttle Crab still hasn't been taken, by the way. It's the level 1-1.
Journey his way out of that situation. We'll be all right for now. Boosier still level 3 as Carrier does tick over to that level 4 now. Faker was having a little bit of trouble in lane. I think that Yahoo is doing a great job on the Casio, but as we can see here, it hasn't really equated to too much of anything at all. They'll get the crash, and we have Yahoo making his way back into lane now.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Carrier.
And again, the thing is, if you look regionally, T1's early games across playoffs weren't particularly spectacular. In fact, they were arguably quite poor. So I do get that there is something to be said for, hey, T1 don't look that great in the early game. If we can rattle them there, they feel beatable. CHLE. But if you're going to do that, then you have to pull it off. And I haven't been that. Oh boy, yeah, Canna's now going to force his ult, isn't he? Flash the body slam, yeah, forced to flash away.
It's actually not bad from him. He flashes the cast, it's not awful.
Oh, that's nice.
Yike is actually really fed. I just don't think he had to stick around and wait for like a bot gank. He should have just reset. Oh, he failed his E. He actually isn't powered. Oh, that's a bit scary. He's going powered W again now.
Missed his Q, he's dead.
Okay, this is really not bad from KC at this point, but why are they flipping so much early, man?
Pays actually down a lot of CS now, by the way.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And now the Caitlyn is really not very happy.
Had those 2 kills. He's been missing a lot of farm. You know, that wave was crashed to the tower there. They're obviously fighting a lot, so he's not always around to get all that CS. And then on top
mid lane is even as well, so Faker's not really doing anything in the matchup per se. Just the move speed. That's not on kill angle just yet. Swifty's on Syndra's quite nice early, especially versus the Casio. Allows you to outstep a lot of stuff. Faker's shotgun later is going to be really important, where you just can like get the QR and then you stun through like 4 or so different angles.
And basically everyone is one-shottable and diveable. That's a nice dive. Nice though, dive.
Nice, okay, that's much better. Wukong maybe gets 2 now though.
Yeah, he might do. Yeah. Okay, one back. It doesn't have a level 6 yet, quite. I mean, but it's up there. Casey now 1200 gold up. So you know what? Messy level 1, but this is much better in terms of the anti-snowball again. Boosier's in a much better position. Now he's 3 and 2. Again, it's Camille. You're going to die playing this support. Like,
you can just see that Casey are not comfortable playing this style though. With like the way that Calist and Boosier are just, they don't understand when they're safe or not.
Yeah.
Canna's fine just playing his individual lane, 20 CS up. He's doing great. You know, Doran's not enjoying the 1v1 very much. But like Yike's not particularly doing very well in the early skirmishes either.
Yeah, I mean, he's at least he did get that counter gank to get a couple kills back. He did get that good dive off.
I say that with him being 2-1 and 2, but with what we've discussed, it should have been a cleaner lead with less risk. That's typically what KC do, which is why I'm a little bit worried that they're just kind of not playing towards their typically stronger identity. When they beat G2, it was slower games because G2 play a strong early game, right? They're a very good early game team. Not awful from Faker actually, but this is behind him. Oh, he missed cannon anyway. That's bad.
For all that Faker hasn't played Syndra since 22, hang on, Dive's happy, might have to hold on this one. Ooh, nice cast.
Does he have Empower Q? No, he used it already. Well, it's not awful, but yeah. He didn't realize that many people were coming in, so he uses his Q early. Because if you get like a 4-man Empower Q, it's fine. Oh no, Doran would have had anti-heal him anyway. So it's likely still kind of dead.
Faker might be in trouble here. Okay, not quite.
Oh no, almost died to
two-shot barrage.
Yeah. Miasma didn't hit. Stun doesn't hit.
Ooh, nice idea from Yike. I see what you're thinking, but
yeah,
no.
But the Miasma... Wait, yeah, he just flashed from Miasma that minute. How do you miss a flash Miasma? Because Faker flashed late. It's like, yeah, he just misses a flash, very broad skill shot.
That's a good call, actually.
Lucio calls off the play, didn't realize there's a cannon control ward in there. Again, you can just see that Casey just not as good at this like quick playmaking. It's just not their specialty. Because even though the ideas are technically good, they're not good enough at this style of play to make it work well. And I know they're doing it versus T1, one of the best players that get teams of this style of play ever.
Yeah.
But also like, if you just take away the enemy nameplate, Casey should be executing better than this. Like for the caliber of players they are, they should be executing better than this.
I mean, there's two things on this. One, they are at least up 1,500 gold, so they have actually been able to make some successful plays, especially after the start of this game was poor. Like, this is a turnaround, right? So, because again, we can have this conversation. Because again, as Atlas is saying, look, T1 don't have some falling behind in the early games from overplaying their own hands a little bit. There's been a bit of that here as well. Again, they have got, I think, for my money, if they get in the river first, they are going to outrange, they're going to out-CC, and I think I mean, the scaling is a bit of a win, but I think they probably do just about outscale, but it's questionable. I think just in terms of if you're in the river first, you probably out 5v5 this game.
Oh, Faker needs to be a little careful.
Yeah, because that combo's going to be nasty. That's better again from Boosie. Been a lot better plays now. That's good.
The Faker's not managed to get much done on the Syndra at all, really. Like, he's been doing fine in terms of individual trades versus Yahoo, but he's not really... I mean, mid lane's not really been a factor. You compare this to, like, you know, the way that Zeka and Knight just take over a game from mid lane. You can definitely see that these teams are not mid lane centric right now.
No.
Is doing decent? So the thing is, the end result is decent. The way they get there, I have a lot of issues with the way they're playing still.
Yeah, because then like the other side of this then is as Alex was kind of alluding to, and I think I have to hold on. That's really nice. Oh, I saw the thought process there. I couldn't quite get the Q on to Yike.
Yike is so fed, actually.
Yeah.
And he's clearly a pretty good Kiana player, actually. Oh, they're really going for close to.
They can't get him.
Yeah, he backed off at the right time. So List is now 20 CS up. He's very happy.
Yeah, again, that's a really good point. I don't know about this one, actually, Doran. So, yeah.
I think Doran was trying to play the mind game that Ono was still coming around, but I don't think he respected the fact that was Warden Pixel.
I think, so a couple things. I think T1 have not been able to track the Camille as well over the last 5 minutes the way they did initially. And two, I think to your point of... Casey playing a style that's not what they were doing regionally. I get that clearly they came in with the mindset, as we heard from the interview, that we want to fight T1 early. We think that's the way to beat them. We've seen what they're like regionally. That's what we need to do. But there is something about turning up internationally and sticking to your guns.
Yes,
and
that's
they
what we're talking about even with LCP.
Yeah, because right? That's what I wanted to call that as well. Exactly. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength there. Was that we saw DCG still look like DCG, and it's been very, very rare that a team has been able to reinvent themselves at an international and still look good. Normally, you have to come in and still play like the team that got you there.
Later into the game, T1 is still going to have like Syndra, Bard, Gragas, like long-range playmaking.
Yes.
But eventually, I think that Camille is just happy to just like trade her life for an engage. And then I don't know if T1 can disengage the people behind the Camille very well.
So you reckon that's enough? Because again, I wondered whether if you were in the river first, that CC sweep would be a bit much for the Camille. You think she can still get through that, okay?
If you got Flash.
Yeah, okay, I hear you.
Play around Flash timer, yeah.
Okay.
Because like, as someone who's played a lot of Syndra into a lot of Camille, because Syndra and Camille have both been better at the same time for a long time. Yeah, it's pretty spooky because if you mistime your E, or if she flashes midway through the E to get like E, and then basically you flash to kind of like shorten the distance mid-flight and get the R on target, then Syndra just kind of dies.
It is going to be pretty close, and the first tower is...
And if Syndra waits late and gets hit by the E, she just gets CC'd into death.
Is 1.1k up.
I mean, yeah, Kalist just gets first turret solo, is up 20 CS. I think, considering how dire the start to this game was, the bot lane are in a much, much better position than I think they had any credit to be there. I mean, to be fair, what I'll also say is, like, look, for all we're saying, hey, not sure about KC playing the style, we're seeing some flaws. There is something to say, look, if you're going to draft it, if you're going to draft a Camille, if you're going to draft a Kiana, you can't afford to go, oh, well, the early plays went wrong, that's it, we play slow now. Like, you just can't do that with this comp, I don't think. You have to keep going.
I appreciate your vocaloids there. I appreciate you being
Oh, that's cute. Thank you, guys.
Thanks folks for joining us for this. It is like, we wouldn't do this unless we had the audience, you know, and thank you everyone for keeping me company on my birthday yesterday. It was a very cool day. Lots of a lot of stuff. I mean, it was actually a very warm day, but it was a cool experience.
I was quite smug we managed to pull off the surprise parent arrival.
It's like, oh yeah, you know, like, yeah, no, my parents flew over. I didn't know my parents were flying over at all, so they came over from the UK over to Germany. And now actually Casey is slowing the game down. I just want to talk about something which Typhus said in chat as well. Can you... Oh, hang on a second. Good body blocking. Bucio's too fed, man.
Yeah.
Like, getting a stun does... He has 5 kills. Bucio's like 1k up. He's actually another threat now.
Yeah.
Because this is one thing, Typhus, which I want to talk about, because you were talking about basically if Gragas marks the Kiana on the flank, isn't the engage really hard to pull off? Well, they have to do that versus the Camille and the Kiana, because both are really fed. The Camille, even if you just hit your ult, you're probably going to be annoying enough that T1 have to use skills onto you. You can't really avoid the Camille completely.
And the other side of this, right, this is Gragas top lane, which means they're not at every play. They can't be in the 2v2. They can't necessarily be in the 3v3. And, you know, actually, I think T1 do an okay job of trying to outplay that. But the problem is, tactical sweep and ignite with the Sundered Sky proc is a bit much.
Well, that's not bad for me.
Oh, he's still dead for Q2, I think. Yeah.
Syndra ult now.
Oh, okay.
This is actually not... I think he's still winning for KC.
Yahoo, yeah.
Lucio probably kills Faker here. Oh no, Faker has ult. He can't ult in. Yeah.
They will be able to carry it though, so it's still going to be a 2-for-1.
Canna's getting pretty spooky as well.
He's gone Stride Breaker, by the way. He's going Stride Breaker.
You do that versus Gragas because he runs away from you for forever if you don't. You can sometimes like Black Cleaver first, but yeah.
I kind of like it into Wukong and Bard too, to be honest.
This is fantastic from Bucio though. I mean, like Bucio after like inting early lane, playing the map much better. Goody.
Yeah, especially because we initially said, oh, Bucio, what are we doing? So there was a couple early hook shots that were like, why have we done this?
Yeah.
But the moment he's actually left the laning phase, he's kind of been fine.
Doran making me very sad right now. I actually don't think, like, Doran's like, I don't really think there's much he can do in this game. He's just waiting to like Kaskin team fights. Like, he's also not, I mean, he's not doing like anything special, but like, if he team fights well, he's doing his job. You know, I mean, it's different, say, when I was criticizing his Vayne versus Genji, like the game 1 versus Genji, I think it was.
Was this the
versus H-Lee, I think it was.
The bad cues.
No. So game 1 versus Genji, the game where they like Genji first pick Lee Sin, T1 should have won that draft and they didn't, and Doran played a really bad Vayne game. Because if you lose lane on a Vayne, it sucks. Like you're
just not a champion.
You're not a champion, really. But in a game like this, as long as you're just within touching distance and get a good cast off in fights, you're doing what you should be doing, you know?
I concur.
Yeah. Hey, Hitman Girl, great to see you.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the happy birthday, appreciate you. Faker getting side lane turret, so he'll even up the gold in mid lane, which is fine.
Yeah, there is a world here where Syndra just sort of says, yeah, Kiana, you can go into the grass blade, but you can't. Well, the moment I press R, you still die.
That is a Herald potentially aggressivo. He doesn't kill. He gets the first strike off of that. That's very funny, actually.
I didn't know you could do that with Herald.
I mean, technically it's damage that counts for yourself.
True. I guess so, yeah.
I didn't think about it, but logically speaking, it checks out.
It does check. I just haven't considered that.
Checking onto owner again. Another charge in top side. Okay, but Bard.
Yeah, I will also say I think Carrier's Bard has been a little bit stymied here from the early stages as well, because again, it's even things like we saw him caught in the river and try to outplay. That's a flash miasma that lands.
He wants to get flash.
He's got it. Okay.
If he hit another Q just before Faker Flash, he would have killed because he'd have the extra movement speed, but Faker Flashes before that hits.
Okay, so Flash. It's fine.
Christ. Camille is still on the roam. Now, if anyone walks up, Yahoo... Oh, hang on. Bucio might still kill Faker. Oh, no. Well, guess not. Lol. Okay, fair play. That's
nicely done. There we go.
Okay.
really well done there.
Because you can see Casey had the idea, but they did not track the members very well.
Yeah.
Because one of the things which T1 were bad at against H-Lee Genji was tracking enemy team movements. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
I mean, honestly, we even saw that last game, right? Where, like, when we saw Doran die to some of the lane ganks, where, oh no, the Sion's still top, so therefore the bot lane can't be here, and then the bot lane just turns up. It's like, yeah, they're behind, but it's still a 3v1, mate. You don't win that.
So we'll see if
Why is Aegis first so common?
both of those mid laners are.
Is this for the locket on the bards?
Here, but as you mentioned, Syndra without
Well, this is for tank top. On ending this way, you don't get it on supports, but I'm not gonna lie, not sure about tank itemization right now. That's a stun over double.
Partly, if this is specifically for Unending Despair builds, Unending Despair is just...
This is a really important moment, because we're about to get Dragon up in 20 seconds.
The control won't turn it off.
No, it did. No,
no,
for T1. Okay, hang on.
They know
That's a
that.
really good flank.
Oh, hang on. Ooh, that's a really good Supreme Display of talent.
Yeah. Kata's probably killing them now. He has flash still.
Hayes is, yeah, he can't get out. There'll be a flash. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Kana actually greeted his flash.
When does he?
I mean, he's still dead.
I don't know how you're supposed to get out of this one with a full health Croc, but he's gonna try his very best.
It's not bad from Kana, but maybe he does. Oh, he actually does. Okay, Kana actually greets that a little, but he keeps his flash.
It's still 4 for 1.
He actually loses his flash still.
Yeah, if he flashed to get onto the mask,
well, no, if he flashed earlier for an auto attack, he probably It's just a little bit greedy.
No, so he did it because he burned. Sorry, to clarify, it was because why didn't he flash from the turret? Because he burned it earlier to get to the blast.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, yeah. My bad. Yeah. Again, early morning starts. Yeah. But like, this is what I wanted to see from KC is like, can they actually take mid to late game fights versus T1 if they're even or ahead? Yes, they can. Like, why do they choose to flip these early games? Like, they're much better at, like, okay, that control ward is completely bait. That is actually just a betrayal ward.
Yeah. So they clearly felt they had a bait there, and that actually puts them into a horror.
And this is what I meant about like trying to disengage with the Camille. The Camille is just happy to just trade their life.
I mean, you called it out, right? They said, look, Camille can just, as long as she gets in, she's happy enough trading into a really good ult for Diana. Yeah. It's really
But the only reason that can happen is because Camille just goes 1 for 1, and she's happy to do that. You know? Kana could have flashed for an auto and probably killed, because he loses a lot of his Dominus DOT as well. I think Kana just flashes and autos and kills him with no extra, you know, difficulty there.
Definitely woken up.
I hope that Casey actually made this a good series. I really hope that. Oh, by the way, if the day goes long today, I'm gonna make sure that Angie gets off. Okay, so I might need to close out the stream if that's alright. It depends how like long both series are. Like if it's a 5-game series first, then I'll probably have to dip out partway through the second. But yeah.
Pretty crazy. Kana just gets in the middle of the.
I mean, that's sole point for Casey now as well, and I think Mountain Soul gets quite miserable.
T1 have their backs against the wall in this game.
And this was a first pick Bard reminder.
Yeah. But this is why I think it was Blade in chat basically saying that the problem that like KC had is that if they first pick Bard, then don't they get Camille? Well, actually they just did the opposite on the way back as well.
Okay, get the flash out of Yike.
And that is going to be at least something.
Hayes really needs a third. He's going Phantom Dancer, and I don't blame him. Actually, he really wants that ability to try and kite because, I mean, look at this comp. You have to just keep running away. That's not bad.
Well, it's bad from Kalist.
No, so it's not bad for Faker to get something there. The reason I was pausing was because I saw the Camille coming in.
The thing with that from the Syndra is that you know exactly the direction she's going to stun. So as soon as the animation loads up, you know where you need to stun. Basically, we need to dash to, or dodge to.
I really do think that Mountain Soul is going to be so difficult for T1 to play into.
Oh, there's no Serpent's Fang builders in T1, so they can't deal with Mountain Soul like that.
Maybe you can do it 4th item on Caitlyn, but I don't like it. Faker's dead.
You do be dead. Wow, he even ults too? Jesus, that's not great. Damn, yeah, he's having a solid game.
Yeah.
He's having a very solid game.
He's 4-1 now.
Yeah. I mean, laning phase was like, we saw a couple of trades which were going pretty well for the Syndra, but it's clearly not good enough. Cassio is just a kind of unfair champion if she gets rolling. I mean, this is even a comp which is meant to deal with him quite well. I mean, Bardol's good into him. Gragas meant to be pretty good into the Cassio just by disengaging. Yeah.
Gold grind, a very significant damage, rather gold gap being opened up here.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is Faker can burn the ult there, and it doesn't matter because it's 2 minutes till the next dragon. So you.
Yehu and Busio with the biggest gold leads.
And I think we're going to be looking at Doran in team fights.
And like, reminder, Yehu was a guy that was kind of like mid to bottom tier LCK.
Yeah.
Like in the same with that Fiesta, who's now coming up to Vitality essentially. I don't think this is the fight which T1 won.
Doran's off vision.
This one.
Does it matter? Does it matter?
Let's just eat into the Cyclone. Let's just eat into the Cyclone.
Oh, boy. And that's Baron.
Kalist just eat into the Cyclone.
Oh, and that's Baron.
Kalist just arcane shifted into a Cyclone while having flash. Kalist just eat into an ulting Wukong. Kalist? Because Kalist just eat into an ulting Wukong.
Oh, man alive.
But just, what is Kalist doing?
Like, let's get that Reaper, because Kalist had a few bad plays today.
Well, we'll see it on there, but like, Jesus Christ, man. Watch Kalist, watch this. He's into an ult. He has flash as well.
Is it because he's afraid of the Gragas? Does it matter?
You never go melee range of a Wukong.
No, I mean, where does he go there with the Gragas near? But I need to look at that again.
Gragas doesn't have flash, so you just E-flash, like, straight north.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just
yeah, you're right.
That is like very, very bad from Kalist.
Did Doran not have flash?
No, that's why I was just saying he didn't have it there.
Okay.
That's why I said Gragas doesn't have flash.
Yeah, because I saw it up now. I was like, I wasn't sure if he had it come up as he came in.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Oh.
He also could have gone towards the Cassio as well. Yeah. Although potentially danger with Syndra, but yeah, I think you never go melee range.
Either way, he made the worst possible choice.
I don't get what's happening.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't have flash. Still pretty good. Canis is backline. Not bad.
They've not killed him. Canis not got the
Yike didn't go over the wall.
Yeah.
Yike didn't go over the wall.
Did he fail his W?
I don't know if he had it, but like Yike just didn't go over the wall. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, Kami Gore, what have we done? Might kill Doran here. Oh, he's got Drunken Rage.
Reaper, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Great name, by the way. Ooh, nearly. Yike, don't blame me for looking there.
Doesn't have ult. Faker actually might still kill. Oh, that's just tragic, man.
And get themselves back into this driving seat.
He's in the hole. Yeah, Yike's getting nowhere near this. And Busio's back. Yeah. I don't think you kill Ona here, though, is the problem. Yeah, okay. And to be fair, like, look at Ona. Ona has gotten a lot of kills in this game. He's 7-2, and this is a good Wukong game. It is a good Wukong game.
Yeah.
Like, Camille is notoriously poor into bruises. So.
That is a... Look, okay, alright. So Yike just doesn't go over the wall. So Busio full sends it and Yike doesn't go over the wall. So what happens here? Is Yike... He W's now? But like, Yike just... Oh, come on, man. The Ezreal ult's late as well. It's not a bad ult from Yike, but it's just too late. He doesn't get the regular combo onto Faker.
Yeah, like, so I actually think he just can't afford to pick up Ice Blade. I think you just have to have the W to go over the wall.
Yeah. Go over the wall.
Yeah.
You know what it was? It was the locket from Carrier.
Yeah, the locket ends up saving Faker after, but like realistically, it's Yike just not going over the wall.
I think Ona's gonna try and play.
Oh, not bad. Okay, right. Get Faker for free. The problem is like this is not on timing with Baron or Dragon.
Doran's coming.
Oh my god! Takes down Yike.
Yahoo just blast counted him into melee range of it.
Opposite number with him, and now Doran.
I don't think he can get... Oh, can he flash my husband? No, he doesn't have it. Yahoo, good idea with the blast cone. Yike was clearly not on the same page.
Yeah, and good from Busio to get onto Faker there. And again, as a Camille, you are going to live and die by who you get on top of when.
Yeah, I'm aware that Faker and Carrier played very well later on to that fight. Yeah, the double stun was really nasty. I completely agree with that. However, realistically, the game losing play, not the fight losing play, is Yike not going over the wall.
Yeah. Like if you because again, if you're gonna go in, because as Alex called this out earlier, right? Like yes, Camille is gonna go in, but the thing is, you then have to have the immediate follow up, and it's just.
In fact, I'm actually gonna just do this real quick, by the way, just because like. Oh no, sorry, wrong thing. But like, you look at this, right? Like you have to go over the wall here. If you don't go over the wall, instant death. Basically, and like the double stun is really good from Faker. It is because that stops the follow up. But anyway, we'll go back to back to game. But yeah, you have to go over the wall. You have to go over the wall. Otherwise, it's just instant death. You know.
Yeah, and again, like KC's comp is fun, but it lives and dies by did Camille.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that right clicking that did that. My bad. Sorry.
basically Camille and Kiana, you live and die by those two going in together, right? You live and die by that combo being dangerous, and that wasn't it there, bluntly.
I thought that right click wouldn't change scene on OBS.
I would have thought so too, because I would have thought it would bring up a drop down menu. That's
yeah,
fine.
my bad.
He's getting more of our faces, which is obviously a great win for all of you.
So I still have it as like, oh, hang on, that's not bad. Oh, okay, all right. I don't know why Paze is there. He is very dead.
That's a Jackie love.
There's legitimately no reason to be there. Your teammates are nowhere nearby. So, I mean, gold is even going late game now.
The Holy Trinity have been caught in mid lane, randomly far up. Jackie love, Pace, and Ruler. Yeah. Kallista's actually a little bit bad on that 2 points. I think every AD carry's been through it at once. Blake, by the way, thanks for the follow, appreciate you.
Which is critical because he was, starting to fall behind a little
Just
bit.
understand that I never want to meet you in real life because I feel like, I feel like that'd just be very unpleasant to...
Hang on, Kalista, we were just talking about getting caught in mid lane. He has some...
Okay, just about it, okay, yeah.
Luckily it's no bard ult, but I do think there might be a Q flash coming. There's also no cleanse for KC. Oh, it's Edge of Night for BC a second, by the way, interesting. Because that means that the Syndra stun can't pick you out of the air now.
That's actually really astute.
I mean, you get, obviously it's a long cooldown if you do get tagged by a random skill shot.
I mean, she will get in.
Yep.
Just being taken down, but he does have the last whisper. So just went for as much flat AD as possible.
Oh, yeah, Lucio. Oh, they missed a shotgun. Does it matter? No.
Oh. I mean, at the end of the day, Sammy, it's like a support Camille into 2P.
Yeah. I mean, this is the deal of. I mean, I mentioned this earlier, right? That we'll hit a point where Camille, you are still a support Camille, and you will just get one shot.
I mean, it's still 1v2. I mean, to be honest, even a top lane Camille will probably die in that situation because it's.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
but it's significantly easier in Camille supports.
This game should have been so much easier for KC. I don't even feel like T1 are playing like the opportunistic plays well, but KC should be playing this so much better. That's the thing which is really frustrating.
Like, why are T1 giving these windows?
Yeah, and this is like probably free Baron with the Camille down now.
It goes back to that game 1 again. It's like, yes.
Well, Yike maybe has a flash. Oh, he doesn't have a flash play, but he maybe has a big play in here. Well, that's not bad.
Okay. Oh, bloody hell.
I think his W was on cooldown, so he couldn't get in actually. His flash was down as well. Cannon? Oh, okay. Oh! Sterex is good there. He maybe just dies.
Yike, mate!
Wait, he was trying to follow up on Cannon. That's actually not the worst idea. He just doesn't have ult.
No, I know. I just thought he was going to die. Is the honest answer? I thought the water was coming.
If they get that big play there, they get Mountain Soul for free. If Yike dies, obviously, they might still get it. There's resets coming in quick from Baron. Gragas is still dead, so no top laners.
Paze is here. Paze is not there.
Paze is just leaving this. Yeah, I guess they realized that with the chunk from Canna from onto everyone, they have to reset, so there's nothing they can do. Okay, they get Soul.
Then they need to. This needs to be a Baron that does nothing.
Oh wow, hang on.
He TP'd in for this. Yeah, him turning up has got himself killed. Okay, well that just invalidates the Baron.
At that point, Faker just shouldn't TP. You know.
So what was the call from T1 there then?
Well, Paze is pushing top lane in here. If they can keep them from backing, it's good.
Yeah,
Kiana's dead. I think Kiana's just dead, maybe. Oh no, teleport in from Cassio.
But then again, that means there's no one back. I mean, there's a Renekton there now, but I don't think Renekton wins a 1v1 right now. That's really good from Yahoo.
Kerry has flash, has ult 5. He actually might have been able to eat. Ooh, okay. Ooh, he's pretty gnarly.
And Canna did make it back to deny the Caitlyn. There's a cask to get some space for Owner as well, but I think
okay, do KC win off of a Mountain Soul now?
I think they might, you know.
T1 really getting hurt pretty heavily here because they committed so much to go for the Baron, but
I can still see worlds where KC lose fights to the way that Kallista's playing right now. Kallista's really not impressing me today. I think his Ashe was pretty good at spacing and then obviously just kind of entered a couple of fights early and then, well, the one fight early and then I think it's kind of exploded. Yeah, he's doing pretty well though. Credit to him.
Yeah, he's just picked up Leandries as well now, which really stings.
T1's team fight coordination is better. It is, but the thing is though, like, I feel like KC are making like some obvious mistakes, which is why I'm focusing on them really, in terms of, quite obvious glaring errors. It's the start of the tournament. Some teams will obviously be coming in much less strong, but I guess T1 can still win a... Oh, they want to get the Edge Knight off, right? That makes sense.
But it is that Mountain Soul.
Has to ult, yeah.
Careful, everybody. He has a lot of HP, by the way. So he's gone for like 4 HP, I'd say.
Nymaera. Yeah, they're all. You're right. You're absolutely right. They are, aren't they? Yeah.
So he has probably an extra 1,300 HP, I think it is.
Just gonna die, like so incredibly.
Yeah, he'll have like 1,300-ish extra HP because Rylai's gives like 500 or something. The others gives you about 300 or so. Oh no, Rod of Ages gives you a ton, right? Oh, way more than that then. Sorry, yeah. Well, Rod of Ages gives you a ton. Yeah.
Kiana's at a point as well where like half of someone's health bar is an ability. And no one's really got armor outside of the...
Battle Pipes Gragas, by the way.
Yes, yeah, second item as well, actually. Which is quite nice for a Caitlyn, actually. And a Wukong, for that matter. Caitlyn just picked up a GA.
I don't think that saves them.
I think she needs Serpent's Fang last.
I think you need Bloodthirster. Don't you?
Your Q is back up.
I think otherwise the shield's going to be too much. You're right, Bloodthirster would be nice, but I wonder whether it might have to be a Serpent's Fang.
I don't think you hit enough people for it to AoE apply, which is the problem.
Yeah, true enough, but...
I mean, maybe Wukong. I mean, Wukong's not a great lethality champion anymore. You don't really want to do it onto him.
No one else can build it, I don't think. And someone has to, I think,
I don't know. I'm not sure it gives you enough value this game, sadly, even against the Mansol. I just don't think you AoE apply it enough.
The one that has been struggling a little bit in comparison to his counterpart, 6-1-6 for Yehu on this Cassiopeia. I think the Snake
it does say a lot that KC, even with the mistakes, might win this game. I think that their draft, I think their draft is good. Their draft is good. I think their draft last game was good, and then it's randomly flipped early.
Yeah, I know you said, I mean, obviously now we're into the game a bit more. I know you said you kind of preferred T1's draft this game.
No, I didn't say
rather you said it was more even. You said like you preferred T1's draft relative to last game for them.
Yeah, like I thought it was more even, right? Hang on, Busio.
That's really nice. That's really nice, pace step. Ooh. Does it matter?
That's really... Mansol diff. GA's not bad, actually.
Okay, GA's everywhere, but there's going to be Caitlyn trap issues.
Oh, both carries are alive.
Yeah, but you've... Oh my god, and now Battle Pipe issue. Battle Pipes.
Good body block. You just burn body block for him.
Doesn't matter.
Actually fucking lose that. How the hell did I lose that fight? T1 are just way too good at team fighting now.
Yeah, and honestly, GA, the Tempered Fate bought enough time for the GA to come up after as well.
Very good battle. Very.
It shows you why the defensive Bartle.
Yeah, that Bartle's insane. That actually loses.
That is an insane Bartle.
That's so.
I want to.
So funny, man.
Right, guys, I'm gonna tell you now. We're gonna come out of this game. We're gonna listen to Azale waxing lyrical about Carrier because he's absolutely right, and then I want to look at that Bartle in slow motion because it was so good.
Didn't collect the wave. Yike's alive. I actually wonder whether he should just wait until Yike was up and tried to combo.
Yeah.
Well, turns out they just got out team 4. Not gonna. I don't think Fake was fantastic this game. Just didn't. It wasn't really about him. It was mainly about like carry and pace team fighting. Doran very good disruption too. Okay, let's go look back at some of those things immediately. Go right back to. Okay.
I would request the cool last fight with the Bartle, please.
Yes.
Operator.
Okay. It's about here, right?
Endlessness. What do you think about that? Oh my goodness.
That was an insane old fight.
Y'all, it is deja vu in day 2. Another game.
Owner MVP. I think Owner also had a very good game in general. The Wukong was legitimately very good.
It's the T1 Magic Kobe.
Oh man.
That was very good. So it comes just after this, right? Because Busio goes on like an extended flank towards bot side.
So it starts with Busio looking at pace. I thought this pick on the pace was a done deal, right?
Okay, but no okay, so how quickly do KC's carries get in position? Busio's not in a bad spot. Doran's out of position to disengage. He's looking for him, but he can't do much. He's collecting bolt wave. Okay. So he gets the stun there, but no one's in range. Phyllis misses, ease forward, misses a Q. Yike goes... Wait, does Yike have Edge of Night? He does. What blows his Edge of Night? Well, everything really, because he's just in range of it. So Yike makes a big mistake. You can't fly into the Bartle. In fact, if anything, you actually flash on the Bard. Especially since you have Flash.
Locket's timed super well. The ult from Kiana does nothing.
Well,
You
yeah,
get one
and
GA
again,
and that's
remember,
it.
Yike has flash in this fight, goes into a Bardol, and then immediately dies. I mean, the Bardol is really good, but also Yike should never be flying into a guy with GA while there's Bardol there too. If anything, he should go into carry. Instantly kill him.
Yeah, actually, I take it back a little bit. You did actually catch the Gragas and the Syndra, but to little avail.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? And Doran is, like, not taking any damage kind of crazily. Canna also, I almost wonder whether Canna should have gone higher damage too.
Look, ignore the 8 deaths. That's just how you gotta play Camille. You gotta
Yeah.
play aggressive, you gotta find the proactive plays.
I know that's how you play Camille, but also the early game was also not really good enough. I mean, after this point, the game's done, right? Because you just have too many people alive. You're too long range with the Syndra stuns and stuff.
Oh, if that Q lands.
I mean, it's out of range, right? I mean, even if it does land, I don't think it saves anything.
It activates Endless Hunger.
I don't think it matters. I think he still dies. Paze is still alive at Flash.
Yeah, and
Paze is still full HP with Flash.
It probably gives you another E. Oh, when does he get a second E up?
I don't think it saves much. It gets
it early, yeah.
I mean, Doran's still alive, you know, with E available. Very strong team fighting from Paze again, by the way. Paze very good, strong team fighting again. Anyway, we'll change back to this.
I think Pace has been exceptional this tournament.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the spoiler world. Go for it. I'm gonna go for a quick break. I think it's going to an ad break too. So we shall do that. Yeah, I mean, Doran didn't lose lane that hard. I think Canna's not actually exploded this game by the way. Anyway, we're going to an ad break and I'll leave Sam with you for a good.
T1 stacked up here. The control ward they have is
Yeah, they thought they were safe because actually this was where it still felt like a pretty okay game for T1. But then there's this ward that they finally spot it out and they go, oh dear, and it kind of goes wrong because they get onto Faker and gets locked down. That's the really good Kiana combo.
Oh my goodness, Yike with the big engage here with the follow-up from the ulti. All three of them just get locked up. Huge combo.
Yeah, Yike was insane, but also just like a terror in the back line. Kana had an incredible laning phase. It was accentuated by the dive that Lucio came up with. And in all of these team fights...
Mikhail's is crazy, yeah. I mean, exactly, to be fair, it's also, it's, you know, T1 are very, very good team fighters. Very, very good team fighters, especially if they have a lot of outplay tools, right? And they did. So that's great from them. I think that last fight's really frustrating. I think they're... Casey, like, this was the play as well. Like, Casey were in such good command of this game. Like, watch Kalist here. This is just not it. What are we doing eating into Wukong? What are we doing? You can literally jump into the Baron pit. You can go down if you have to, if you want to keep the fight rolling, but you cannot under any circumstances arcane shift into the Wukong. Like again, the desk calling it, Alex called it earlier. I'm saying it again now. You just can't do that.
For his team fight impact and just sliding in there, catching the enemy AD carry. That's what we know him for best.
Yeah, again, just one of those things that doesn't show up on the scoreboard. Doran, the unsung hero of this squad, given all of them are superstars. Then, speaking of superstar moments,
hey, thank you for the sub, by the way. Nice track. Appreciate you.
Why people come to the T1 circus, despite getting caught out and a fantastic flank by Busio, they outplay it.
The timing on the ult, just as we see Yike commit onto the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I saw the same pattern happen yesterday, honestly, yeah. But this is the thing, is that you get double GA, so the burst from Casey is somewhat mitigated. And then basically, on the other side, T1 are now in a really good position. You've lost the Kiana, you've lost the Camille, so your ability to go forward is gone. You've lost Canna, and then actually, you're in a 4v2. And yes, Yahoo and Kalista are good, but that slow from the barrel roll is horrifying. Pace still has flash. He's got so much damage. Really lovely. Flash headshot is just disgusting. That is some pretty disgusting damage, actually. Can I...
T1 is now at
yeah, that's
so critical, and so many times
that's tough. That's tough.
Like the duration of it, oftentimes people are like, oh well, is it really that great for AD carries because they'll just die when they get back up? No, they won't if they have carry in there to get you an exit path.
Yeah, well, yeah, because again, actually, it's a really good magical journey out as well. So basically, you get GA off Pace, but it takes a long time. It's not an immediate GA proc, right? Because Kiana has her ult. Not her ult, her Audacity kind of play when she goes forward with the E, interrupted by the Barn ult, which is really, really strong. You then get a Locket, which theoretically forces a bit more. And then you get the GA off. You get Wukong's GA as well, that's great. But you got neither kill, and it costs you Camille and the Kiana. So you lose 2 members to get 2 GAs, and then Kana goes forward to try and get the kill regardless. Doesn't. And so you've given up 2 GAs as T1 for 3 kills back, which is an insane trade. Like a ridiculous trade when you are down Mountain Soul. In some ways, I wonder whether just saying, cool, we will trade Camille's life for Caitlyn GA is kind of an acceptable trade. And you go, we got the GA, we get a load of ults, and we go, this is fine. There's no other big objectives right now. We've got time to trade that, and then the GA won't be up for the Caitlyn at Elder, at Baron. We win from that. I wonder whether that actually had to be the play.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed.
Sassy advert. Will EU and NA play in the correct lanes, Lamar? Yeah, I mean, legit, Renekton needs to flank and just flash. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Because the thing is, the moment you lose the GA on the Renekton, it's like, it's immediate Caitlyn trap. Into Bard stun, into Cinder stun, you die. Because you come back immediately into CC, James. There's just nothing you get to do there. It's a bad time. Also, put it this that way, Carrier has now played Pyke and Barb with his own skins. Like, we are having T1 just play their own skins right now. Slightly, what this also says is that a lot of the champions that made them famous are currently in meta.
Demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports.
You reckon Lumar's Bard is better than Carrier's? I mean, Lumar was a good Bard, but I would argue Carrier is possibly the greatest Bard player of all time at this point. Like, he's very good at the champion. Him and On are probably the 2 best Bard players in the world right now. Well, Barb was one of the only champs that Lumar didn't look horrific on. Post a certain point, very true. I should have been doing something, to be honest. I think we saw the majority of the stuff there. It's just the more I'm thinking about that last fight, the more I actually think you're all right.
I just slammed my ankle on the side of my bed as it came down.
Yeah, that sucks. No, what I was going to say while Alex is crying in abject pain,
that's actually really quite painful.
That's not great. I wonder whether, like, the moment that Camille goes in onto the Caitlyn, and you, like, I think perhaps you just say, look, we just trade the GA for Camille's life. And then you go, that's fine. Then basically you have GA down for the Elder or the Baron, and there's neither. And by the time one of the others up, Camille's back up.
Maybe, but it's still like 40 seconds them off the map. I think like the distances they were playing around just weren't good enough. I don't think at that point. All right, is there anything else you wanted to look at there? I guess that was the very early game, because again, just like the very early game just
was not great. Yeah. I've just got myself some painkillers. I'll be right back.
I have some here if you want them.
No, I'll need some ibuprofen.
Sure. Well, I have some ibuprofen.
Yeah, well, I also need to get some food if I'm doing that.
Well, okay, well, let's... Okay, well...
So let's go. Well, still in the kitchen, so I'll go there and...
Okay, because early game wasn't great, and they started flipping again. I just don't get why they've just... I don't think this flipping mindset is working for them. Because, like... This time they didn't have good level 1 wards. This time they didn't. There are a couple of, like, really obvious mistakes I think they made. So they get the initial kills. They get 2 onto Yike. Yeah, so this is the initial set of plays. So they get the double kill onto Yike. So then Yike has nothing else to do because he's cleared through. Well, bot lane jungle, bot side jungle's gone. Hey, thanks for the partner anniversary. It's basically the same as my birthday, by the way. And basically, he goes to see if he can contest Raptors, which I think he can do. So he gets Raptors for free.
I felt things drift more towards the KC direction. Yes. Now, KC need to try and transition that into destroying a next.
Oh. Now they're feeling the pain that CL felt yesterday, where you're like, hey, we're winning.
Huh?
We're heading gold.
No.
We're gonna do it.
So he gets Raptors, gets bot skull, and then bot lane is in a fine wave state.
That's what I'm saying. It certainly
You can just double scuttle. You have a ward on red buff. You know he's going towards Krugs. You don't have to go bot lane. You can just top scuttle. How many years? Yeah, the partner's like 2 years, I think.
It's going to be interesting going into this next.
And then they just die in the 2v2. I just don't see why they have to do that. We'll go back into live.
The first, obviously, had a brutal game in the first game. And was put so far behind.
Okay, let's log back in for draft. So reducing. Wait, so they wait. So now maybe they want Gnar instead. Vayne tends to protect the Gnar, though I don't really think that Doran's Vayne's been that good.
Usually, a lot of times when that kind of thing happens, and you give pace
Nautilus
you are just
still Yunara Lulu, still Lucian Miller, which we've not seen at the event still. Oh, Varus is through. Okay, all right. Rumble's not there. Okay.
Grab a victory from the jaws of defeat, and they did it once more.
Oh yeah, Casey lost with Orianna. Shit.
Yeah, they did. Game 1, big loss.
Yeah.
We did see
Fairly Orianna never really got to do anything. They got a good shove level 1, that was about it.
So there is always that chance of it getting
says a lot that I thought that Casey would look a fair bit better than Team Liquid, and it still just doesn't matter. So Ryze gets through in, there's no Cassia, no Onivia.
Ryze Jarvan, oof.
You can maybe like, well normally I'd say you could like Annie Lee Sin or something into that, but obviously the Lee Sin's gone, the Kiana's gone, the Theory's gone. So a lot of like your assassin junglers are out.
Vice ban sets off.
So yeah.
Shinzao? Has to be, doesn't it?
Like Annie Shinzao or something, I guess.
Maybe Pantheon, but yikes, Pantheon's not on a great tear right now.
Yeah, I think just Pantheon's lost a bit of prior in general.
Because Varus has no dash, it can be really difficult. I wonder if Yehu would go towards his Azir. I know that is kind of like his ultimate comfort pick. That is the champion that he's kind of most.
Annie Shinzao, there you go.
But instead it will be Annie, so
then what do you do about this Varus? Because it is a flex pick. Still. In fact, arguably it's better top than bot lane now, I think. Because Poke Varus is dead, top lane Varus didn't get poke anyway, really. Hey, Montes, good to see you.
I'm kind of curious to see if
Ivan, hey, yeah,
we'll hear from T1 if they're going to grab a...
Hey,
oh yeah, sorry, we haven't been doing Fraud Wall today. Yeah. Fraud Wall is, yes, we can see the fraud. We haven't really added that much since yesterday, though. But it's still there.
Assuming the Varus is also rounding out the top side of the map.
I'll also say I think Doran's having a much better showing today.
Yeah.
Much better showing. Like Morgan took him to task. Canna's not really had the opportunity to.
Yeah. Maybe they just put the Varus top lane. There's no Vayne, no... Well, there is Narb. Did T1 ban out top laners? Because you can just chuck the Varus top lane. You can still Yunara Lulu. Although Yunara's not great into Ryze.
I mean, I was a Yorick expert, and it was the same, but you could hit E because it was targeted.
Lucian Milia. For the mid-game spike with the Shinzo and the Annie.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, if you hit E, you usually win. How about the
what a T1 1 bot lane?
It's a little bit different. You have to hit E.
And they're kind of pretty open right now. They can Sivir if they want.
Yeah, Zeri is one of that pays.
KC can't really... Well, KC could technically Zeri too, actually. Because again, like KC... T1 don't need a mobile AD carry because there's no Cataclysm to be worried about. You can Sivir for the spell shield. Does T1 want Ziggs?
Bit AP heavy then.
The thing
I wouldn't have personally gone for it, but KC banned it. I guess because Ziggs is okay at neutralizing Varus in bot lane.
And it would also give you a shot class combo, right? Like it's very easy to Ziggs out on Jarvan, to be fair.
Yeah, if KC want to chuck Varus bot lane, the Ziggs ban is okay. If not, I don't think it's that valuable.
Basically one-shot the maiden and get a fee stack off of it, which is not that fun.
You're into the Annie point and click stun.
Pro play answer that people love to.
So you want something that's either a bit longer range or has the spell shorter defensive capability.
I think the Rakan's actually quite smart, because Xayah Rakan would have been alright here into T1.
Sneaking suspicion.
I think it's...
Also, Busio does enjoy it and give you some engage, which I think you might also like to have follow-up with the Xin Zhao. I think that's probably quite astute. Yeah, I'm with you, Atlas.
Personally, I think you'd chuck the Varus top lane. Although I guess against the Jarvan and Yarick, the double terrain is a bit annoying. I think you still potentially just...
And just Lucian Milio for T1 then. I'll take the Lucian. Are you going to be forced to Milio in turn here from KC then to deny?
No, you just fight fire with fire, because Milio is not as good with any other champion but the Lucian. You can't cog Lulu. You can't do that because the Lulu.
Milio Xayah used to be a bit of a silly combo once you get the extend the feather range.
Even at that point, Tristana's Milio was better, but no, there's no point in stealing the Milio away from the Lucian. Not really, I don't think it's that valuable. You might just check the Varus bot lane just for laning pressure now, but if you do, then it's what, Gnar top lane, I guess?
Well, the problem is giving up the Milio means that you're going to really deny the Annie Shinzo value to an extent, but Nico's decent. That's a decent engage.
Varus Nico's okay.
Ice and Nico, and then you get the Varus top. Okay.
I think you lose bot lane laning phase. Ice Nico loses against Lucian Milio.
But you win top side pretty heavily, so if you can survive, if you play for top side and just say, okay, we lose bot lane, but that's kind of okay. It's risk, but I see the thought process.
It doesn't really matter that much, you know. They have.
Okay, well that would then not be that.
So you go the Gnar top, like I was suggesting, and then the Varus Nico ends up winning. Well, contesting bot lane much more heavy.
Yeah.
You still go Milio. There's no other real pairing with the, because now Nami's kind of gone. Lucian Milio is like his only pairing now. Lucian Nami's kind of been killed with the mandate changes. Well, they might change it back. Okay, we're gonna go to a quick ad break so we don't get ads in the game. So thanks for supporting us.
Once Gnar gets to early tier 2 boots, this champion gets so much move speed from hyper, from from obviously having the upgraded boots, and if you're even thinking you need more, you can go fleet, and then you have all of these move speed increases to be able to actually dodge the morning mist.
T1 draft.
And that is really, really big, because every time you post 6, if you dodge the E, then you're actually just putting damage into the maiden itself. And then
it's pretty even, I think. I don't think there's like a hyper. I don't think anyone's like massively one draft.
No.
Ryze can go towards top lane, which is very good because you want to flip a volatile matchup. Annie Shinzo's pretty good. Varus is a strong champion against a comp which doesn't outrange him very much. You do have Jarvan into Varus. Varus hates Jarvan.
And he's not great about it either.
Yeah, these, on the whole, thanks for the cheer, Monsters. Appreciate you. My hobbies include crafts, rage baiting, blade, and naps. Those are pretty diverse set of hobbies.
That's some good things to tell people with. Carrier's also finally played a champion he doesn't have a skin on. I wonder as well, like, so again, so I think the other thing is, I'm trying a different thought here. KC have got a really good one-item spike comp. Like Varus, Annie, Xin Zhao, all exceptional level 6 one-item kind of breakpoints.
Okay, let's watch level 1 wards. Level 1 wards are really important in this meta.
He is a former LCK player. You know, he has had some experience against Faker. You know, coming into
they're gonna be a defensive wall down, presumably.
He is 0-6 coming into today, so he is now 0-8. He has never won a game against Faker. And
I can hear the Carmine Core fans.
Series as well, so
okay, heal for the extra auto attack. Often healers use the extra auto attack. Kalist.
This is just a lot of biffo. There is the barrier out of Kalist. Pace still has his, but no heals remaining on either side. This is getting explosive here.
Nice double W.
Kalist Busio 2v2 has just not been good today.
No, it hasn't. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, Pace and Carrier are an exceptional 2v2
even,
minute, but
you know, the Camille last game where like Busio flashes the level 1 to not get that much value and then dies later on. I don't think Busio's been great in 2v2. I think Kalist had an awful day. You know, the Ezreal team fights last game were not good enough. And it was like shifting into an ulting Wukong, not good enough, bet bluntly.
Yeah, that was very poor.
Jungler's going top to bot. This time nothing interesting's happening. And look, Pace Carrier are a really good 2v2, but Kalist Busio are the best 2v2 in the EU.
Yeah.
He actually might die here.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
just to make sure the Busio is out of there as well. This is Pace
That's tough.
In vintage domination mode.
Yeah, that is beautiful form.
Mid lane's fine for Yahoo, but
I remember, I think I'm right in saying that Carrier was pretty excited to play with Pace. Obviously, they're good friends, but also because obviously I know like Carrier really rates Pace in terms of his ability.
I think
to play
basic
some
Carrier
very aggressive.
picked him.
Yeah, basically my understanding was it was Carrier's call. Doran gets the last. Oh, that was important. Last right's grasp, Brock. Might still be dead here. Oh, nearly Canna. Hang on, Grub. Hang on, Ghouls. So he's alright.
No. It's like a level 1 ghoul. It doesn't do that much damage, mate. Yeah. It's level 1 ghouls. They in fact, they took a lot of damage away from his ghouls over time, too. Like, yeah, his ghouls aren't much of his damage anymore. Comparative, anyway.
So Carrier does it early.
They're more consistent, the ghouls, but they don't do as much damage.
Available for Pace. So it's just these little optimizations that are just so smart. If they both flash, Kalista is going to flash there anyway. It doesn't accomplish anything. Look at the buy for Kalista, by the way.
Okay, Owner's off vision. He's got a free play. Good clone. Both junglers just clear. It's fine.
A tough day in the 2v2 for them in general. And Owner is now down here with no flash on Varus.
Yeah, Yike is here as well, though. Going for a little
Kalista do not be having a flash. Not bad from the Yike. I think they just lose anyway, though. But then that flash doesn't provide anything, really. Yeah, okay, T1's early games are looking better now.
I think
in this one, anyway.
Would have made the mistake there of actually EQ flashing, and then they would lose out on the flag and drag damage.
Yeah.
It was actually critical to flash first in that situation. They needed the additional damage there from Owner, and he knew it. If the jungler is there,
I think this is a bit doomed.
He's looking great.
Owner's got 2 kills already.
What happened with Owner? So I missed the second. Where did he get his double kills? I just want to go bend the
bot lane. Killed the Icon Kalista.
KC can win from that spot. And it's just these little optimizations.
So basically, Varus without flash just kind of like walks back into lane and dies. I just think the bot lane is just not and they're gonna die again. And now they're just too far behind and they're just gonna start chaining anything. Baker's got Ghost. Yeah.
Oh, can we have a resync? It's just suddenly desynced.
That is just enough to keep him pushing this lane, and T1 close to a 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's a really good run from Faker. So he's actually been playing Rise like this very aggressively over the last little while. So gets a very nice combo on that one, and I mean,
but things went so bad so early. So here's that earlier play. Like I said,
Ghost
has no flash. It's not going to go.
Yeah, that's tough.
Flag drag, so he gets that full damage down on.
He'll be close enough, I think, with that.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Reading the play, it just didn't matter because Owner got his full damage out.
I don't know. I just don't think you ever win that 3v3 because they're baiting in the 3v3, being like, "Wow, we can win this," and it's like, well, you actually don't because Kalista has no flash and he's going to lose most of his HP to Jarvan. This is a really bad series from Kalista.
And Busio also just with that really awkward face check that these are 1v1 for...
Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah.
And then the wave's in an awful spot. Kalista looks a little bit broken there. That's sad for him.
Definitely not looking too happy.
This matchup is just unplayable in terms of a just KCVT1 team matchup. It's unplayable if bot lane's not a factor.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Busio had a good 2/3 of the game last time, but the first third was poor again.
And and it wasn't in lane.
Yeah, well, well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, again, that first third was not, and again, I think pretty much every early start... Oh, I think that's a good solo.
Q's up on cooldown.
Oh, nice. Okay. Fake gets away in mid lane just about. But yeah, okay, well, Dawn with another solo death against him.
I don't think Canna's been playing that badly.
No, really. I mean, it's not like what happened yesterday with Morgan, right? When Morgan was got like 3-4 solo kills against Doran.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see the top lane again because look how many minions are there. That was like
Azel's calling it out, right? That's a lot of minions that's lost.
It's like a double wave loss.
Triple, I think, actually.
Shit, yeah, maybe.
Because
well, most of those are okay. Most of them will die to tower, but not all of them. He's probably lost about
so it's not just the solo
5 minions, maybe.
The first death is often not as big of a deal in top lane, but when you die with no TP and the wave is at your tower, that can be.
At least the wave was so big, not all the minions died.
Full level.
Yeah.
I could only kill so many.
But he didn't have TP, so he still ends up losing a lot of XP.
Yeah, he's a full level down right now. It's crazy, actually. Full boots for Canna too. Cull cashing in. It's such a shame because Canna, I actually feel like, has been doing his job. I just don't think the Kalista and Busio have played CVT very well at all. And I think that KC's early game plans around bot side have just not been good enough. The problem is, like, you can't just shift overnight from KC to become a top side team. Because I know that Canna is the carry, but realistically, they play their macro around bot lane. Yeah, really.
But hey, if you're watching, MSI, you might as well get rewarded for it. Azale, head over to lolesports.com after you've finished work, log in with your Riot ID, and watch live for a chance to earn MSI 2026 drops. And Isaac, you can do that. Maybe just put your phone over to the side or something like that. You're not allowed to do it while you're working, and I'm watching.
Hey, it's great game, great series today.
He's been super. He's been the most consistent member. I think we've seen.
Oh, hang on. Oh, Doran Dude doesn't have flash for like 10 seconds.
He does have some ghoulies
Okay, okay, I guess you just rely on Canna. You just rely on Canna.
Yeah, and it is Canna's now.
You know what? I know that KC, like I was talking about them, oh, do you switch to being a top-side-centric team or whatever? That's in sense of the macro, right? Realistically, when KC win games regionally, it is mainly about Canna, in fairness. When KC struggle, Canna is also the guy that just does big bits. Which is why when they didn't go to Worlds last year, it was because Canna fell apart, basically, in that one series versus Fnatic.
And then it's like, I remember how they beat G2. It was a Canna Gnar incident in the river that won them that game. Bree that got them going to first stance.
Yeah.
So now he did summon it up. He's going to try to reset that wave because he needs to get it in to Crash. And he will be able to do that because he has that power of the Maiden. You can see him backing up now to try to preserve its health. As Owner is up here on that top
Right. It is just all on Canna, isn't it?
Good job with the bear, scouting him out.
He's cashing in Cull. He's got teleport still. It's a full level up. Well, more. He's actually just above a level up. It's like level and a half right now. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty nutty. And the steel caps early as well. The moment that Cull cashed in for Canna, he is going to be such a beast.
Also can't see like progress on quests, but because surely he's like well up on top lane quests, so his XP is going to be pretty mad. Problem is, Mega Gnar versus Milio, like, it just gets instant cleansed away.
And there's a lot of ways to, like, play keep away here with, like, Jarvan and Ryze and Lucian stashes and some Mega Blaze Kick. And they also, you have Cataclysm and Cataclysm 2 pressy on Yorick.
All the summoners available and the Breath of Life. You would have to be really on point with your engage.
I think there is a weird interaction with Gnar and Yorick where I think Gnar can stun Yorick on his own E when normally he can't be. I'm not sure.
Don't believe that's the case because Yorick doesn't
get. No, he walks through stuff. I would say he doesn't. I think there is a weird interaction because it still counts as terrain. I'm not sure.
Don't know if that's the case. Does anyone actually know that? I'm not sure about that because it kind of like counts as terrain for you but not for them.
I mean, exactly. So I'm trying to remember whether that's the way it works or
not. Bad.
Ooh, Shinzao doesn't land.
He still has flash anyway.
W other.
Yeah, they are just 2v3ing.
I got no mana as the thing from base. Yeah, Breath of Life.
But where's Ona? Ona actually could actually dunk for a kill here.
I need to not get rooted. Ooh, nearly. Good heal. They had an idea.
That's a
he might actually be in trouble here. Yeah. Are we sure?
You know, I think they just have more stats. There's way more stats. Although they don't have. If they have mana illusions, it's like a triple kill here. Oh man. Oh, hang on, teleport from Gnar. Yeah, this is the Fed Gnar, but he hasn't spent yet. He does have like
shoot flash the flag. It's okay. Ooh, go on, base.
Oh my god. Okay, where's Canna going?
Okay, Ona probably dies.
He still has hop.
We got Mega.
Oh, he got a
not Mega dead. Blaze kicks. Yeah.
He just had his E cancelled by that too.
Yeah, Super Mega Blaze kicks. Yep.
The thing is, like, if you're gonna do that, you E first and flash the hop, and he gets his back cancelled.
And Faker is dead. Okay, gets the Rune Prison, so should be back. Oh no!
All right, fair play, Yahoo. That's awful for Canna. And like, realistically, it's because bot 3v3 is just completely sprinting it again.
He gets the push in the wave.
Oh god.
He's gonna get a plate.
Faker thought he was going to be able to trade that back with the Rune Prison and didn't quite have the turret hot enough there.
I think Canna misuses his skills. You E first over the wall, then you flash the Blaze Kick because you are aware that you're likely getting disengaged.
Just knowing his
Paige, that was sick though. That was so good from him.
Because if you E first as a Gnar as well, you get the attack speed for the kill. How do they get away with nothing now, man?
So, I mean, I want to see that replay from Paige actually, because he managed to get so he gets the kill onto Busu, E flash double auto onto Yike inside the Shin Towel to get the kill. And I think Yike might have already burned his ultimate, but either way, he still just gets the second one there. And what completely undoes Canna's whole flank angle. Doran, he's possibly dead here. He's okay, just about fine, yeah.
Because Mega Gnar's just gone down, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because Kana had a very optimistic Gnar, that he threw the ult over onto Owner, but Owner was already out of there. And if he had his ult there...
Faker's got Merc Treads at least now, which I think is why he was sticking around under really, really low HP, because he wanted Merc Treads so bad. And I get it into the matchup, but still, slightly tough. Lucian's going to get first turret.
He's on another level, man.
Congratulations to Owner, who has now moved to third.
Paze has really changed as a player over there. There you go.
That'll be international wins. International wins, because he hasn't played that many MSI games.
No, I think he has.
No, it's international wins.
Oh, it is international. You're absolutely right. I take it back.
Yeah.
There you go.
3 players on T1.
What? That literally 4 out of the 5 are like Zeto FGK.
Yeah.
Right.
More World Championships than like everyone else combined.
Yeah.
You do play some games and win some too.
And
Faker is like actually double anybody else on the list, basically.
However,
that's mental.
so the thing is though, like Faker's won a lot of those games, but it's because he's qualified for so many MSIs, right? Because he's and he's only won 2 of them. He won 2016-17, but he's won none of the others. So even though he's got a lot of wins, because he qualified for 15, 16, 17, 19, and then 22, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
So he's qualified for 9 MSIs, lost, only won 2 of them. But obviously he's qualified for 9 of them still, and got very far into the bracket.
Oh, there was a Mega Gnar used there, by the way. Did that? Did we get to see the stun to the terrain there from? Because actually, we might actually have an answer to that question I asked earlier.
It is a good basket to have. It is the ultimate comfort champ here for Kana. We'll see if he can get something done in this game. Busio just playing towards that lane, gets up towards the top side, does get them a kill, but even with the 1.4k gold lead that he has, they are so...
we didn't get to sit into those.
It's back into Nico. Okay, fair enough. Yep. That's what we were looking at, guys. We were just seeing whether it was a thing on the side. Thank you for looking, Alex. I appreciate you.
So hang on, how many has Faker been to? 20. Well, you don't count All-Star. 2015, 16, 17, 19, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, 9 MSIs for Faker, but he's obviously won only the 2 of them. So Callista's got Shiv, which is a really strong point of power for Varus.
Oh, Kana? Okay, he's fine. Yeah.
It's like,
I think they might be able to punish Yorick again. Just like again, there might just be an angle to say that we just hit Yorick as many times as possible.
Like, Kana's dropping a top wave for this. I think Kana's feeling quite pressured to do stuff because he's the only player with agency.
Yeah.
I think Yike Callista have had bad games, man. Even with Yike getting fed last game, his team fighting wasn't good. I mean, he had that one really good ult.
Busio's in so much trouble. Busio's in so much trouble.
Okay, they get the dive. They're losing top lane turret for this though.
They lose both bot laners as well.
Why is Cliss pathing there? Why is Cliss pathing there?
And now actually it's going to put the solo lanes in a potentially dangerous spot. Are they not going to chase
getting free tower top, but why is Cliss pathing there?
He's going to interrupt both. He's just here to keep them all. That's 3 members being... Like 2 are dead and 3 members distracted.
Even if Owner dies, it's fine. The resources gained are far better. It doesn't matter that T1... It doesn't matter that he dies. It actually doesn't matter. Faker is getting 3 waves top in a tower. He's just denying backs. Like, it's something for KC, but it doesn't really matter. Because Faker... He's got like 3 waves into top turret and the full tower.
Yeah.
Because KC committed everyone.
And like they feel like they have to like kind of have to just overforce to get something done. It reminds me of the TLT1 game because like I know they mentioned this on day 1 of the broadcast. They mentioned like Pyosik almost won against T1. Like it seems like that, but obviously I've WOD reviewed that. If you remember back to that Worlds 23 game where Pyosik just popped off first of them, realistically T1 were just farming wall waves, and the first time they ever 5v5, they had the XP advantage. They won. So even though they gave up kill gold, they had so much XP advantage, it didn't matter when it came to the team fights.
Gold anymore, and you can see in the Coinbase, Gold Grind pays very, very far ahead now.
Game 3 yesterday, Faker was his 100th MSI victory. Jesus, okay.
Down 40 CS, down a bunch of kills, down a bunch of plates, down everything, and it's going to be the strong members on KC's job to try to deal with pays.
It is a huge problem when Lucian can stat check you as a Varus. Varus should not. Andrew went downstairs to get some. Croissant, I believe. Croissant. Yeah, if Lucian can ever stat check you as the Varus, your game is just kind of over. Hang on, flash for the. I don't. He's taking too much damage already, I think. Ooh, stun's not awful. Good kick. Very good kick from Carrier. Okay, not bad.
Okay.
Faker gets
He's
got flash and he's got Ghost Run.
Oh, okay, Boosier's gone too deep. There's no follow. Yeah, Faker might get out as well with the run. He doesn't. So they do get Faker. So they split off there. Well, I mean, Boosier means they can't get to Faker to defend him.
He would have died anyway. And I think because they were just two opposite sides of the fight. But Busio wastes his flash for that, no?
Yeah, Busio dies, but being able to get flash.
You mean, to be fair, that's fair from Brazil.
But like, watch at the end of this fight. I just don't see any reason for Busio to go in. Kiehu also misses his his W rather. Good kick. No, it doesn't contact the wall though.
Yeah.
Maybe the angle's slightly wrong. I don't think it cancels it. I don't think Busio needs to do this at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs to do that at all. Just leave it at that point, you know. Oh no, sorry, his flash was already down. So my bad. His flash was already down. But yeah. I don't think he needs to do that. I don't think there's any way that Fake is like being supported by that. It's just like a free kill.
I mean, well, yeah,
it's like, considering that KC were like the 5v5 late game team fighting team in EU, that's what they specialized in. Like, their team fight coordination does not look good.
Yeah, I wonder whether that's why they feel like they have to play for the early games. Like, actually, shit, we can't win the team fights.
Happy doing it yesterday.
Well, yeah, but again, can you do it against T1, I guess is the question.
Well, clearly early game's not working, so I'd go back to try and test it, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Like, throwing 3v3 is not how you win games.
No, that's true. So you know what's better than losing gracefully in team fights? Losing really hard 3v3 bot. They do get Dragon Stomp's whole point.
I mean, yeah, I mean, bot lane's not been good enough today.
No, it's not.
Lucia's been fine. Even then, he's not been great. He's been fine. And that's like quite like loosely said, really. I think Kanna's been their best player. Yehu's actually been pretty decent on the whole. Yehu's not really putting that much of a foot wrong. Credit to him. But yeah, I think that Yike list not great. Busio I've still got some considerations there too. Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. But then like this is the thing, Varus has like one play which is throwing out ults, but then melee ults just on cool.
Okay, interrupt on Doran here. He's possibly dead. Oh, he's got to flash out. Okay, that's something. So I tell you what's the interaction I might have been thinking with the which made me think about with an art. Kiana can stun Yorick off his own wall. So Kiana ult does trigger off it. So it's really weirdly coded. So I went to go look it up. And Yorick main's saying, look, it's really, really odd and very, very inconsistent. Because it's strictly coded as a minion and interacts very weirdly with wall-based abilities. So it used to be that Stride Breaker allowed you over the wall. In a way it wouldn't with everything else. Back when Stride Breaker gave you the dash.
Yeah. Because weirdly Vayne could... There was like a bug where Vayne can tumble over it as well.
Yeah, so again, it's because it's kind of one of those ones which is strictly a minion being coded out, or being coded as a minion, as is often the way with League abilities. See Talia Wall and how it used to break late games because the minions would be spawned with the ult with overload systems.
The way it makes sense in my head is, does it interact as a wall for Yorick? No. Does it interact as a wall for the enemy champion? Yes. So if the enemy champion needs a wall, it works for it. But if you need the enemy to contact a wall, it doesn't.
Yeah, so that would make some sense.
So Poppy can't wall send Yorick because it's not a wall to Yorick.
Yeah.
Kiana can ult it because it is a wall for Kiana's ult.
Yeah.
So for me, that's the way that logic works.
That would make some sense. I'm saying again, it's one of those ones where I'm like, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Because I could see it being one of those really weird edge cases where it goes the other way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not a wall for Yorick's team.
Yeah.
So like, if you need the enemy champion to contact the wall, like so if the Yorick can't be slammed into his own quote unquote wall because it's not a wall to him.
Yeah.
Whereas stuff like Onivia, Jarvan are a wall for everyone. So,
but the thing is weirdly Kiana ult still slams him into the wall. He's so dead. Yeah, get in mind.
Yeah.
And realm warp. Oh boy.
They do have Parasol. That's actually not bad.
From the Annie. Yeah, Annie just got to double stun.
It's straight into a Varus.
Oh, and they get paid as well. That's Baron. That's Baron.
What have they done? Hang on. Whoa. This is what T1 are meant to do. But why would... That was an awful realm warp.
I would love to. Yorick wasn't even there, by the way.
For free.
What?
This is crazy. The realm warp there was.
That is an awful realm.
Yeah, like genuinely, they thought they were clearly going to just jump on Kalista. They did not track Yehu's. Where did Yehu come from? They must have known he was there, right?
What? You get vision of the landing point for Ryze ult.
So. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, sure. But I think where was the Annie when the ult was?
Everything available there.
That's something else, man.
So the Crescent Guard throws him straight into Annie.
Okay, well, watch the replay here. In fact, we might actually bring it up on the replay again.
So the Annie's a known quantity, surely.
Yeah.
So nicely for T1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good play here. Busio just gets locked into the Cataclysm, tries to flash out late to try to get on pace, can't do it. Oh, we win.
Well, they don't spot. Well, I don't know. They know everything. But yeah, they should know everything. And it's also a 4v5 because Doran's not there.
Yeah.
But to be honest, Doran's not really a factor this game anyway.
So it was a 4v4, like they blew up Busio to begin with. So I see that going on. But yeah, that was poor. That was really poor. And again, it's just a really easy double stun for Annie.
Yeah.
Into Kana being there with the Black Cleaver Trinity Force.
Especially whenever the Kana would pop off the head of Busio there. Okay, I'm actually not going to go back and review the replay. I've got it queued up on the side so I can watch it whenever, but that actually might win KC the game.
It might, you know.
Because T1 are outscaled again, I think, with this kind of comp. Just because the Gnar is so damn strong now.
I mean, to be fair, Rise is a thing.
And Annie's not bad in this kind of comp either.
Jarvan over Shinzao later, but again, I'm 50-50 on it. Kana might not have the most fun there. There's going to be an angle behind.
Okay. Faker is might be speed. Oh, hang on, they killed the cat. Killed no. Okay.
Yeah. I think Faker with the Seraph might be alright to get out here. There's no additional stun.
Oh,
no additional stun. No additional stun.
He was wondering if he could just kill him straight on.
Got flash off Yahoo for that as well.
Man. Well, Faker has done many a side lane escape before.
Yeah.
That was very scary.
So they get Baron off of it, but they're not actually going to be able to use it because I don't know why Canada is pushed up in mid lane.
He realized, hey, this could actually go bad.
That actually gets you soul point as well, and it breaks the Baron.
But I don't get why KC are making flimsy errors like, oh yeah, by the way, let's just leave someone isolated versus a Lucian.
Yeah.
Like, even if you're really fair, Lucian Milio kills anyone on the map 2v1.
Yeah, they had to barrier and flash ult from Milio, but luckily that gives Pays a monster shutdown.
But like, it's worth it for T1. It's not about, for me, it's not even about the shutdown. It's just about the Gnar is not using the Baron.
Yeah. Well, so, like, also, Yahoo doesn't get the kill on Faker, and so you end up with both solo lanes completely taken out of the game.
However, obviously giving 1,000 gold shutdown to the Lucian is
not
terrifying,
great, yeah.
Obviously, but like even if that wasn't the case, just killing the split pushing Gnar when you have Baron, that's like,
yeah.
As a split pusher, you need to have Baron.
Yeah, again, you've got Baron for because again, Yahoo went back to live with Faker, you lose your other split pusher, so it's basically 2 lanes taken off the board, and you lose Dragon Flight. And again, what you get? You got 2 plates on the mid lane turret. Oh boy, okay, nice to do SST out. Oh, this shut out.
That's not bad from yeah. Okay, well, it says something that T1 can win a game like this potentially with Doran being 0-5 and kind of like straight running it. This is a blind. I don't think Doran can afford to blind pick, man. I don't think he can afford to blind pick this tournament. Okay, great from Pays, really slick combo. Can't do that, Kana, man.
That's lazy. That's a recall in the mid lane.
They used to be called the OGN recall.
Yeah, okay, and Yikes had the ult now as well.
What was the J4 meant to do there? Trap Yike under turret. He didn't quite realize there was a Krug for him to dash out to, though.
Yeah, so theoretically the Shinzao is dead, but basically he had the Krugs aggroed, or someone aggroed the Krugs, he could dash to them. Otherwise, he's done.
How insane has Pays been, though?
Yeah, he's been really good.
Pays is like, I think Pays will literally go. I think in some ways, him being on the Genji super team is kind of bad for his reputation, because like Pays was like the butt of the joke, where it's like, oh well, you know, he's the weakest link of this team, and he kind of was. In fairness, if you think about LCK Spring 24, he was the lost condition. If you think about that playoffs run, he had to be carried very hard by Chovy, who I think peaked harder than almost anyone else has ever done, ever.
There was that Kaiser ult versus T1 in one of the finals, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and then obviously MSI, he then turned up. But I mean, Pays in MSI, then Summer, not the Summer Finals, that's when things fell apart again. And then obviously going on to JDG 25. Pays has been nuts individually. I think that this guy, like, he's had to be, you know, compared to like Ruler, who then switched back into Genji, compared to like Guma, obviously with Guma's like international success at Worlds, players like Viper with first stand, blah blah blah. Like, Pays is still going to be an all-time great AD carry at this rate.
Yeah.
He is. Like, he got a pentakill in MSI 24 finals. He's been main carry on a bunch of teams he's been on. Best Zeri potentially of all time. You know?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the other thing is that, like, I think I started this conversation earlier, and I think there was a fight that interrupted, and I kind of forgot at the time.
We already know
Hayes' character and style of play has also really evolved, because he was initially the, I'm going to be a team fight carry. I'm not going to be all that exciting in the early game, but I'll turn up with 3 items on Zeri and win you the game. And you're going to go, oh, well, you know, he's just, you know, got these incredible players around him and he's just team fighting well. You know, that's good. You know, he's a good player, but it's like, is he really that special? Is he doing anything that Ruler couldn't have done? And I think actually, particularly since his move over to JDG, actually, his ability to play for these absolutely psycho early aggressive moves has been really exciting. Things like the Lucian have become more synonymous with Pays than necessarily just the Zeri stuff, which of course you can still do.
Kalista as well was a huge thing. Well, Kalista was a big thing even back in 24.
True.
I think like he bucked the trend of like just being that was his champion he used to do that, and obviously destroyed like Elkanon in MSI 24 finals when. As the international, even just on
the breath of life is sick, by the way.
Dyke has just been very ineffective.
Oh!
Good flashback, great flashback. Look at Pays' spacing, man. Pays is too good. Yeah. It's not coordinated from KC. It's not, but Pays just breaks their ankles.
Yeah, again, like...
T1 have just won a game 4v6 because Doran has made Cannon to double the champion he should have been.
And that's a 10-1 and 7 Lucian. Because on the other side, Lucian is double the champion he should have been. That is not a normal Lucian scoreline.
How are T1 able to win with a 0 and 5 top laner, man? That's so funny.
Both bot laners have 100% KP. That tells you everything you need to know about this game.
Well, we'll say, like, obviously the game 3 not great from Doran. Other 2 games more than fine. This last game was like, okay, not great. But like, I think KC looked really mentally rattled this series. I think that Canna felt overforced to make plays. I think Kalis, with like you look at the cams, he looked really dejected.
He looked pedestrian today in a way that actually, like, we never saw. Did I see Kalis have a genuinely good game?
No, not this series.
No.
His Ezreal was bad in team fights. His what was in game 1? The Ashe obviously made the huge mistake early on. Okay, let's go look back at this play which T1, because I know this is like not as relevant now, but I do want to just like look at this at least. So this was like the what speed do I have on? We'll put on 0.5. So this is the play where T1 made the mistake. So Bucio dies unceremoniously. Not great. You get vision of Kalist. You know who's there as well. He's on full vision. You don't know Canna's there. You know everyone's here. Like Canna's not even Mega at the start of this.
The fact that Annie's able to get a double stun off there is really not good.
But like T1 have full information of this.
Yeah, like at the very least, Annie should only be getting 1 stun. But like the fact that you give the double stun on top of it being a really precarious realm warp is not good.
Don't have much of an option though. If you've got Tibbers, which is a very large area of effect, even if you're like almost opposite sides of the realm warp, you're having issues there, right? You're either like not in combat range or you're giving a double stun.
I mean, it was just overplayed, yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you, Angie. Very sweet of you.
Class on number 1. Class on number 2. Thank you very much,
we live upstairs from a bakery. Love you, Angie.
Very excited.
Everyone say thank you to Angie. She's getting you croissants too. Just check your mail. But yeah, so then that's the play which goes well, and then Canna just dies a couple of times back to back.
And so much trust in each other. Pays,
replay of that. What else are the other big moments? What do you reckon?
The Lucian play mid onto the nah.
So this goes well, but Ryze is still pushing top lane for free. Yikes coming back out onto the map.
Canna's TP bot and the death in the mid lane onto the first death on the mid lane onto the Nah.
This is fine. Oh yeah, so what's happening here? Because this is when Canna dies. They have the clone, they push in heavy bot, they recall the Annie. There is no reason for Nah to be this far up. Your Annie is in base. Yeah, well, use this thing. Your Annie's in base. Your Nico is heading bot lane to support a 3-man push. This is just poor 1-3-1 skills. Or 1-1-3 technically in this case, but... that's a huge... I mean, this is also partly because no bot lane in Europe would play like this. You don't get pushed like this by a bot lane in Europe. No bot lane does this. None of them are good enough. No. That's one of the stylistic problems of EU, actually. They're not good enough for pushing bot lane leads, really. Well, no, that's not true, but they don't push it in the way that... They don't push it in that kind of way across mid lane, right? They don't fight across mid lane as well as other teams. And that will get them punished against, LPL teams too. Although I doubt they're going to be able to play them now at this point, because they're probably getting knocked out. What else goes wrong for them? So they lose their split pusher in the heat of the Baron. push, which is a real shame.
If I can add one onto the playlist, just if we could do a slow-mo of that last fight where Paze glides on him.
I was just gonna go into chronological and just scrub through the end of this game. So this is where Casey went from having an okay point, whatever, not great from Ono, but whatever, short cooldowns at this point in the game. So then does it kind of die again here?
The recall.
No, oh yeah, because he's recalling an award. Yeah, he recalls an award. But does he cancel this back here? Oh, he doesn't have empowered recall. Then Lucian just dashes over and kills him. He doesn't recall on the control ward. He recalls on a ward elsewhere. In my opinion, EU has the weakest bot lanes of the top 4 regions. Well, we might see Team Liquid versus KC. I think there's a chance that they're better than NA. And DCG are also, by the way, there are, well, it's not, you said top 4 regions, actually, fair play. Yeah, so what happens after that?
Oh my god,
I think Doran makes it, I think Canna makes a big mistake not pushing the matchup versus Doran even harder. I think he felt really pressured to make plays because the rest of the map was falling apart.
Nearly every move he made to the rest of the team was not particularly effective, with the exception of the one to the Realm Warp, which was really T1 full sending it into the sun.
Oh, by the way, folks, we haven't done this for a little bit, but we do. Guys, but anyone, if you would like to sub or spend 50,000 channel points, you may, if you wish, put someone onto the fraud wall. We have an interview from Carrier, so I guess we'll listen to that. But if you want to put someone onto the fraud wall, we can do that. Hey, Naxa, thanks, appreciate that. Yeah, Paze is the way, the truth, and the life. Yeah, Paze is great.
This guy is on another level, isn't he?
Ooh, cheesy.
I'm gonna ham too.
Thank you very much. Since we are in Pageant, I have to ask you this too. Carrier, do you like bread? Love bread.
You want to move Messi and over slightly? The problem was the request was to put him as far into fraudulent as possible. So,
and his name's not that important. Who is he again?
Can Casey win game 4 playing like, well? Yeah, of course they can win game 4, folks. Yeah. Yeah, they can definitely win game 4 now that they're not playing League of Legends, you know.
With this win, you guys moved one more step closer to the bracket stage. How do you feel after taking down KC? KC is one of the strong teams, and they have a lot of...
Turn camera off over here for a bit.
So we were looking forward to the matchup, and I think we were able to have a great game together. And then in game 2, KC led your Bard through. How did it feel from your side? Honestly, my recent Bard plays was not up to the expectations, so I wish other teams also let it through so that I can practice Bard a little more. And T1, the game was going back and forth, but the team fight was the key to success. How are T1 always able to turn the game around with team fights? We had such a great comp, and in the mid to the late game, we all know what to do, how to play out the game in order to get the win, so I think it's a combination of all that. And Carrier, this is your 5th MSI. Compared to when you first stepped onto the MSI stage in 2022, what do you think has changed the most? Back then, I really wanted to be the GOAT support, but right now, I can say I am the GOAT support itself. And just one more win, you will be heading to the bracket stage. What kinds of mindset and ambition will you bring to the next match? So far, it was a double elimination format, so I was not too scared, but next one, we have to lock in, you know, one loss and we're out, so we're gonna lock in. Thank you very much, Carrier, and please give it up one more time for the GOAT support itself, Carrier. Thank you very much.
And Yike actually is going to get dashed on by Paze. The Crescent Guard.
Oh man, what a depressing series from KC. That's just like not playable in that much, you know. I feel like the level of team fighting doesn't have the same back and forth in EU. Yeah, the coordination from Casey was really, really not great.
It's too late for KC in this series. I think this one's over.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built, dreams either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow!
I'd honestly like to see how KC fares against WE. That would be fun. Yeah, KCWE would be fun. I mean, as it stands right now, if they play like they do right here, I think they get a bit blasted. Yeah. Alright, so now we get DCG Team Liquid.
This is salvation.
Okay, I'm tired as heck, folks. I'm tired as heck.
Welcome to Arcane. Now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the real Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
Yeah, the next series shouldn't be too long. The break between games has been pretty short so far. Okay, I'm gonna put on an ad break. I need a coffee as well. Well, this one is probably more interesting, I guess, because at least with like DCG TL, we have two teams which both kind of got blasted yesterday. I hope that DCG at least shows fun gameplay like they did yesterday too. No, this is in Daejeon. This is in Korea. It's in Korea. When they talk, there's a staticky noise. Yeah, it's the AC. We have an air conditioner in the background because it's we get it's crap from the feed. Is it actually that, or is it yeah, no, we have air conditioning in the background, so that'll probably be it. You listen in? No, it's the AC. Blade, I trust Blade. I reckon it'll be just that. No, I appreciate it, folks. Thanks a lot for looking out for us. When it gets cooler, it should be fine.
On Convention Center for day 2 of the mid-season invitational. Degon here alongside Ox, Kobe, and Raz. And yes, we're getting the signature moment, but this might be one of the last moments for one of these squads as loser will go home. It is Team Liquid Alienware versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
How you doing, Kobe? My palms are sweaty.
You know what? I'm steady. I'm calm, Raz. You know?
I mean, if Team Liquid lose this, it is very bad news for them, right?
You calm, Degon? I'm a little nervous here for Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Degon's got something on the line, too. You know, he's still NA.
I'm nervous for them because I feel like NA's coming in as favorites, but we'll see what
You notice how he said
here.
them, though. He's distancing himself from us already!
Relove Deep Cross Gaming's roster here, Florin, Pop9, Hung Swole, Fung, and Xiaoxi. They did not have a great start to their MSI debut here.
You have to win a game,
game 2.
And game 2 was super rough.
Yeah.
And I think today, even though a lot of people favoring Team Liquid, getting a game, it's so rough to go to a tournament and immediately lose your series and go out. Not to win a game, though, that feels sore. So just a strong start is what I'm hoping for.
A lot of questions got to be coming in from the LCP community because it's like they're just not playing themselves. Yes, game 2 looks...
Okay, So funnily enough, actually, so what Raz just said there about like LCP not playing themselves. So funnily enough, I think Vestian and KMT disagreed with that actually. They're saying, oh, they are playing the ow, but that's really hot. Ow, yep, that would be T. That makes sense. They were playing themselves. They just weren't good enough, basically. Oh, sorry, this is TL. Yeah, but yeah, for DCG, I think that actually
They're also going to be defending Spawn here because Spawn was getting some really weird comments basically about because basically he was saying like because he was talking about mentality of actually if you crack under T1, make one mistake against T1 and go, oh, that's it, we're done. You can't do that against T1 because T1 thrive off constantly asking questions and punishing the mistakes you make. That's what they do. We saw it in the early game against KC where KC make a move, be proactive, and T1 go, great, well, we'll challenge you on that because they challenge you on everything. It's T1, it's what they do. And then what happened when it went wrong? Well, they just snowballed against them. You've got to let it go a little bit and you've got to play a little bit loose. You've got to play with a certain amount of freedom because if it gets to you, it's done. And people saying it's a loser's mentality, and I'd say, no, it's not. It's an underdog mentality, sure, but you are. And that's not to say it's not the correct mindset, because actually part of this thing is let go of the fear, play like yourselves, and don't sweat the small mistakes because they're gonna happen. And actually the worst thing you can do is go, we made one mistake, it's done. Especially against T1, who do that against the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, I don't know, I want to see if Pop9 can just do some fun stuff. I don't know what's happening with, like, I haven't asked, like, Vestian and KMT, because, like, you know, I need that, they should also be, like, allowed to do their own streams as well. However, it would be nice to catch up with them, team secret wells and stuff. When we can.
Is tough, and I think if Coach Spawn is having a conversation like that, it can be dangerous for the squad if they don't bounce back. However, there were conversations had.
No one expects you to win unless you just push and send it. I think that will be helping DCG today. I think if Liquid start losing against DCG, that is like obviously not very good for.
Yeah, that would be a bad time.
Yeah.
Has Shin been picked every series so far? He's certainly been contested, right? Jarvan's been the one that's hit the ban table more.
Hey, it's Dragon's casting. Who's he joined by? Dagger, I guess, if he's on the team?
so.
First to take to the stage. It was a rough day yesterday, but optimism, I think, in the Team Liquid camp about what we're going to see today. Hoping for
I think Shin's been played in most series so far.
That shouldn't surprise you. It is indeed Dagger.
Reload DCG. I got in the same boat. Like, this was a team that came in with a lot of hopes. Obviously, only just getting promoted to the LCP this year, and they haven't quite.
Yeah, DCG have been around for a little while because they were playing in PCS, but they didn't make it to LCP first off.
That's what some of that felt like, and we can see them kind of have that performance that they're known for domestically.
And I'm hoping we see a lot of the same explosive kind of map play, maybe some of the dominant Lee Sin performances. Pop9 very quickly earning my respect in that first game. The second and third game, obviously, significantly harder. But there's a lot to be optimistic about, I think, for both sides. Despite the fact that neither of them were able to...
Shame. Would have liked to watch DK versus KC. Would have been very fun. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll get that one day. I mean, to be fair, it's... There would have been some very weird drafts and some very interable moments from DK, who are a wonderful team to watch for that reason. I enjoy watching them, but they are kind of. They have seen what KT have done, and they've gone, I think we can one-up that. Like, in like every facet, like there's no point. Like, always be excited for DK, but the reason you are always excited for DK is because they are Schrodinger's team. They are both exceptional and truly heinous in equal measure at any given moment until the superposition has occurred.
Okay, so do we actually get more than a 3-game series? Because like this is one of the things about doing a play-ins with just the 4 teams like this too, is that I think it's quite easy to get wildly varying strength in seeds. Yeah, we haven't really had a close matchup yet.
It's only one team that goes through, isn't it?
Yeah. I think we've got okay timing on this. Looks like it's vaguely.
Like, am I right in thinking it's just one team that goes through?
Yeah, just one team. Yeah, it's just likely it's T1. No one even looks close. I mean,
and then BLG get the joys of drawing.
BLG will get T1 as well. Yeah, insane, right?
And I think it's a well-earned respect.
Be a fun matchup. I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad we get that matchup, but it's wild that, of course, that's just the way that seeding works as it is, right? You alright?
Yeah, just a bit backsliding a little bit. Not too bad, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think DCG often at their best when they have these very straightforward.
Okay, so DCG are they going to be allowed to get Lee Sin, basically? Let me just check the old...
You're surprised that Ori hasn't been banned more? I think the thing is, enough nerfs have happened that people think that actually Orianna is beatable in a way that she used to just be... She used to do everything. She used to win you early, get lane into everybody. She used to have multiple build paths. She used to be super consistent in team fights. And also scale well. And also be quite annoying to bring down because she had lots of ways to save state depending on builds, and you could build her aggressive if you needed to. There's just very little she didn't do to an 8 out of 10 minimum. They have nerfed her early game enough that I think people are sort of saying actually the Orianna lane destruction isn't a thing so much anymore. So she feels like she's still good. She's still good, but she is not S tier laner, which I think is probably like
you feel happier to Akali into it now than you were before.
Yeah. Like again, you'll still lose level 1, 2, 3 pretty hard, but after that it becomes a lot more doable.
Like right here, you have a Jarvan. You can just Orianna and then like Bard just insta dies.
Yeah, but as long as I want to do that,
I think getting Rumble's pretty insane.
That's fair. I mean, it's just going to be Quid going Ori then. I think you get Shin Ori's fine as a combo.
Well, you could go Rumble Orianna.
Oh, well, yeah, so it's R2. Yeah, sorry.
We talk about the hot pot, Rob. You as an LPL caster, you know this combo better than anybody. The Rumble and Jarvan together is a terrifying duo.
Yeah, it's very strong, especially if you can try.
So when Team Liquid lose, what happens to the NA scene? I mean, if they lose, then that's quite a damning result.
Bad, yes.
So they get Cassio instead. So now if you pick the Ori on the other side, you're... Well, no, I think Cassio's okay versus Ori nowadays.
I think especially if you land that first Q as a Cassio, yes, you have to take the risk to get that Q land. But if you hit it, you can just out-trade the Orianna these days.
What do you pick into Cassio that doesn't get dunked on by the combo? Orianna is also, I mean, so the Akali is also kind of risky here. You get hit by 1 Q and your laning phase is very, very difficult. It's about as good as you get, I suppose.
Yeah, and of course, the thing with Akali is got your mobility, but also your W makes you relatively hard to full combo as the Cassiopeia, because obviously you can't E the Akali in Shroud, which is fairly important.
Quickly recognizing they don't want to give
Hashtag we go deep.
Deep cock gaming.
Swear to God, man.
I've got so many good clothes. Deeply clogged gutter is also
deeply clogged gutter. DCG, also known as deeply clogged gutter, are a team from the APAC region which are famous for their poor plumbing.
It's because they shit on those fools.
Oh God.
It's because they couldn't handle all the liquid. It's actually how you phrase that.
Camille Pike. Camille Pike bans again. You still have Nautilus threat from Xiaoxi. I mean, Nautilus is really good Rumble too. And it's very good versus the Akali. I think this is screaming for like, to be honest, Sam, I think it's screaming for like a MF. MF Nautilus.
And again, I think we are going to start seeing this trinity, aren't we? Of the Camille, the Pike, and the Nautilus kind of being slightly different ways of doing very similar things.
If you go Renekton into Rumble, you're okay, but it's not.
Oh, is it the Yasuo that's been popping up here and there?
It doesn't work into the Rumble very well, though. Ornn's okay. Now, what the Ornn does is it dissuades an MF a little more. You can still Caitlyn from... Oh, no, you can't. Wait, what do you even do there? Jhin, I guess? Jhin bot is okay. It's okay versus this team because there's no hyper tank.
And you also just get to stay away from Cassiopeia and Rumble to an extent, which is nice.
You know what? Actually, Zyra Khan not too bad from DCG here.
That potentially then... Oh, I mean, Varus is up. Varus.
Oh, true.
I mean,
Varus is banned into Ornn on one side and Jarvan on the other.
What I'm saying for Yorn, I think...
you can go for Jhin and take it away from Team Liquid.
But you'd have to do that into Ornn.
But you have to do it into Ornn, which so that's not horrible. But Jhin Rumble is really good, and you have Cassio for DPS. It's not, again, the worst spot. They might go for it anyway. Zaya's good into Ornn. The duo is okay into Akali, but not exceptional.
Yeah, and I imagine it will be this.
Yeah, I think Xayah is probably the way forward. The only thing is, I think then Yorn considers a Varus and feels like, oh, this would be a bit. I mean, I wouldn't hate Callisto. I mean, not great to Ornn.
Jhin is risky because if you fall behind, you have again negative damage profile for him. But at least the Cassio is good.
It's Jhin again. We know how much they love that.
Scapegoat around that.
Yeah, and I think when you see the...
Okay, so the message goes like this. How are you feeling about Team Liquid, brothers? KMT, Kevin replies, Team Liquid are about to lose. I say, hashtag we go Jeep. Jhin gets picked. I hate DCG.
And then both me and Alex have typed simultaneously, Jhin.
They just took a shit on a beautiful cake with the Jhin. What a wonderful way it was.
So it does become a little more difficult for a farm to have
deeply cooked gaming.
Deeply cooked gaming.
Team Liquid, you can see they kind of just set up for a very strong front to back with this iconic claim for flank. And when you look at across the lead of DCG, a lot of that is dive with the follow-up from the Cassiopeia and the Jhin. So if that could be disrupted, I think Team Liquid have a good shot here.
And really surprised.
That is just so
That's just excellent. Oh, dear me.
Quite as much attention as it did in any of the domestic.
Oh my gosh.
But really, you know, TL set up with a pretty dominant.
Please not Hex Optics Rapid Fire Jhin again. Yeah.
Especially today. See if he can kind of level up, not to what we saw domestically.
I think Stormrazor is probably the right call.
Years as opposed to just this.
Is Calm absolute dog? No, I didn't think she was that bad, but no one's picking it at all, so maybe, I'm not sure.
Thanks, Fairy Tale, and appreciate the sub.
Oh yeah, by the way, if you do want, you can put something on the fraud wall if you want. I'll note it down. Duro also has one as well. I'll note that out.
Yeah, again, guys, if you subscribe, you get to add people to the fraud wall. Alex, what is the fraud wall?
The fraud wall, I'll show you briefly, just because we're loading into game. So if you want to know what the fraud wall is, we just rate players throughout the event, and if you want to move someone or add someone, you can do that. So, yeah, like, whoa, the fraud wall, you can do that. Anyway, we'll go back into it, but there you go. Anyway, let's get into it.
All we know.
Is Casey there already? No, Casey aren't there. However, free spot. Because, yeah, I don't know.
Teams are allowed to be put on?
Because, like, the thing is, I expected somewhat Team Liquid to get blasted by T1. They gave me some hope, and then individuals kind of threw it. Kami Core also gave me some hope with their drafts, but then just... I can't believe that the people that, like, fed so hard, like jungle and bot lane, were typically very consistent in regular... They just didn't, you know, lose 3 TVT like that, you know. They are technically best TVT within Europe. But like they've been blasted by T1, it's not even close.
And I mean, obviously, I know there have been points where Hans and Labrov have been tested, and Hans and Labrov have also been good, but it's been, on the whole, Kalista and Boosie were just so good across the majority of the split.
It's not bad level 1 for DCG, actually.
Bonus AD scaling, I think 30% taken off a full charge Q at all ranks, right? So early on, it's not going to be as important, but
yeah, and it's going to be, it is lethality Varus.
Oh, that's why they're talking about it, yeah.
Varus, though, I think with
well, you can't play on here into a Jarvan.
And you can Serpent's Fang this game and feel okay about it.
We saw what happened to Kalista when he tried to play on hit Varus versus the Jarvan last game, right?
Wondering if he wants to try and make
like, I actually need to see people flexing the Varus top.
Yeah, I agree. You need to escape some bad matchups. So, I mean, I actually don't mind playing Varus top into Jarvan because you can stand and fight.
Oh, actually, got a question then. Yeah. Why don't we see the Varus top build as a bot laner?
We do. We still shift up and stuff like that now.
No, I know, but like the Hexplate builds and stuff.
We have seen it both bot lane and top lane.
Yeah, I know, but like when we see it all the time top, but like bot lane, I think I've very rarely seen like the Dusk and Dawn kind of shenanigans.
In bot lane?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's because everyone was playing lethality.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, so my question is actually why haven't we seen people go? If that, I think that build is probably superior with the lethality nerfs.
Well, it's really hard to get in range as a lower AD, lower
All right, Flowers, let's go.
As you say, I think a lot of their
Come on, TL, don't let me down. Oh, Flowers, mate, you gotta hope.
Yeah. The miasma from Hongsuo to try and keep people locked.
Yep, lock is global bound until they figure out. Yeah, typically champions aren't allowed in pro for a couple of weeks just to figure out bugs and stuff. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Flash, but now you're playing flashless Jhin into Jarvan, who will have like a minute to use flash like flash ult after level 6.
I'm curious how Jose Dioda responds to
Yeah,
this.
T1 swept. T1 swept.
Yeah. Not again with some of the same issues we have seen. Like, I think T1's draft were better today. Like even that game 1 draft, like it was risky, but it was also like I saw how that team won. I will say though that we never got to see it pushed because the early levels were so poor from Team Liquid's. But still, I think people like Pays and Carrier and Owner in particular are on excellent form. I think Fake has been fine, just not really the key of the team. He's been kind of not the point of power. Doran had the one dodgy game, but otherwise was pretty good. Again, the team fighting from Doran is still excellent.
Yep, no, his team fighting is still really solid.
They had a good Jace game, to be fair. Like the Jace laning phase being as dominant as it was good news. They actually did become additionally
It is kind of a bit of a trade though. Like DCG are playing heavily for Pop 9 here, but it does mean Fong
oh, hang on.
So
Copland dies here, maybe?
Yeah, he does. Jose just about out. Oh, poison. Is that enough? Oh, yeah, the burn! He's got it.
Gets the last team. Oh, if Jose falls behind, it's really bad for Team Liquid.
DCG make it happen. Everyone
Jose the Dodo.
Morgan
Extinct, you see? See where I went with that?
Pinging on towards Yon. He's a little overextended in that bot lane. He still has no flash.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, he doesn't have flash.
He's gonna be able to walk away. Pop 9. No wave here to force the tower.
They do actually drop off a number of minions to just press a 4th shot on the Varus and put that out there.
Yeah, call him Jose Do because that stinks. There's no Dio.
It was a really big gamble, but this is the thing I love about watching
I'm
DCG is
just riffing here. We'll workshop it.
No, I'm not gonna workshop that. I'm gonna go. That's great.
All right.
And I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna put it aside and I'm gonna pretend it never happened.
Hang on, Jose doesn't have flash. He's actually a little. He could be a little bit vulnerable. Oh wait, no, there's no rubbing. Okay.
Call him Jose Do, because that stinks. You see, he doesn't have any deer. See, I think it was brilliant.
Thanks, Sam.
Really original thought from
They get the Raptor steal. I guess because Miasma down, they feel like they're kind of free to go towards this. But like, everyone's in range to follow up. Sometimes people are just in range to follow up. That is yeah.
I feel like I need to get that over like a waterfall background image. You know, Nymaera 2026.
Sometimes people are just in range to follow up.
Right next to Michael Scott, you miss all the shots you don't take.
That will, like, you know, people die when they're killed.
Yeah.
Emir from
yesterday. I feel like a little bit of a false start, but I won't, count the chickens before they've hatched. Yeah. We've seen good early games from DCG. It's that transition into the later stages that we're still waiting for.
Yeah, I do think though this is a much stronger showing though, because yesterday you could kind of see in game 1, even though
also bot lane has been okay from DCG. I say that they're currently 30 CS.
Yeah, they dropped about 5 to 10 CS to get a full shot onto a Varus with no way for diving. Ooh, okay. Okay.
Like I said, they're gonna have like a minute after level 6 to flash ult. I said it like 4 minutes ago. They're gonna have like a full minute to use flash ult from Pop 9.
And that is true. However, did you really need to drop a wave in order to get a 4th shot on a Varus with no additional wave diving before this? Like you could have made this play regardless of that.
Good team. Is that just breakfast team?
I think it's that or yeah, I think it must be. Yeah.
AG. IG. Happy birthday for yesterday as well. G and I share a birthday.
Also, happy birthday to G-Sun, who also shares your birthday.
Oh. Was he have G? G-Sun? I don't have a G. Sorry.
You're just a G.
Well, I'm not. I am the OG, perhaps.
Yeah.
Fong has to be really careful about walking forward here. Yon at the very least.
Yeah, I mean,
that's true.
I can't believe KC looked like his discoordinate in team fights.
Big experience discrepancy.
I am surprised Core JJ didn't try and play heavier on this mid wave though. Or sorry, in this bot lane, because you have no flash on Fong, and I believe they just saw Shousey reset, so might have been an opportunity there. But yeah, Fong will be able to start the wave.
Quids. Okay, he's fine. Credit to Quid, actually. It's very rare you see an Akali out CS a Cassiopeia. So I think Cassio might have dropped half a wave to get that kill onto the Shinzan, but still, credit where it's due. Though again, Quid's issue yesterday again wasn't the laning phase. He laned relatively well across that series. It was some really dodgy mid-game decision making. So I will say again, the Akali dropped a lot of CS, so maybe that one was a bit problematic yesterday. But he went for the Akali into Fake Orianna, and that was a bit tough in terms of like being 80 CS down is not great, to put it mildly. Even if you do get a number of kills.
Like if you can start to roam towards
Okay, so now the question is, can DCG just make sure that like Yawn doesn't? Well, no, it's I was about to say, oh, Yawn doesn't become an issue because obviously it's working out well in the laning phase. I'm like, I don't think new poke Varus does enough, does it? After the nerfs, I just don't think it does.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, it's utility, but you want this Akali to be giga fed. I worry about the damage post two items.
Pop9 just missed smoke. He missed smoke.
Quid?
Quid just got his RT charged up, so he's fine now.
My little... That is sick. Oh, Quid's out, but the rest of the team is having less fun. Oh, equalizer. Okay. But they do kill Pop9. Okay.
That's only 1 for 1. I was about to say, that's actually not bad for Team Liquid, given how badly that looked like it was going.
Yeah, Quid got out and didn't burn Flash to do it, by the way. Quid still got Flash. And you got Pop9, so you know that's not bad at all. Yeah, I agree with you, Dagd. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Exchange, ultimately 2 grubs to 1, and
I'm glad the DCG are still all in for the fights, though.
Wow, Rob, you're so smart. I'm only saying that because you agreed with me. Just putting that out there. No, Dagda, that if you had said something different, I would have been mean. But you didn't. You said the same thing as me, and therefore, you're so great. You're so great, Rob. Clip that.
Elbow, son. You just elbowed my elbow, son.
Slap your L. Slap your bow. Slap your elbow. You don't get that reference. You weren't watching British TV.
No one knows that. I barely
remember. Selector.
Sam, I barely even...
I got that, by the way.
Of course, Pop9 still gets the rest of the camp, and Jose probably still sad to lose the Raptors.
It's brutal for T1 to be bunched up against these teams. This is the problem with seeding events internationally. I think that problem is there is such regional discrepancy that, I mean, realistically, top 4 teams of LCK LPL are at least even or ahead of Western counterparts. Now, I think that first seed from NA EU is typically done, I would say, about even as seed 3 from LCK LPL.
And like they can spiking higher occasionally,
yeah, for sure. But on the whole, seeding, you can't really consistently say at international events that LCK LEC seed 1 is as, you know, on the same level as like seed 2, whatever, from other regions. This is obviously seed 2 then. Hang on a second.
Jose's here?
I don't think he... Hang on, maybe he does win now at this point.
Yeah, that win becomes lightning. Florin's going to try and burn that down. Okay, 1 for 1.
Shinzo should win the extended fight. Is anyone else coming? Maybe
I don't know about this. He's got red buff and missed win.
Cassio's coming. And there's the wave hitting him too. Cassio kills him on the turret if she goes for it. Kali's coming up too.
1 for 1 on the top side. So on the way in. Quid
Flash.
to walk away. Pop9 flash
are we sure? Are we? Fun's dead.
He doesn't have cleanse, he's dead. Well, I mean, you chose not to take lens into a Varus. You somewhat deserve that. Bot lane might chain in there, we'll see. Fung is also watching British TV, I'm not British. Doctor Who is watched across the world.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you not have the BBC?
Most like wasn't even watched in the UK, it's all good.
Yeah, it's true.
That's a really good magical tune.
It was very specifically some of my childhood friends who loved that show, and so I just know that reference. I never watched the. I have never seen the original footage. I've only ever heard my friends talk about it.
Yeah. Oh, we might have watched it once. I think we watched it at sleepover once.
That was Cardinal Burns.
Oh yeah.
Paranormal Activity is all I remember from that one. I saw them live.
Really?
Yeah.
How were they?
They were very funny. They were testing out some material for the French. It was my but then they ended the show by basically saying because it's a sketch show, right? They've got different characters. So they basically started walking through the crowd. All right, and they went to the bar, and they basically asked for beers. And they said the bar staff's like, oh, okay, think it's part of the bit. And they went cheers and walked off.
Oh, okay. And this actually means it's a smite fight. Oh my god,
no
smites have
way.
been very bad. See, he missed smite on Grubs as well.
So you lose Dragon and lose a member.
Pop9 is, you know, the most important member of DCG, I'd argue. And he do not be having a greatish game. And also, he used Flash for that 1-for-1 topside kind of unnecessarily, so...
Having turned that jungle matchup, maybe they want a bit more as Florin tries to escape.
Doesn't have an equalizer. Nice.
Rocket belt. Yeah, Alex. See, you didn't know escape. You had the rocket belt there.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, actually, you know, I think that rocket belt was really good. You know what? You should build it on Alex.
Jarvan.
Yeah, AP Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan. I mean, in fairness, I actually did used to play AP Jarvan a lot.
Yeah, Lee Sin. Lee Song Jungle. Better shields.
Angie doesn't love playing bot lane with me because I play too many damage carries and I take too many kills. So I play Pantheon and go like 10-1, and it's just not a fun experience for lane partner because they don't really get to do much. I used to play AP Jarvan for similar shit. Oh, AP Jarvan was so fun. It was the Jesu Treats SK bot lane.
Yeah, that was it, wasn't it? Treats, because I know you were trying to half joke about it, and they actually did it.
Yeah. Yeah, my favorite doctor is, you know, funnily enough, I really like Christopher Eccleston, but Tenon is the best doctor, I think. Yeah.
It was the one I grew up with, right? It was Eccleston into Tenon.
And then I thought, like, I think the problem was, like, the writing after that point got a lot less, like, mature at point, or they didn't allow it to be as mature. So, because Blaze basically Blink and a couple of other episodes were, oh, you do not be having Flash. Jarvan, I mean, Varus hates playing into Jarvan, man.
Oh, nice timing. And it's a very dead Varus. Yeah, I hate it into Jarvan. You're right.
And the thing is, like, you can defend against a Vi that way. You can't defend it with the Bard ult. You can't do that against a Jarvan.
Yeah, because it gives EQ. Cool.
So whenever your flash is down on Varus, you cannot walk beyond tower ever.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. You just die doing it.
So top lane Varus can do because you get so much random damage and healing. You can do it anyway.
Yeah. It's probably why, again, I feel like those kind of Hexplate Riftmaker builds just giving you more HP to work with.
But the problem is, like, it is much less good wave clear comparatively.
Yeah.
Which means that actually clearing through mid wave and doing your standard AD carry duties is not as easy with the top lane than like the Dust and Dawn build.
But I think he's hoping that he'll be able to operate a little bit further back, you know, kind of an arm's reach away.
I didn't vibe with Matt Smith as much as Doctor, although I understand he was good for what he was. He just wasn't my kind of Doctor, you know. It's very different stylistically from the ones which I grew up with as much. I didn't watch as much of Capaldi either. I heard that Shidogawa was good but played with bad writing, but like his acting was good, you know. Hey, fighting for Herald. Many a team has died over a random Herald contest. Are they going to die over a random Herald contest? Oh, they are, yeah. I think they might be dying over a random Herald contest. Okay, so they get this, they can now battle Herald if they want. That's a not great equalizer. And Quid's actually into the backline. That's a bad equalizer. Yeah, for sure he has counterplay there, by the way.
Quid just
and Florin's just teleported behind. Well.
Oh boy. Well, where are we going, Florin?
He'll go across mid lane and try to escape that way. Bose has flash, he can probably just double flash.
He's also got a blue smite, right? So we get speed up through bushes.
He'll be able to flash double even with that.
Well, yeah, but my point is he's going to catch up regardless. So because he gets more move speed, and that's that. Can we speed up the? Can we resync the video?
Yeah, noise in the background is air conditioning. It's been really heat wavy, so yes.
Yeah, we can probably also mess with the compressor because it's very high output, and that's probably bringing up the level of the aircon background noise a lot.
Well, the crispiness comes from the input being high.
But no, that will be lifting up the aircon noise.
Well, we'll fix it after. But the actual audio quality goes down if you put the input higher.
No, I'm saying drop the output back up, and he said that would be less high.
So it means that obviously volume's gonna be lower, but hopefully it's still fine.
I think this is a really nice game for Morgan, right? Obviously playing against Rumble can't always.
Got room on the couch. Yeah, Karis, do you want to come in? Yeah, Karis.
Get in.
Karis, hop in. We can do that. Let me set up a call. You're around now, Karis?
He can just TP into your face and be pretty comfortable to impact without risking too much.
Yeah, but I want to highlight Morgan.
Let me start a group.
Shousey doesn't get the knock-up, but then gets the charge onto the wall for Pop9, which immediately gets the follow-up knock-up, but then they're able to finish off Pop9, which just turns the fight immediately, because that's the main engage tool down for DCG.
Believe this is the thing.
Trying to escape, but Jose Diodo was not letting him get away with that one.
Yes.
Believe this is the group. Cool. Alright, I hope because I've got like streamer mode on, I can't tell if it's the okay, cool. Alright, let's go. Let's go. This is cool.
Okay, this game has more of a secure control on the state of the map. Things coming in on the bottom side, setting up for another arena, another battle.
Okay, how's it going, folks? Sam will be speaking through this mic as well, you know, the old classic. So, Pop9 is having an experience. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Look, we're at pace with how this is gonna go.
Right.
I think the early game was genuinely really good, but then they just did the thing where it's like, well, we're 1,000 gold ahead, but what if we could be 5,000 gold behind?
Yeah, well, exactly. It could be worse.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've heard the various names for what Deep Cross Gaming really stands for. With KMT yesterday, with the full-chested "This is Deep Cock Gaming." Yeah, dare you to shout that one out on broadcast next split. We've also got Deeply Clogged Gaming.
No, it's Deeply Clogged Gutter.
Yeah.
DCG, also known as Deeply Clogged Gutter, are a team known for their poor plumbing.
Struggling with all this liquid, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, man.
I actually like DCG's draft. I think this is like a really good draft for them.
Yeah, we thought it was a pretty good draft too. I mean, obviously the Jhin is a bit sus into Ornn, but it's actually pretty good at taking it away from Team Liquid and pretty good with the Rumble, right? So it's like, of the Jhin picks, this is one of the better ones. Yeah.
I'm also like fine with putting Fang on Jhin.
Yeah. And he's all,
I mean, he's gone rapid fire cannon second to an Ornn.
Yeah, you just never do damage into Ornn with this build. I guess it's just because you want to hit everyone but Ornn doesn't really give you a choice.
Yeah, I also wonder whether Stormrazor first might have been the choice. I mean, Hex Optics means that theoretically you get involved in one kill and then you just get to outrange the Varus and the Akali, but that one's getting involved.
And a lot of that is because Team Liquid are playing very well around Morgan's engages and playing the front to back and kind of picking their.
I don't think I've had any other big takeaways from this besides just Pop9 just being psychotic, but that's just Pop9 really.
He's involved in everything.
Yeah. Okay, he's not been involved in 3 of his team deaths.
I mean, that's true.
He's only 4 out of the 7 so far. Oh, he's also been losing every smite, which is...
Yeah, has Pop9 won a smite fight?
Well, considering that Jose got destroyed by Owner on that yesterday, that's a good change.
There as well to spot out Jose, but
Al, can we resync, please?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Dominating. Backstep is good. Now looking for a little bit more follow-up. Knockback onto Shousey to get a little bit more. Lockdown from Core JJ is there. When's the last time you saw a jungler just walk in and solo kill a mid laner?
Oh, dear God.
Seeing it now. Core in the end.
Yeah.
Okay, we're about 15, 16, 17 on the time, by the way, because we're using clean feed. It's a little bit behind live, weirdly. Not sure why.
I think the idea is that then everybody's clean feeds are synced across the world.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just that it's behind the stream right now, so...
Yes, no, I know.
Yeah.
I think it's because because that means anyone who's using the clean feed is synced.
Well, typically it comes out before broadcast does. It works like that for it's worked like that for other clean feeds.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be because they'll have added in a bit of a delay to get like a ping delay to have everyone synced at the same point.
Oh, did you have a prediction for this series, by the way, Carrix? Was it just like live and pray?
Liquid
behind him,
Jesus. Okay.
No belief.
Yeah.
Understandable.
I mean, given how DCG looked yesterday, yeah.
Look, I'll pick up my Raging. Like, I think there are paths to victory here for DCG. I do think, like, Florin is a really good player. I think Hongshu's a really good player. But, like, the bot lane is just going to be a gaping hole. And Morgan is pretty comfortable displaying tanks.
Yeah, and he had a very good. To tell you what, he was playing the carries into Doran pretty well. I was surprised Morgan took Doran apart quite so heavily. And not that Doran's been a laning specialist.
That's Morgan.
Yeah. Well, Morgan's playing right now, right? But it was like I wondered whether we might see something there. Man.
No.
Who moved that wall?
Yeah.
Someone
Pop9, he will either win you the game or lose you the game. It's just the reality of this
I really appreciate a player like that.
Having spoken to a few people, I know when we chatted when Vestian was around, I just said like I don't really know about Brazil. Having now chatted to a few people about Brazil, like the reality is I think DCG is the worst team at the tournament.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I think because we saw enough of Furia.
If they can pick up some games,
Cup,
that's what
where, like Furia are actually a good team. Yeah, Furia are a good team.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah,
they're a good team. I just hadn't watched much of them.
Yeah. Like I think Furia versus Secret Wilds should actually be a really interesting matchup. That's probably,
that'll be fun. I've got a lot of faith in Secret Wales. I don't have a lot of faith in DCG. Like DCG,
as they were getting control on the top side.
I hear in part because Hawks collapsed in playoffs.
Well, this is the thing. I might get in trouble. Is that despite them coming second in the LCP, I think they're like the 5th best team in the LCP.
Hey, well, sometimes teams can just spike randomly for good series and a good players.
Yeah,
you know?
they massively spiked. Hawks and Garm
collapsed. Yeah, agreed.
And Garm took out MBK.
Yeah. And sometimes just like well, yeah, but there's that element of like
As we look at the Coinbase gold grind,
there's that element of basically, you know, like if you have a bad day and DC just have a good streak, it's like okay, we had two teams had 2 bad days. Okay, well that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And now we end up with especially because DCG plays such a weird style. Like, if you have a bad day, DCG will punish it quite well because there's a snowball of you. Ooh.
And look, they did genuinely play well in playoffs.
They did, yeah.
They were not.
No.
Well, Calcio did have Flash, chose not to use it, and has died horribly.
So, also, what's happened to Shousey? Because I'm used to Shousey in LPL and him being a melee support, Blitzcrank god.
He still is.
Is he?
Still
Yeah. So is it just that him and Fung are just a bad duo? Like, what's the deal? It's just Fung being bad, right?
Like being honest in a way I only can on a Go stream.
Yeah, Fung is not good. Okay, copy. Yeah, I mean that was kind of my read.
Shousey, like there was a game early in the split where like Shousey picked Blitzcrank into like Varus Bard, I think.
Right.
It was like, I just looked at it, was like, he's just going to go 0-4 in lane. This is unplayable. And then he like landed like 6 ridiculous hooks in lane.
Yeah.
I think, funnily enough, Vestian said something really similar yesterday too, because we were on call with Vestian and KMT for yesterday's series. Yeah, and it was a very similar conversation. It's like, well, turns out he's really good at these champions he's really good at. Who could have ever known this?
If he was struggling in the Enchanter meta, like he obviously just does not want to play those champions, but sticky one on Nautilus, sticky one on Blitzcrank, that kind of thing. Well, I mean, Blitzcrank's obviously really volatile, but like Nautilus and the like.
Also, to be fair, playing enchanters, to like, who are you enchanting? Fung? Oh, great. Yeah, that's gonna feel good. Like, there's also an like, we're like, okay, so what? That is just that's a bad. Even if Shousey's not great at them, it's also like you're never gonna look good in enchanters without being your background. Sure, you could be playing things like Seraphine and like having big ults and all that kind of thing, but still.
Raised eyebrows in that moment.
I mean, also like.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't like someone like BA. He picks like enchanters and then just plays them like his Nautilus.
Sure.
Like he just runs at people, but he knows his limits really well. Shousey doesn't have that.
Yeah. No.
BA is the best support in the region by like a
significant margin.
His longevity has been really legit, actually.
The TP behind. Quid's gonna murder them. Quid's gonna murder both. Yeah.
Obviously, we're focusing on the Apex side of this. Like, this has been pretty coordinated in terms of the approaches from Team Liquid. Like, I mean,
Tail's a good team.
They are. I mean, they just happened to play against T1 yesterday, you know? Where, like, they... Basically, Team Liquid were actually very good in their early game plans. I liked Jose yesterday. Their team fights were bad, comparative to T1, though. But it's just like, okay, T1, perhaps best team fighting team
in the world.
I mean, like, and I say this, like, even knowing how good, like, HLA and the other teams are. I think that T1 are held back by their drafts, and sometimes their solo lanes performing just badly. And of course, their early game's a little bit skewed as well. So they have a lot of negative factors, but if you actually get them into a late game team fight, very few people beat T1. Even like their
look, I know this is like the coldest take ever, but T1 just shouldn't be in this stage of the tournament.
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. Well,
like,
we were talking about that earlier too.
Here's the thing, right? It's like we introduced the AWS power ranking thing. Like we've got a global power ranking. Is it perfect? No. Is it flawed? Yes. Is it better than this? Absolutely. At least we have got some metrics to do a little bit of ranking of teams.
Funny enough, by the way, talking about being flawed. At some point a while ago, they were actually asking for like anyone like internally to give feedback on the power rankings and stuff and say, actually, you know, who do we think is underrepresented, overrepresented, what's weighed in the right ways and whatever. It's like they are adjusting on the fly, and like, but it would be better than just the problem I have with the power rankings is like some regions fluctuate in terms of power so violently within a split or within a year. I mean, obviously LCP being one of the big ones because they have a lot of financial pressure from like LPL to like, so they can't keep their best players, which was the case for Flash Wars, was the case for CFOs, Flash for, you know, the case for a lot of teams. But even for a team like LCS or LEC, if their top team disbands effectively or goes their separate ways, it takes like a full year to 2 years to build back.
Yeah, and Alex is right on that front in the sense that obviously the reactivity of the power rankings is it is a reactive system, right? Like you need to see results before rankings change. You can't do it preemptively. Florin is out, okay. But the end result of that is you kind of have to have these. You look at the rankings, you go, okay, that team isn't as good as they were 6 months ago. That ranking is wrong now. But I still think it is better than but it's still better than what we got. So I wonder whether actually part of the reason we brought in the power rankings, what I want to get around to, was theoretically to help seed for situations in tournaments like this, and we haven't used it to do that.
So I don't disagree with you, and I think from Riot's point of view, something like the power rankings are going to be your best chance at doing seeding. That it's never going to be perfect. In fact, it's going to be very far from perfect, but it's still going to be your best shot.
Yes.
However, like, the actual practical thing is, well, Korea and China are better. They should just.
However, they don't want to push for anymore. They don't want to risk it. Happy to get double.
Yeah, and
you have to say that.
But then the question is basically, because we were talking about this a little before in terms of like typically even first seed of EU and NA, probably more equivalent to like anywhere through second through fourth seed of LCK LPL. I think first seed from EU and NA can compete with second seed. I think second seed of NA EU is more equivalent to like, well, there's a little bit of overlap. So it'd be like anywhere between like third through fifth, sixth of those regions. It depends how deep the region is in a given year, but yeah.
I mean, I would just, you know, first seed NA, EU are in, you know, the second stage.
Yeah, and they deserve that. They do. People like to meme, but they actually do deserve that.
And they absolutely deserve that. And I think it is health. Regardless of deserve, it is health, and I want to be clear that I'm not talking about the teams this year.
Yeah.
Because I actually think this year they do genuinely deserve it. You still need to put the first seed of CBLOL LCP up there, just to have diversity. But just don't put the second seed of Korea and China in plans.
Yeah, it's like it basically
they can just be in the second stage.
Because the problem is, it's like basically how large do you want the tournament to be? Because basically we've seen very one-sided matchups for somehow all three of the series we've seen in this stage so far, and it's quite clear that one team is making it out. I mean, I guess everything changes if we get a really close qualification match. You know, whatever it is, double limb, sure, but yeah.
Because the other point, the caveat and the foible to what you're saying, Carrix, is I agree, for the record, I think that's true, but then I think they need to have a look again at what first stand earns the winner. Because obviously one of the big prizes for first stand is that actually your region now gets to have 2 teams immediately qualify to main stage of MSI. That was the big win for the LPL, right? So both our teams are now main stage. So okay then, what happens if so by then saying okay, LPL and LCK, you guys can't just be in planes. It's just too silly. What do you get then if they win first? Nothing.
This is the thing, like we saw.
I mean, sorry, just my answer's really quick. Yeah, nothing. You get the first stand trophy.
Yeah.
What do you get when you win Worlds? You get the Worlds trophy. You don't get anything else.
Yeah, no,
like,
I'm kind of.
You won first stand. It's a tier 1. It's a tier 1 tournament.
Okay. Well, so this is what I would say. I think you need cosmetics in game for all major internationals. I think you need not as much as well. I think that MSI and even first stand. I think that there should be, even if it's a ward skin or just a chroma, give some kind of cosmetic recognition for MSI and first stand.
Or at least just like one
I think that's one of the reasons. Well, that's why like. I don't know if they have the bandwidth. That's the problem, basically.
So rather like okay, you get a champion skin with 5
Well, if you think about, if you think about like how long it takes world skins to come out now and how like crazy high value they are, it takes them like half a year to almost like 2 to 3/4 of a year to make a skin now, I suppose. Which makes sense, you know, it's very high quality and I think it's great stuff. But you can't do that for MSI and first time as well, I understand that. But even just giving like a chroma or ward skin, I think it makes a big difference. And I know there's like the icons they put in store for like the winners, but feels a little bit less.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
But yeah, so in terms of the seeding thing, this is why I was really in favor. This is like going back a couple of years now, but this was typically when I was talking about the tier 2 regions, because we were talking about this in terms of BCS, PCS, LGL, and then like where did that stand up in terms of at that point TCL, LCL, like the CIS region at that point too. Basically just have like a tier 2 mid-table tournaments or whatever. I mean, we just had like NA versus Korea, like mid-table teams, right? The best of the rest, effectively. Like, I'd love to see more of that, like your mid-table stuff to like sort out seeding a bit more rigorously. Yeah, and that's how you also give stakes to other tournaments outside of the major internationals as well, and hopefully viewership follows with the stakes a bit. Because if it matters, people will follow it.
It might be like Pandora's box is already open. Maybe you can never fix it, but I just hate how trophies have been devalued.
Yes, I completely agree.
No one counts. It's like, it was annoying me even like listening to broadcast, including the broadcast I was on and the words I was saying.
Yeah.
Where it was like,
so this also includes
Team
us.
Secret,
we know.
This very much includes myself. Like, Team Secret Wales, they're going to the finals and they've locked up MSI, as if that's the prize. Like, no, the prize is that they're going to win a trophy.
Yes.
MSI comes after that.
Yeah.
MSI matters, but it comes after. But the devaluing of like regional trophies and then your first stand.
We don't even have one in LCK anymore. They don't have a trophy for spring. You get 2 calls and 2 things for MSI.
So that one. Okay, so weirdly, I don't agree with what they've done there, but I understand what they're trying to do, because LEC had this issue where they have 3 splits and then season finals, which was effectively 4 trophies in a year. At that point, it's like, okay, how the hell do you communicate to the fans, like what's a final, what's important? And basically after a while, are you just like giving out too much silverware? So if you reduce the amount of silverware, you increase the value by, you know, scarcity, the tournaments which do have trophies. That would be the logic of it. But yeah, there is a point where it goes too far, and I even said this. I said this under whatever tweet I made a while ago. I think it was talking about was I talking about the greatest of all time, or was I talking about something or other? And people talk, oh well, you know, they're worlds winners and blah blah blah, and only worlds matters. And I'm like, well, the thing is, if you say that only worlds matters, you are actually actively hurting the players which you support, because you're hurting the entire scene. Like, if you just say that worlds matters, everything else feels very decorative, and it means that, you know, everything just kind of becomes a lot more flimsy, really. To the point where, like,
not to mention,
go on, yep.
Not to mention, for a long time, MSI was the highest.
Right here, actually.
Yeah.
Oh God, we have to see it.
Yeah.
Like, just in terms of the teams that were there, it was the highest.
So there's a cost for this.
I mean, since the double elim and the 2 seeds came through, yeah. It, like, 23, 24, 25 have been really rigorous. Yeah, they have been. Yeah. And by the way, this doesn't mean that Worlds shouldn't be the most important tournament. Like, none of us saying that.
It's still the most important.
It's still the most important tournament. It's the highest level of pressure. It's the largest stage. So even though it's single elimination, like, it's still the most prestigious and the most high pressure tournament, so it is the most important one to win for sure. Stands to gain the most. Gosh, there was something else as well. Oh yeah, I mean, so I do love Roman's a bit, and I love G2 to bits. Like, they're great people. Roman wished me happy birthday.
Oh, yeah, Roman's lovely.
Yeah, I love him bits. But like, him basically saying that, you know, this whole year is a practice run for Worlds, I'm like, motherfucker, like, you can't be saying that. It's like the most dominant YouTube in history. You have to care about your original trophies too.
Question then. how do you bring prestige back to some of these other tournaments? Because I think, honestly, the answer is they need to have things like the skins in. They need to be celebrated beyond just the moment of victory, you know what I mean? Especially because MSI, when it was new, had a bit more hype to it, right? It was a second tournament, but it's become a bit more mainstream. And the other thing is, like, MSI is arguably the hardest tournament to win anyway. It's got the highest concentration of teams with a double elimination bracket. So your skill level is higher, and your run to win is higher because you've got to beat often the best team twice.
So I know this is a joke in chat, but like this is precisely what I'm talking about. Saying basically, because Chovy hasn't won Worlds, does he not have a legacy because he's not one of the most prestigious events? Obviously not. This guy is still he's actually very close to being second greatest mid laner of all time because of his high level of play over such an extended amount of time. So it's like that's actually my exact point.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how could we say that Chovy isn't great?
And like I understand like what you're saying is like obviously you're buying into buying into it, you know. But yeah, you know, you have players like Knight and Chovy who are inarguably some of the greatest players of all time who've never won Worlds. You know, even someone like Peanut, someone like Khan, you know, plenty of players come on Stars.
Uzi. I mean, I'd like to. I know Shynok was having a conversation about like what is the baseline to be considered for a GOAT in a role, and for him, he says you got to have won at least one Worlds, just as a baseline. And I have an issue with that in the sense that actually I think that says that actually if you have because I agree. I think it's not a good baseline. I understand what the thought process is saying. There was like actually to be in conversation, you've got to have at least done that. But I think actually something like an MSI has to count. Has to count.
I think realistically, right now, without having put a lot of thought into who I'd say GOATs in roles are, I think right now the 5 players that I would pick probably all do have a Worlds title.
Yeah.
However, they don't have to have it.
Oh, so I did a podcast on this because a couple of weeks ago, but basically the topic was who is the second greatest player of all time in each role. So that's why it became more interesting because like first place, pretty much all of mine were Worlds winners because my first place was Shy, Canyon, Faker, Deft, and Carrier. So they're all Worlds winners. But my second place was a lot more versatile. I think second for me in top lane was Keen because of his level of consistency over such a long time. And then I had like, I think jungle was Score. Mid lane was Chovy. I think I had Viper or Ruler. You can kind of flip them about in second. They were very, very close to me. And then I had like Mako. So it's like at that point you have a mix in. But like it shows that at the top of the table to be considered. You don't have to if you have such a good body of work. Basically.
Yeah, and I would say on that point, the majority of those second place guys, even if they've not won a Worlds, have won an MSI. Pretty much all of them.
Yeah, I think you've got to have won something. Like,
yeah, you've got to have success somewhere in your career.
You are a bit of an also ran.
Plus Nautilus and the jungle takeaway.
Let me know what volumes are like, by the way. Volumes are a little bit hard to do it like between games because I can't directly control the media feed, which is a bit annoying, but whatever, I'll figure it out. Yeah.
But just like on the how do you restore prestige to these things that you brought up earlier, like there's a few things. I agree with you. Doing in-game things would be great. I don't think you can do like full skins for all 3 international tournaments. Also, I don't like first stand. I would happily get rid of first stand.
Yeah.
But even just MSI Worlds, you can't do full skins. Fine, whatever. That can be a Worlds exclusive thing. But you can do something. You can do like more simple skins where it's maybe just a champion like with the jersey. Instead of like really high level skins, something like that. I agree that would be really good. But the other thing is, it's from a broadcast point of view. Stop talking about Worlds. Stop talking about Worlds in March.
But the problem, the problem is because the audience is so split now between so many. Well, obviously co-streams like this, but you know, like the big co-streams is that like you have. I don't think broadcast talking like that and just ignoring Worlds, which basically is what we're saying there to a point, is for a lot of the year. I don't think that actually changes community perception. Not enough anymore. So basically, I understand that from a broadcast point of view, and I think if we had the majority of the audience, that would be a good way to talk about it. Yeah, even in the last few years, one of the big things about messaging on broadcast is, you know, if someone wins a series which qualifies them for finals and Worlds, you can't just say, oh, they go into Worlds. It's like they go into Worlds and finals. You have to be very careful that you're actually, you know, talking about, you know, both sides of it, you know.
I think the other part of this as well is there is basically since 2016, there has been a complex in the West about, yeah, doing well domestically is all well and good, but I want to do it against the best in the world. I want to be really good. I want to be elite, best in the world. To do that, that means I have to beat these guys at the internationals. And regional, don't care. What matters to me is getting to this international and winning there. And I know obviously this is then less about the prestige of an MSI or a first stand, and more about the prestige of a domestic title versus an international. So I know it's a slightly different question, but there is something to... Yeah, but exactly. But like a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, particularly from the Western side, you know, ever since like the TSM rosters, people went, I wonder how good they actually are. And we sort of started getting that original streak of LCK dominance. People went, oh my god, no one's ever going to beat the LCK. That kind of became this complex about, you know, your regional titles mean nothing because the one that matters is going internationally. And at the time, that was just Worlds. Because that way you can bring the best in the world, and actually you're not just in a farmers league or whatever.
Yeah, I think it was easier in the 2-split system because like having 2 titles a year for a region felt appropriate in terms of like just the weight and the scarcity of trophies. That was enough. Actually, I was talking to G2 Flab, it's like head of like the G2 army / a lot of the community stuff for G2, because effectively they were asking, you know, basically, what would it take for G2 to be considered the most regionally dominant team of all time? Because technically DFM are on 15 titles all time, I think, since 2013. So I think what it boiled down to is like, okay, if you really want to be beyond all question, anything since, well, when did the 3-split system come in? 23 for EU? I think they came in a year before everything else. I think what I said is you have to cap the multiple split titles to 2 per year. It's like if you have 3 or 4 from one year, you have to cap it at 2 to be like beyond all reproach. This is the harshest possible critics. I think technically, yeah, you should maybe value the ones beyond that, because being good consistently throughout the entire year, that wasn't even the case for sometimes 2x winners where they drop in the middle of a split, where actually in a 3-split system maybe they would have lost one of those 3. But I think to be beyond all question, you have to probably just limit it to 2 a year. Yeah. Scarcity of titles does add value.
Like probably a little bit of a controversial thing to say, and I'm saying this as a long-time VCS fan. I don't care who is the most dominant minor region team.
Yeah.
Like this is like the equivalent of like NFL, where it's like, yes, Lance Franklin is the all-time leading goal kicker, unless you include free kicker Hino, that scored 500 goals in a season because it was 1943 and everyone else was in Europe.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care about him, really.
Yeah. Because again, like I mean, I think there's something to be said about, you know, teams consistently performing well over time, and there is something to be said that, well, because obviously G2, if they win one more title beyond this year, I would consider them the most dominant regional team of all time. To be able to say that beyond anyone, even with the caveats, that actually adds an extra degree of importance and power at that point. So like, well, even with all of the caveats, still the most. You know, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is certainly crazy.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you, Vocal, by the way. Yes, especially if you're in Europe, keep yourself hydrated. It has been incredibly warm. It's been 40 degrees over the last couple of days. Oh yeah, Carrix, did you see I got some mega pulls from cards I drew in the last couple of days? I drew 1,000 euros worth of cards and 3 cards. So,
what game?
So I got between Ripband and MTG. So I had a Chocobo bundle from MTG for the Final Fantasy set, and I got Snapback Caster in the Chocobo foil, so that's like 130, and I got the Aerith similar one as well, so it's about 130 for both of them. And then the big draw was Riftbound, over-number signature Misfortune from the original set, Bounty Hunter, 700 euros, probably more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's massive.
Yeah, so, and like people are asking me if I'm going to sell it, and I'm like, I'm never going to see one of these again. So part of me is like,
I mean, I sold my signature.
Yeah, I'm kind of like,
I sold that thing within 24 hours of pulling it.
Yeah, I might keep onto it for a while. I don't know whether it'll accumulate or not, because obviously the card market thing is obviously very volatile. But like, I might hold on to it for a bit and just like,
if a little while.
Yeah.
She's rotating in like a year.
Yeah, if I need to pay rent, you know, that's when it's gone. Basically.
Pretty much where mine.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But things that I'm probably Sam's building him. So when I actually drew it, because I didn't really know how, I knew they were expensive. I didn't realize. I thought like, oh, like 100 or something like that. So like, oh, Sam, you should have a look at this, because Sam's building an MF deck. I'm like, oh, Sam, you should have a look at this. So, no, actually, no, your wallet should have a look at that. Actually.
Signatures, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only signature I would keep is when they eventually add Kindred. I will.
I have a certain allegiance to Ari, as is well known. So
yeah, but have fun. Have fun with that one.
Yeah, because they're like $2.5 grand. So you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the last best of Ari from Hartford sold for $120,000.
What? No way. Yeah, I've never seen one of them in my life. Fair play. Fair play. I've never seen one of them.
To be fair, that is a one of one.
Yeah. Man. Oh god. If I actually get something like that though, so Ari's voice actor actually signs a lot of Ari merch and stuff. So I have like a poster signed by her. So I wonder whether I could get like one of the Riftbound cards signed by her as well. Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, this is the stupid thing where, do you know the card Mr. Root from Unleashed?
No, I don't. I don't.
Terrible and not running any decks. He's my favorite.
Yeah.
I have over 1,000 copies of him.
That's funny as hell.
Including, I'm in contact with the artist to get a signature one.
That's so funny. It's like there's that one person that has like every version of Snom in Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Gosh. Okay, so into drafts. Well, DCG banned their own Lee Sin. That's not a good sign. Although Jose also plays just a criminal amount of it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what the route to success is for DCG. I mean,
I don't know.
Getting an early combat draft is good for DCG, but I just don't know what you do to both
I also
win in jungle and bot lane.
I think if you don't ban Orianna and let Quid play it, Hongshu's actually got a really good Akali. Oh, it's banned.
Oh, Akali's played in game 1.
Never mind. Yeah, it's fearless. Never mind.
Yeah.
I take it back. Yeah.
So now Cassio's gone. If you go Onivia, you're probably gonna get Ezreal. So this is the problem. You can't lock in Ezreal. You can't lock in Onivia right now because you need to see another immobile carry. If you lock in like Ezreal into the Onivia doesn't get to interact with anyone but the Ryze, and that means the Onivia is kind of like a failed counter pick.
I wouldn't mind picking Ezreal for DCG. Feng's not bad on it.
Chelsea on comfort, nice. Since Team Liquid have 4 Koreans, do they speak in Korean in-game? Wonder how that comes out. I don't believe they do. Yeah.
But on the opposite side, Chelsea getting a pick that he's all too familiar with.
Actually, you know what would be really funny if you locked in Onivia support yourself, just to make sure there's like 0 chance to counter. That's kind of funny, actually. That would actually be really funny. At that point, you're left with like Annie for Hongshu. Just like one of the last remaining good matchups to the Ryze.
Pop it into there because the wall you can use to like interrupt the Nautilus hook.
Oh, we Camille support it? I don't even want to Camille into Nautilus. So if you're gonna pick the Ziggs, I don't know what you do here then. I guess you can Rel. Rel's okay. I think Rel's okay here, I guess.
But I like this option in Descent, right? It's kind
of
a classic choice.
Hello there.
Gives you range, gives you wave clear, gives you so much damage.
Also very good with the Camille.
I hear you're building an MF deck in Riftbound.
I have built the majority of it.
Are you building a cool one or?
No, it's Aurora.
Oh, okay, slap.
Yeah. Though to be fair, what I've also got in there is I've actually gone with a lot of like ganking stuff. So I've got a lot of creatures that move other creatures in there.
Okay, right.
So like I can like dance between battlefields. It's kind of like fake Yasuo.
3 Elder. It's not.
I mean, to be honest, I will probably also add 3 Elder Dragons as the additional win condition.
Yeah, but it's not only 3 Elder.
Yeah, but the idea is mid-game I've got ways to move between battlefields with the ganking ability, and then basically win by dropping Elders.
In MTG, I have like a 20-year-old Krenko card, the mob boss. And I'm like, I do just want to do like what do you play next? Well, I have another goblin and then another goblin. And then I have double the amount of goblins I once had. I just like having, just having all of the same card, but just goblins.
I'm gonna put this out there. I love ads is back in chat and they've lost their sub. They can once again enjoy ads.
You can see the adverts again. Wait until the end of draft. By the way, this is a general thing about draft. Picking top lane on 3, then double banning is one of the best things you can do in meta.
Yes.
It's a very good thing to ban out the worst of the matchups. Like, I don't think there are many top lanes which can be blind picks now. There is always like 1 or 2 practice counter picks to them. But very rarely are there 3 or 4 very good picks in lanes. You can at least nullify the impact. So that's how you safely blind pick. And that's what I think T1 need to start doing more.
Yeah.
So I think T1 have been very vulnerable through top lane. Oh my god. Nice gift sub to I Love Ads. I'm so sorry, the ads have been removed from your screen again.
To which Fairy Tale me literally gifted us up and then went, No. That's very funny.
That's so funny.
I think I will also.
They have to ban the Yasuo is so painful.
Yeah, but it does need to be done.
Again, it's just double banning the matchups into no, which is fine. Again, like if you think there are 2 problem matchups, ban out the 2 problem matchups. I think that's fine.
Yeah, because what I will also say is part of the reason why you're having to pick top lane on 3 in particular for those double bans, especially if you're on blue side, although obviously you're doing it here on red, is you no longer have strategic ways out of a bad matchup. You can't lane swap out, if you see what I mean. It's very difficult to dodge a bad matchup now. In fact, it's part of the reason why I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen more Callista over the last year or so, with the fact that lane swaps have been removed. More things like a Draven or an equivalent, because actually you can play kill lanes and you can't just go, no, I'm going to go to another lane, see ya. Like, you shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, we have seen things like the Lucian, we have seen things like the Yunara, which with the enchanters has actually been quite high on the kill pressure.
I really love this camera shot because it looks like they've locked in Shousey.
Yeah. A lock-in Shousey.
It's like, you know that one clip from like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is like, I'm playing the one and only, and I mean the one and only, because I am him.
I am him.
Literally, his own card is just him, and he just steps onto the field.
Yeah.
My boy Don Zalug.
That's the guy, Don Zalug, yeah. And he does speak in that voice too. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I am him.
That was a shockingly good impression.
Thanks. I'm not ashamed to admit I have practiced it just a tiny bit.
Reminds me a little bit of Christopher Walken introducing Foo Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters!
Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Which is just excellent.
Oh, Jesus. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was actually, like, obviously the original series, it is the best. Battle City is just incredible.
You know what else
is
the best?
Is not bad.
It's Opera
Oh,
GX.
yo, is Florin actually getting his Olaf? That's actually not bad here.
You're missing my... I was about to announce
it.
GX, that's, you know what is actually the best? Opera GX.
Right.
Which you could support myself and Alex with by downloading it today using our affiliate link. Please come help us out. If you've not downloaded it already, you could do so.
We've also got them for next month as well.
We do.
So if you don't do it this month, you can do it next month.
Do it next month, but we can help right now and do it multiple times.
Name one Yu-Gi-Oh! GX character.
Zayden with Cyber End Dragon.
Jaden.
Alexis.
Yuki. Alexis.
Alexis's brother with the Red Eyes Darkness Dragon.
Yeah. Who was the black-haired edgy kid? Was that Zayden?
Wasn't that Zayden?
I don't know.
Yeah,
there were quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
And then of course Don Zalug. Yeah. Elemental Hero Bastinatrix. Yep.
He played it
Chaz. Oh my days, what a name.
Chaz, that was the guy.
What a name. Oh, no.
It's been many years since I've watched that show, in fairness.
I just remember that show had the school with a rigidly enforced caste system.
Yeah, it did. It did. It was sort of. It was like you because you didn't get into this upper house. You are nothing. You have failed to be a part of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Aristocracy. You
live in a shack on the edge of town.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, guys. Imagine this. Imagine if we had card games, but caste systems in school. Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
This really paved the way for, like, you know how like Maze Runner had like a, by the way, your personality trait determines like everything you get in life. Like by these arbitrary metrics, this is what you're getting in life, by the way. Oh God.
Or what Divergence was the really big one for that. Where it's just like, yeah, because of this, you're now part of the Dauntless. Go parkour because you're now cool.
It's like something. Why are we racing?
Huh? Santa wanted souls off it, possibly.
She didn't say until it died. She just auto-attacked it twice and then walked away.
Oh, I just realized it wasn't. I don't know why I thought that the Olaf was stopped, but yeah, we do get the Olaf. Olaf is just a generally pretty good pick, but against like. I mean, it's pretty good for this. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
We're going in. Nice trading here. Jan abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to have a lot of kill pressure level 1 here, but the Arcane Comet and that bomb going to be doing a lot of work as well.
Thank you.
Here for Jan, if you can just continue to get that poke.
I guess maybe it speeds the Olaf up a bit, so he might be able to look for an invade or a reset if he wants for a long sword. Just keep an eye on the Olaf now. See whether he resets off this Back now, I guess he is going to stick around, but he's going to be. Oh, that's a good bounce back.
Yes.
Fat flash
minimum. Hey, that's a really good fat flash. A lot of people fail it. Fair play.
Fat flash. Ooh. Pantheon's coming bot.
In that bottom side though, I think he's looking for
yeah. This is a bit. He's just gone to 3 camps gang bot.
Yeah.
This is really something actually.
It's going to cost him topside jungle, but so
it depends if he shows. It might cost him double scuttle, but even if it does, if they dive bot lane and get double kill, they're fine with it. They have cleanse on Fung, pretty hard.
No one's taking aggro. Yeah, nice.
We get 1 for free. Good. Well, how quickly does Olaf get over to top camps? Jose should be able.
I mean, Olaf's not there.
Well, he's on Krugs right now. Olaf's resetting for camps for back himself now. I don't think he can. Now, I think Olaf will be able to get either double scuttle or camp, but they are going back out onto the map with basically the same items because of the kill.
I wonder whether Olaf goes scuttle into Raptors, because I think there's a real world where Olaf goes from bot side scuttle crab into Raptors, saying, well, the Pantheon has to clear top side camps, and I can at least steal some camps away that way. If you can do bot side scuttle crab into Raptors Krugs, that Pantheon's dropping a lot of farm.
Oh yeah, fair play. They're like, as noted as well, there are literally 4 global ults on Team Liquid, which is funny as heck. There are going to be some real Avengers Assemble moments coming in at some point.
Sorry, I blanked on the TF being part of this game. I'm not gonna lie. I just
I sort of just didn't process that.
Yeah. We were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and cast systems, which is much more important.
Yeah, yeah, they are. Yeah.
And Olaf will be a problem.
I feel like we missed a trait by not having this conversation on the World Race characters.
I think we did.
Well, to be fair, we had some very wild conversations.
Not to typecast characters, but that is the kind of conversation I would expect you to have.
You did just have a lot of clown facts. It's mostly what you had.
Can I know some clam facts?
Clown.
Oh, I used a clam.
Not seafood.
No, because we were doing
Kefka.
Well,
clown.
You know what's screwed up? What? My family owns a shellfish farm. I could have done. Well, not clams. Mussel. It's not clams. It's mussel. So that's pretty close.
Let's have a mussel fact. That way we can.
You shouldn't eat them in winter because that's when they spawn. Like only the female ones get destroyed, but you can't tell which one's a male and which one's a female until you.
Oh.
Fair play. Mussels in winter because they'll be gross.
Okay, right. Good to know. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice bot back. That's a nice bot back. Yeah.
Their babies are called spat.
But a lot of sums traded. Getting double sums out of Fung is massive for any potential follow-up.
That sounds quite sticky. Don't like that. Don't like that word.
Like really understand.
Yeah. Jose's back.
Don't like it for food.
Don't like it.
I don't mind mussels as food. I used to really like them as a kid.
Moumario.
Bow from Jose Diodo, continuing to stack the passive here. Mortal Spear ready to go.
Oh, that's a bit far, isn't
it? Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Jose's 100% dead.
Is he?
Yeah, he has no flash. He's 100% dead. Yes.
Okay.
He uses E and his flash and his W. There's like no way out from that point, I don't think. And Pop 9 also just walked up with flash.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so tired. I thought Pop 9 was the Nautilus, and I was like, okay, there's no damage here. Which is why I thought he might be able to survive.
So Germany broke a world record a couple of days ago by having the hottest night of Jesus Christ, hottest night of anywhere in the world above 50 longitude or latitude. North-south basically. So it was like almost 30 degrees at night at 50 like over 50 latitude, which is absurd. So we had to sleep in that, which is fun.
We had parts of Europe hit hotter than Florida has ever gotten ever.
Going a little bit too far here with the flash forward, like didn't even have like.
Which is kind of wild. Yeah. So yeah, we beat Florida's temperature records.
I don't get why Jose flashed though.
But it does mean that
I'd put it this way, like 30 degrees at night, that's hot here.
Yeah. It's hot anywhere. It's just
that's a stinking night.
Yeah. Almost happy with the way things have gone because you at least get
and like none of the buildings here are designed
and our
for that,
houses are actually built for it.
Yeah, exactly. We're not here. We've got disaster on that front. And it's just very humid as well. Dude, Jon's actually been nuts with these doubles.
Yeah, he has. Oh my days. Don't blame him for looking for it. That auto was 10 HP off.
Now flashless versus naughtless Olaf.
Yeah, I get what he's looking for. I'm happy that that's the kind of... I'm glad that's the mindset Jon's playing with, because yesterday he was having a bad time. But to be fair...
yesterday he was awful.
But to be fair, it's also Paze and Carrier are just very, very good. T1's early laning phase is a bit dodgy, I think, particularly from the solo lanes at the minute. I mean, Faker's hit and miss, but like, Doran's not really a laning specialist. But I will say, Carrier and Paze have just been very good, especially when they draft for it. And at the minute, they can draft for it. The Lucians, the Camille's, all these things are scary, and it shows.
Morgan keeping the CS close, but definitely not the gold close. Fun fact, I was talking about Jan only having played one Ziggs game. This is Morgan's first ever TF game. Yasuo, when was his first time on Yasuo yesterday? So this man is just casually first-timing champions.
What happened? Like,
at MSI.
I looked at
TF used to be pretty good into Nah though, at least. So I don't mind him picking up first-time TF for this. Plus also, like, before big international events, people tend to widen their champion pool.
Lord Morgan, the man who is allowed to dominate lane.
Yeah.
We said there's no
I mean, credit to Morgan. His career has been very mixed, like very mixed, but he's actually been legit on Team Liquid.
Right now, it's just a small.
And he was better than Doran in their series versus T1 on the whole. Yeah, the team fights from Doran were good, but like Morgan destroyed him 1v1.
Yeah, how many? There was a lot of solo kills. Like,
globals are coming.
And I had this conversation.
Oh no, one top.
Again, I had this conversation yesterday, and I'll have it again. Like, look, for all you can have your complaints about T1's draft, the drafts really don't excuse some just bad individual play. Like, you cannot be dying 3 times in lane.
Yeah.
Not in matchups that you drafted to protect. You double banned to protect. That's not it. It's not.
Okay, I think bot lane's gonna fall 1,000 gold behind here, by the way.
You end up going for the reset as well.
Yeah, fun. Okay, right, the resets.
They're very close to satchel range. That's gonna be very quick turret.
I'll also shout out Munchables as well, because everyone's making the Lord Morgan references, and we all know that came from Munch originally.
Was it him or was it from
Oh yeah, because he was when he was in LPL.
I thought it was an LCK before he went to LPL.
I think he went back to LCK and the Lord Morgan went with him. Was my memory of it.
That might be the case. Oh, I miss Munch though. Should see him when he get home at some point.
I saw him at DreamHack randomly. Him and his wife. It's very nice.
Man, it must be cool having things in your country.
Yeah, I know, right? We're talking about Munchables and Morgan.
Again, I just... Because there was so much.
Are we on the patch where Senna has a 58% win rate? No, Senna got nerfed before MSI.
She's still very strong.
Yeah, she has less soul drops for AD carry, more for support, I believe. Again, it's just the Senna balance lever. Do they want her to have more or less souls, basically?
Fine tuning that, especially whenever items change to Nightmare, because she's in a similar category, in my mind, to not necessarily in terms of like play style, but in terms of how items interact with them, as people like Ezreal, as people like Kai'Sa, because of how their kits work and interact with item breakpoints. Those are the champions that are kind of like your weather vanes for big item combos.
For Senna specifically, it's not about item breakpoints really. It's more about she uses every stat.
Yeah.
So it's like, so as opposed to Kai'Sa, where it's a breakpoint. It is legitimately. It's just like Senna uses almost every stat. In fact, she is one of the few champions that does use every stat in the game. Not all of them that well. She's not great with attack speed. But even compared to Ezreal, she uses crit when Ezreal doesn't. She uses heal and shield power when Ezreal doesn't. Yeah.
She's never going to complain about a resistor 2 here, let's be real.
But like, I guess the big thing is that like Ezreal is better with on hits than Senna most of the time.
But again, one of the big reasons that Senna ended up leading next.
I'm actually not sure they win this. Empowered E from Pantheon is really nice. Yes, Pat. Flash.
He's out. A Dueling Shadow, really nice.
Close. Yeah. Okay, nice. Vision play.
I will say, considering you've got 4 globals, a little bit sad that you get jumped on that freely. So be it. It's only around level 1 round walk from Rise, to be fair.
Stuck on a ward will be a little bit of a wave lost in mid lane, but a massive swing in control of that bottom lane.
That it was. Just barely able to grab the kill, but even despite the CS,
I have to go out a little bit because I've got a family dinner. But
Yeah, no worries.
just check in and say hi.
Yeah, no. Honestly, doors open. Like where bad is.
Send dinner over to us, please.
Yeah. Hey, Angie did just literally get some croissants.
It's true. She did. Shout out Angie. Bless her.
God, I killed some.
Yeah, we live above a bakery,
I'll send some of the weather over to you. It's freezing.
Yeah, we're actually about to get a storm today. I think, which should be helpful.
This is going to be a dead Florin.
He's got.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I like how you started that sentence and then saw all of the various Avengers assembling and went, maybe not.
I think as soon as like the second global came in, I thought. And then the third one, I was like, okay.
The second global has hit the top name.
And then the third one is.
Yeah.
Love you too. I'll see you around.
I went with
Bye.
the meme.
They were talking smack back and forth, and somebody just stabbed him. Like, all right, bro, that was we escalated a little quickly there, but now the tower's also falling on the bottom side. So
leave.
Whatever the proverb is about having cake and eating it too, Team Liquid are most certainly doing that.
I think they found a second cake.
Yes, thanks.
Carrick's is great.
Shout out to Carrick's for joining in.
Keep finding more cake.
For those who don't know, Carrick's is an LCP play-by-play, so it covers DCG relatively regularly and has a fairly informed opinion on them as a result. Also, I did the Final Fantasy 14 World Race recently, which was good fun.
It's already in a pretty
Okay, game's slowed down a bit, but I just don't see it. Because the game's so slow, it means Team Liquid can kind of play around their global timers. Against globals, you do a couple of things. If you attack the source of the global, obviously a good way to stop them from using it to get numbers advantages. Because they have so many globals, not really an option. Other thing you do is you fight so constantly, you play cooldown economy, where the globals aren't all up. Even if you lose a fight, if you end up winning through your cooldowns and you fight again, you probably win the next one. That's to help a bit.
Like, because they've got this lead, it makes it significantly more difficult.
I mean, again, I just wonder for DCG at this point whether the damage has somewhat been done. Because again, Senna's on 20 souls.
Your team's behind, it kind of just becomes a bit lackluster.
That's not great.
Oh, thanks for the shout out, by the way, Blade. Yes, shout out to Carrick. Cool person. And cool caster.
I'm just going to run through everyone and not care. And as you say, like, I just don't.
I thought that was level 26. Oh no, it's MSI 26. Level 26.
Yeah, a bit far that one.
But it feels like
I don't think that's possible to get on Arena because you can get Wisdom of Ages, which unlocks your level cap, which means that so you gain one level immediately and it unlocks your level cap beyond. You basically gain more levels. But the game, I don't think it's possible to get a long enough game for that. Maybe it is with certain guest appearances. Maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, because some of the guest appearances can give you extra lives. I think the high, you can definitely get to level 20. I don't know if you can get to like 26 though, because you get like an extra level. Like, I don't know, it's hard. Yeah.
You know, you got 245 until that comes up and available.
Earth? I don't. Oh yeah, Earth. Maybe you can get it on. Maybe Earth.
What was the top level in Earth? I mean, we saw some very serious. It was uncapped. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It's been a long time since I played Earth, honestly.
Yeah. Hey Darren, good to see you. Yeah, it's really early in the UK for these kind of games. Yeah, I appreciate you sticking around though. Yeah, we're feeling the lack of sleep already, I think.
Yes, we've only had relatively fast days so far as well, honestly. So we've yet to hit the max. The max series lengths.
You could try and like get more gold onto your side lanes and like let Team Liquid have that, you know.
LSP's a bloody league now? Yes, it is on the whole.
Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
If you turn off, if you turn off the nameplates and ignore what you know about this team and the way they like to play the game, there might be an alternative path. But they don't go over, they don't go under, and they certainly don't go around. They go through. That is
very true, Dracos.
And it does get them into trouble sometimes, but it might not this time. Florin, a very nice flank here. The rage bar starting to fade away. He's going to jump in.
Jose?
Immediate flash follow.
I think he's just dead. He is. That's actually not bad.
I think, yeah, speaking about the early hours and stuff, I think Yamato fell asleep on stream again.
I mean, to be fair.
I mean, to be honest, if we didn't have two of us, perhaps the same
I would have nodded off, for sure.
Yeah. God, yeah, getting up at 4 AM every day is, yeah, switch, I'm not great at doing that. Okay, more globals.
Pantheon is dead from a play earlier.
They shouldn't have stacked, there.
But gonna back away and just pick up the wave, the guaranteed gold.
I mean, just saying, Rel's back in meta, Core JJ is suddenly blessed.
You don't have to get up for 4 AM for next year. That's true, next couple of days, at least it's the one series a day. You don't have, like, lower bracket into upper bracket immediately after, which would be unfair.
really haven't extended their goal.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, that helps.
2K for,
These are the ones.
Sleep stream. I'm not sure there'd be much of an audience for the Hapgood sleep stream.
If there was, that's a concern in its own right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we do subathon, technically it would be the same thing. But I think what happens to subathons is like technically the stream resets every 48 hours, but yeah, you have to refresh it. If I'm not Pilk stream, I could see myself having Pilk on stream for a certain amount of money. Pilk on stream. Upgraded.
You just gold carded an ulting Olaf. Are we sure?
He just wanted to throw the thing at him.
He's dead. Okay, gets out with the ghost flash.
Yeah.
I thought another axe might have been enough to bring him down, actually, with the run down there, but no.
No, not with his items. Yeah. Not as bursty with the axe, like compared to like a black cleaver that shreds your armor.
Yeah, I wonder whether with the axe.
Ooh, good sidestep from Quid there.
Oh, cool, failed to get over the wall.
Does have a flash.
He's gonna get
dead, but the question is, did he get anything back?
So might get Quid to trade for his life for that.
I say he has another E.
Pop, no, shall see, that was an interesting hook angle.
Well, geometry happens. Not gonna blame him too much for that.
But it's top lane for support trade.
Here we go.
Did they catch someone out?
Yeah, they nearly did.
No.
I appreciate the idea. Morgan.
They had vision of that and they still
get 1 for 1.
Well, 2 for 1 because Host is dead for this now, right? Well, if he's not, that's a criminal.
Yawns here.
Oh
I think it's going to get messy. Oh my days, 1 for 1. And they get the flash out of the Olaf for that.
Able to start the Drake.
It's just trade city.
Oh yeah, by the Fairy Tale for the extra sub, you can also gain another
at the end of it, as you say,
more suggestion if you wish.
Nobody's able to actually go towards the track.
I just remembered I was tracking the gift subs and stuff.
Find new words. Bloodbath doesn't mean the same thing anymore. It's a fist fight.
You need Papa Smith, they got Yakti sax. Isn't it Yakti sax as in like Yakti as in sax is the instrument? So it's Yakti sax because it was the instrument. Yeah. I thought it was Yakti sax because it was the instruments played on.
That's Yakti sax again.
Yeah. Well, like sax is in like sack of flour or something, or potatoes.
SAX is how I think it's.
Yes. Although remember in America, CKS is also sometimes just reduced to X. So socks is sometimes spelled SOX, right? It's like the Red Sox is spelled like that. Yeah.
That actually splits Team Liquid entirely. Yarn and Quid can't come in because of Xiaoxi and Fong. And it means that then you immediately turn on to Morgan.
It's not the cleanest actually from Liquid.
No, it was not cleaner earlier.
I mean, if you compare how Liquid and Karmine Core have been playing, I mean, day one obviously very different opponents, but if you compare how they played against T1, I would actually say TL look slightly better than KC, which is not something I thought I'd say coming into this event, you know?
Dragon taken though.
Okay. So T-Link did get the dragon. It's not
they did such a good job of
miles out of reach, is it? I mean, again, I'm still not a big fan of this Senna soul count.
No. It's better than it was. They had like very bad early, but at least they picked up some kills now. I mean, Fang's actually doing okay in terms of gold.
Yeah, but that's not much. I still feel like, generally speaking, if I'm looking at a Senna, I care almost double about souls than I do about gold on there.
I don't think it's quite that much. I think Senna is still very item dependency.
Once she hits 2 items, I think I'm kind of okay.
Oh, yes. Ready. Okay, good ult out. Nice. Actually, a box over the wall. Nice. Good.
Perfect timing.
DCG stalled a lot by getting Grubs, Herald, 2 Drakes. That is true. Yeah, but my problem is they can't really stop Team Liquid from forcing on them too much. Because they end up losing a summoner on one of their ults for 1 global from Morgan, and there's still like 3 globals to use, or 2 rather, because Jon's down as well.
I think the Olaf with the Senna behind them might be able to do some stuff here, because you've got a lot of people who hate that. That's not a bad little play, nice combo.
Good flip back on the death of it though.
Yeah, I think Olaf's going to do Olaf things, is my worry here.
Nice, okay, good space.
Keep going,
or bad space.
Keep going.
If that flick doesn't land, I think it's fine, but... Okay, so it's 2 basically. Maybe 1 more. Maybe. Chassis loses flash, I think.
Jesus, gets a mount up there.
Yeah, that's a fast old rise.
DCG hoping for the pop 1v9.
Realm Mort was the... Florin wasn't even there, so he's going to get bot lane.
Also, given how bad bot lane was going, having 47 souls at 20, I would actually say that's an overperformance from the very early game, you know? And they were forced on like 3 waves.
Yeah, some truth to that. But it's one of the reasons I was like, ooh, not sure about DCG this game with the Senna being so far behind. She has at least now got Black Cleaver as well. But my point is, the moment Senna hits this point, I don't care too much about the extra items. They're nice, and there's lovely when you get Infinity Edge, X Optics, Rapidfire, whatever. They're all good items, they're all fantastic on Senna, yada yada yada. But I'd much rather have at that point 2 items and 100 souls than 3 items and 60.
But I think for DCG, like, you are getting moments to, hey, Fong is getting towards 2 items. Pop9 also having 2 items completed. Did have a Hex Drinker for a moment there, but actually sold it, so going immediately towards the GA, it looks like instead. Or maybe that Death Stance could also be an option, but any uptime that he can get in these fights is going to work wonders.
You know what, I think at this stage of the tournament, I mean, this is the thing about, like, even going to Worlds, right? I mean, let's think about how many LPL teams we'd favor in play-ins compared to, like, Team Liquid, DCG, KC at this point. I think probably I would take everything in the table from LPL down to, like, JDG. So I'd have, like, JDG and WE in here as well.
WE would be an interesting one, because again, it's like, they definitely had, like, this massive glow-up, but we know how low that team's floor can be.
Yeah. See, if they played on that form and they qualified through that, then I'd take them. Yeah. Anyone's Legend, I actually think, might lose through laning. No, even then, Anyone's Legend probably okay at this level of play. Yeah, I think that
Tarzan is Tarzan.
Morgan versus Flandre would be pretty bad. Bot lane would be okay, I think, versus the Encore JJ. Shanks Tarzan probably better than any of the mid jungle besides T1.
Yeah.
I just know the people, not the driver, so it's tough. And we are, however, in a relatively
All is 2 items for Senna.
calm state of the game. I have a distinct feeling that that will not remain this way for long. Or perhaps
Ryze is pretty close to Actualizer. I think at that point, Ryze actually might one-shot the Olaf. Probably.
Yeah, you are hitting that break point.
There's actually a chance with, particularly with Swifties and Ghost, you probably just run from the Olaf too.
Backing away. Although, as you say that, I see 4 members of TL running to bottom lane, and Florin does not realize that that is going to be the case.
Ah, I see. Whatever we say becomes wrong, yes.
I'm about to hit the Yamato.
I know, I was like, oh no. He was great.
We'll all love
I don't know whether it was caffeinated enough.
No. Of course, Dragon is the next big objective. 35 seconds.
I have basically registered none of the last 5 minutes of this game.
Really across the board, no one.
Chat, what the hell happened? I mean, Olaf, oh, hang on. Olaf might not care.
Pop9 is just starting to tear through, mitigating so much of the damage, so is Jose Diodo stopping.
They get Ghost Flash ult off the Olaf, they can't play for this Dragon anymore.
Perfect information for Team Liquid to decide how they want to
Yeah, I think as soon as you lose the Olaf ult, you're kind of doomed.
Wait, Olaf didn't have Flash, I would guess he was just really fast with the...
The Olaf ult is the
yeah.
thing.
So I thought he flashed out as well, but no, he's just...
Chelsea did.
Yeah, I saw that one. I thought
and there's double flashes in TL, so like 3 flashes used to play.
Pop9 takes so much damage, he's just out of the equation.
Doesn't Team Liquid lose in a late, even late game?
Oh, TL got the Dragon.
I think there's way more macro options from TL, right? Because they have like multiple globals.
Yeah. Really starting to hurt. Florin going for the Goomba.
Yeah, they just have way too many ways to force plays, you know? Oh,
Flash for the Rune Prism, but without Spell Flux, so it's a Rune suggestion.
They want to push this advantage further.
A Rune community service.
Overextension from DCG in the bottom side, and now Team Liquid looking.
Rune restraining order.
Root gonna connect on a
oh, okay, oh dear god. I think they still win actually. They don't have
GG.
Olaf only just came up right now.
Oh, Flashes gets it, dies anyway.
Yeah. There's too many ways for Team Liquid to force fights. Because basically, when you're against globals, you need to fight very hard for Vision to get advanced warning of this stuff to you, and DCG just fell way too far behind it. Well, one on side lanes, right? Because they have very good side laning solo laners. And then also in bot lane as well. So they basically end up losing everywhere but jungle. Like Jose did give up a lot to make sure the bot lane was ahead, but as soon as that happened, just DCG have not had any options really.
4 souls now, 3, 1, and 5.
I think that last series of plays, that probably tips it over into, well, not unwinnable, but it kind of tips it into like really
challenging scenarios. Yeah,
it already wasn't great, but
not the final nail in the coffin, but it's gonna start to feel.
If that's Baron as well, that's
basically over. Yeah, I mean, you've also now got the Lord Doms and Morgan, who just like cycles through so many obnoxious autos at this point. And guys, one of those things I think people who don't play TF perhaps don't know is you think it's just the autos that are dangerous from TF. Reminder that his wild cards, his like picker cards, your blue card, red card, gold
Has like
card.
100%.
They haven't got, yeah, they've got 100% AD scaling. They've only got like points, they're varied for AP, but it's only like 0.9 highest. They are lower scaling than the AD ones. I looked it up recently.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you have Lich Bane, it technically becomes more, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. And again, and part of the reason they've done that is because obviously there's some really nasty synergy.
And also, AP is a higher number than AD in every game, basically.
Yeah,
because like the highest AD you will get is like maybe 400. The highest AP you can get to like 1,000.
So there are reasons for it, but it is just putting this out there. The scaling on the AD variants are still good. So that means actually those kind of picker cards are actually genuinely pretty high damage.
Oh, good flick back. Nice. He didn't have some stuff. I'm surprised he didn't die. Well, he rage belted him. He rage belted himself into death.
Oops.
Just that slightest bit. For a split second, forgetting
Second force all fault. I think that's actually might be game ending threat. Yeah. Obviously needs to not die for it though.
He's gone into the enemy base without flash.
I get getting Olaf ult, but that is.
He went in without flash. Just putting that out there. That was without.
Like, I understand looking for the Olaf ult.
Flash.
Blue card waiting for the red, and he's already out of range. So gonna live a bit longer.
You know, technically you can time your gold cards with a backing track. Because basically, your TF cards constantly cycle through. There were some people that used to play with like a BPM, like do, and they'd like be able to time their gold cards. That's not
because what I'll say is it's not when you press the button to bring up the cards that it starts. It's constantly happening in the background. Yeah, exactly. So you know, it's based on like the game time, not when you press W or whatever.
Yeah. Funnily enough, that's the thing which happens. Oh, that's a killback. Good W. Oh, nice. First death for you. What, Baron's gone, Sam? TL, we're pushing with Baron the entire time, Sam.
As I said, what's registering right now is a bit limited. And it's still Baron's still on. What am I doing? What am I doing, Alex? Why am I here?
You live next door to me. It's our stream, Sam. It's our job, Sam.
Oh, it's that thing.
Layering is so good from Team Liquid, but it's here. Fung plays this so well.
I like this composition. We're learning a little bit about Team Liquid in terms of some of their comp. I actually think Team Liquid's drafts have been good. Like, I've not had issues with that. That's been pretty good.
And I'm happy to see Morgan pulling out some carry options and looking okay on them.
And like, I think largely Team Liquid just outdrafted T1. I think Game 3 was even, but Games 1 and 2 they had winning drafts as well. Like, their drafts have been probably best of any team in playing stage, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Casey's drafts have been a bit mixed. Their drafts have been a bit weird anyway at the time.
Wood's having a much better day as well. He's not.
Well, he was awful yesterday.
Yeah, that way. Some of those way fumbles, not way. Leah fumbles were great.
Carly wasn't great either.
Team Liquid in a position to just immediately move top. They may just forgo Dragon.
Carly had the issue of the laning phase, and then was going 1-for-1 in team fights, which considering the game state.
Well, you also just like all in on Faker a couple of times and just lost.
Get it? Yeah.
Global usage has been a bit flimsy from Team Liquid, but it is. I mean, it's not costing them anything really. It's just opportunity cost, right? It's like, oh, we could have got something more. Okay. Whoa! That's damage. Yeah. Well, that was Zigzalt popped him in the center of it.
Morgan on the chase looking for the gold card. Will
yeah, with Ziggs I did like 2/3 of his HP boss. I'm justice for Ziggs.
Members left alive on the side of DCG. Their top lane.
The center of the Zigzalt did kind of remove his
What are the numbers on center of Zigzalt?
Oh, it's like 240% AP or something like that. It's a really high scaling. Let me go check it actually.
Florence fishing, seeing if he can find something with the Mega Arm, but I think at this stage, Team Liquid, they know that this could be it as they start to step towards the Nexus turrets.
Morgan locking that gold card, 5 seconds, he can roll.
Oh, it's 100% AP. Oh no, it is just 100%, but the base damage is like 700.
I see, so he's got massively increased base damages.
That's not like max rank anyway. Okay.
The Olaf starting to take over. Knock upon to Morgan is there. Ulti across the top coming in from the
okay, so the actually oh god, bad flash. And now you don't have flash gold card either. And the ult slave from Quid. Okay, this is flimsy. Okay, alright.
DCG refused to go down without a fight. It is Yon alone who looks for Shao C, gets the kill.
Comet.
Oh, Scorch.
What HP is he on? Enough.
I can't believe.
Can I get a resync, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Real
wow, it's like 2 minutes behind. What the hell?
Digging deep to find that fight that's
Because
still
I'm
in
probably
them.
opening up other tabs and stuff.
You go for the engage here on towards Florin, but Pop9 gets so much value from these AoE auto attacks on towards the front line. The damage from the static shield kind of helping out there as well. As Team Liquid
It just suddenly dropped back like that.
weird.
Weird.
The base, and even the hook at the end to deny Quid that realm warp. Great from Chelsea.
And TL really had the setup onto the Gnar, onto Florin, but they just could not finish the kill. Nautilus had 8 HP.
I actually wonder if that was honky for a second. Yeah, similar air shape,
So
but
whatever
no.
Jan, I didn't see what Jan went back and purchased, but it is now enough to have finished off that Nautilus. That is just anything would have done the job. Baron about to spawn in 5 seconds, but the base
I think it was like the full combo with Ziggs has like a 240. I was trying to remember where I got 240% in my head. It might be just like
luckily they have a lot of the ways pushed out. You can see 4 or 5 super minions pushing
W. I don't think it can counter with the minefield because it like depends on the amount of bombs you hit. But, yeah.
Everything, but they just want to force a fight. I don't know how Pop9 is already at 50% HP, but DCG saying it's time to go.
It's actually Mallory. It's actually not too bad. It's okay. It's actually playable.
Quid locked up.
Sentinel's a bit late. Sentinel's a bit late. Core's having a good game. Oh, triple.
The stun on Florin denies him the immediate knockback.
Yeah. That's it. Very, very good fight from Core JJ. That was really good. Very good from him.
The Dawning Shadow cooldown
Tell you
was
what,
just
Core,
a little
I know Core's been like off for a little while. You know, he's not really been like prime Core. He's actually been pretty legit in a couple of the games so far.
Yeah, I think Core. So again, he was like when they were doing like the team building thing. I was like, Core for a dollar felt like a fine by me. I'll take that one. Berserker Core.
Oh god. I need to go get my phone charger real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Take it away.
Oh, I am struggling, folks.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad it might be a short day again, and then we can actually sleep in tomorrow, maybe. I'm glad that Degon's been hosting as well.
Yeah, Degon's really good. Well earned.
I remember run ads at some point.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I might just stick an espresso on because I am falling apart here a little bit, and I'll be right back.
It was pretty fun. You know, TL went with like the Avengers comp with all the global ultimates and stuff popping off. Yeah. Quid though on the rise, I think for me was definitely the centerpiece.
It was just like the typical Team Liquid fiesta. Like the fights here, there.
Oh yeah, right.
It's a party.
Oh! That's right. The fiesta was in full force there for Team Liquid, in control, and then a crazy one.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
And it was a little scary at points because you're into the Olaf and the Senna, and that combination, especially when you have such a CC-based composition without a reliable AD carry. You saw some moments like towards the end.
Yeah.
A little spooky.
A little spooky. A little spooky. At least they outranged them, and then I felt like they played well through side. It was tough because at first I was like, okay, we're giving Herald. That's nice. Just let the Twisted Fate split. And Jose Diota gets too close. Then you're like, oh, now you died. Let's just have a clean moment within the game. And it always felt like that was not there. We were getting something slight as a lead, and then it was being ripped apart. So a little touch and go.
Let's take a look at how Team Liquid started it out because they executed quite well, you know, towards the bottom side, especially towards the Ziggs. And let's take a look at some of these dives.
I mean, so often when you have a Ziggs, it's about playing to other points of the map. But here, using the pressure they had early, because the bot lane duo for Team Liquid played a really strong 2v2, and it got a little bit scrappy later on. You know, the flash in here from Jose, maybe not the best to follow up on the kills, but as more members started moving over, Quid gets this great angle onto the Talia, and Core JJ is there to follow up.
With all the like messy gameplay that we've been seeing generally, I think Quid has just been really on point throughout the series so far. Deathless in game 1, nearly deathless in game 2 up until the very end.
He's been kind of the eye of the storm, where everything's chaotic around the rest of the map. He's just doing his job in the mid lane, very consistent.
That is what mid lane normally is. However, there was another fight there, 24 minutes for DCG, where, again, you want to see a little bit more dominance here from this Team Liquid squad, who is thriving to be the best in North America, but you get moments like this where it's like, okay, cool, here we go. We're just going to run on in. We saw them get punished because Jose did it before. This time it works out well.
Yeah, this one I think is the vision control for TL. And so they're the ones just jumping on DCG who are not respecting the position, and Dragon was just taken, then they continue to force these plays. Core JJ jumping in there, getting the extra initiation, and having the globals there to follow up.
That's the thing. I think the beauty of this one, I didn't really catch it when we were going through the draft itself, but the Semiac Globals gave him an opportunity to basically always deny Florin on sides. If there was ever an opportunity for him to split, he could never feel comfortable past the river. Otherwise, he was just going to have...
Right.
If they ever were pushing out a fog through mid, then a Rise can just jump it like that.
I also love the fact that we saw
Hello,
all
folks.
that damage from the Ziggs.
Oh.
Ziggs is full skill shots, and every single other member of your team not only has CC, but easy to land CC, like a gold card, the Pantheon stun, the Rise route. So it just meant it was so easy to land those big bombs.
Do your Wi-Fi go to silence so you could go to bed? Yeah, possibly.
Cisco network. The Avengers fly on into the top lane just in time to take down Florin, as all the different angles, Florin's like, I can push this wave, everything's safe, and it's like, okay, I'm dealing with one global, maybe a second global, then a third global comes on in.
I feel like he must have said something.
Globals everywhere.
Because this felt personal.
Assemble!
But they just beat him up. They caught him slipping, and it was not pretty. As he goes at a mini-gnaw as well. Yeah.
He thought he was playing a normal game. He's trying to zone Morgan from the wave. He's like, surely this is, like, how are you going to come? Oh, yeah,
you know what?
Teammates.
This is the average top lane experience, and that's when they say top div. It's a 1v1 lane, right?
And TL choose this time because they know you're going for Dragon, and so then they attack the other side of the map.
My favorite one was Morgan, who probably very easily could have walked, but you know, there's those distances where like, I could walk or I could catch the cap there, and he like uses Destiny Gate just to go like, just a couple of
Maybe in the phones, so we're like, ulting, and he's like, yeah, we're
Can you remove the on-call thing? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Let's close this door actually 1 second. I can do that. Why is it
He was feeling some stuff out. Oh my god, enemy blue side jungle. He's like, I've got them. Gold card the Olaf. He's coming at me.
I do want to bring it in before we
Olaf shenanigans. Right, which one was this? It'll be up here somewhere.
Just weren't quite able to turn the corner
Not the widget.
they were in there, Ox. Who's the guy that you want to see step up here, given the fact that they're still looking for their first victory at MSI?
Where art thou?
Their last loss.
I think the Olaf pick was cool conceptually. I think Pop9 had some good moments. It has looked better today than yesterday. And he has often been the driving force for his team.
Something or
I really
other.
hope they can get at least a game, because it would feel pretty bad to go home.
Where are you?
Having not won a single game. And they have to get a reverse sweep now for this series.
Ah, here it is. I see.
Even a game would make a big difference.
Cool.
So at least today we're seeing
Done.
more of those aggressive tendencies expected from them. Yesterday was a lot more subdued, and I hope if this is the final game, they go out with a bang.
Yeah, I mean,
Folks, we probably have a look at this as well. Did we have anyone we need to add to the forward wall right now?
Tomorrow, because it might be an interesting matchup there.
Because I might want to add some people here.
What happens? It is Relove Deep Cross Gaming down to their last loss.
We have run some ads. Good news.
For the LCP in 2026
move over.
international play. We'll see what happens in game number 3.
Oh, come on here. Fine.
Let's have a look.
Olaf no ulti, Olaf no ulti, Olaf no ulti. Olaf first. Talia flash. Keep checking. W2. This guy no flash.
Why have we got Max Verstappen on this, by the way? Right, who do we need to add to this? Who do we need to add to this? You want Peso in hero or superhero? That's true. Why do you want that? Let me know. I personally think he's superhero, so I might just stick him there and we can move him if needed, but I think basically superb. Very large pays, slightly smaller pays. Yeah, I think we can see quite happy. I think Pace has been excellent. Deserving of being big Pace. Create.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back.
Don't ask what we have, Max. Okay. I asked, Alex said yes, that's fine. Ooh, right first. Max Verstappen. Can we create a purgatory wall category? What? What category would you like?
Our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
Wow, that's
There's just one plan. And one
that's actually a surprisingly good parody of this. The Austin Powers ad.
Yeah, no, they actually look like
Casting, I know, it was wild. I know. I just put pace into the wall. Yeah. Do you want to do that? Because I'm having a Thai re-experience.
Let me get a coffee.
This one?
Newell.
Oh, yes. That makes it. That did not register properly. It's the actual act. It's the actual actors. No, I know. Alex said as well. It's just like I know. It's just I'm just registering properly. It's wild. It's wild that we have that. Because yeah, Casey, you're gonna have to go on here. I think they're in. I think Casey might be in Fraud Watch, guys. I think Casey might be in Fraud Watch. But we shall see. I think it'll be a fun matchup theoretically between Liquid and KC. Why is Max a fraud ass Trinity? I mean, you can pay to move him. You want to move him? You can move him. You have to pay to. He's over there. You can have him moved. Did you see his wall meet and greet on Quali? No, I didn't. No, I did not. I've not been following F1 too closely this year, it must be said. But my assumption is it wasn't great. To push it. Oh my days, Alois is out here choosing the soundtrack. Push! Oh, and we're back. Let me hop this back over. Yeah. Aha. Oh, fabulous. Fabulous. Your headphones are on my chair.
Yeah, sir.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where TL are up 2-0 over DCG. If they win, they will face KC tomorrow for one last shot.
Okay. Oh, you want a fraud one?
Versus T1. If they
you gonna save for after game 3? Cool.
One step
I'll put it down on the notes.
Silver scrapes. And I can hear it in the back of my head. For DCG, it's a tough story because while the stakes for a 2-0 TL are optimistic and exciting about how far they can go, DCG may be eliminated here, knocked out of the tournament without finding a single win. And it's a bit of a heartbreaker.
Missed the last match. Would you put tell us any KC players on Fraud Watch? Yeah, I can list. Lucio just about escaped 6. He was good enough in mid game, but like he also wasn't great either.
Shown domestically in the LCP, but unfortunately just haven't quite been able to get a solid footing in the early stage of the game. One thing kind of goes awry, and unfortunately just can't quite.
I have my skittles. I'm good to go.
Looks like MSI 2026 kind of looking like 2026-0 so far over the course of the last 2 days. But
I'm so tired.
We'll have to see how this one goes, because for real of DCG, even just for the fans back home, you'd love to be able to pick up some wins, just to kind of put them on the board. But
yeah, just get one win for DCG would be big. But they, I mean, this is one of the things which Vestian and Carrick's and a bunch of other people saying they might be the worst team of the event, sadly.
Here in this first round of bans, once again, There are 4
So they just, I mean, I guess they just look for, Lee Sin first pick. Presumably Team Liquid ban it. Like, Lee Sin should be banned by second pick team, like, both times. Like, every time. Yeah. I'm tasting so much of the rainbow right now, you have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, we still have Pop9's Rek'Sai, which maybe he wants to bring out now.
I don't want DCG to win because it extends the day. To an extent, I would quite like the game day to be short, just because I'm running out of steam a bit.
Everyone else, kind of just had a field day. They're happy enough to continue playing. I wonder if we do get like the Camille focus here though for Shousey, because I do think like having that kind of roaming support in the early game is the best look for Real of DCG.
This is the latest we've gone into a series thus far at MSI, I believe, without seeing the Camille. It's almost always been game 1. It was game 2.
Yeah, Camille's been huge pick. Huge pick.
In game 1 in the second phase, but that's going to be 5.
I didn't think Camille would be this strong as support.
There you go.
I guess we've seen it snowball in every game. We're seeing people like, I mean, if it is coming out, we actually might see the Jax. Some people were saying that Silas support is very good into it as well, because like at level 1, Camille just loses really hard because you have like double cast via E.
Big shockwave kind of combo.
Yeah, I think maybe just going towards, as you say, that kind of wombo combo style, maybe the best bet here for Real of DCG, because they just like having
the
those
Bro
moments
Morgan
where
shirt.
you maybe bring back a game from the brink, have that big turnaround play, could be the call.
Okay, first pick Orianna. Hongshu's pretty good at that.
Maybe team fighting is where you could try and land, but with Quick going back towards the Victor, decent into the Orianna.
Victor's been used quite a lot in LCP for anti-Orianna tech. Quid's had a pretty decent day today as well. KC Camille support didn't look that strong. Well, I think that Busio in mid game was really good on it. It's just that his laning phase wasn't good, and then his late game wasn't good on it. But his mid game was exceptional on it. Very good.
Clearly still don't want to underestimate their opponents here.
Okay, well, if you're going Lucian, you're picking Millie on 3 now, surely, right?
And I'm going to be clear, right?
There's not that much which works with Braum anymore.
TL at this tournament, or only this year, you might be skeptical about Jan's Lucian. But in 2024, we witnessed this man do what no Western AD carry has ever done in the history of the game, and it was play a good Lucian Nami game alongside Core JJ. Now, Imperial Mandate has been effectively removed from Nami's potential pool of items, but I got a lot of faith in Jan when it comes to this champion, even despite...
Yeah, you're looking at Lucian Melee, not Lucian Nami anymore.
Far, and I'm really hoping that this is a pop-off from him to send a message to a KC who are waiting tomorrow for their opposition. However, the cost of picking this solution is giving up a whoop.
Milio doesn't really stop the Camille ult. You can get her out of a hook shot occasionally, but not always.
Pool of jungle champions, as well as a Camille, which has been incredibly strong.
Especially if you can try to focus down like the Melio in the early stages, or
get into the Victor as well. Victor has quite limited counterplay versus Camille, but it is support. The problem that Victor would run into Camille is like, you put down the grab field at your feet and the Chaos Storm should still kill you anyway. Because by the time like the stun of the grab field's worn off, sometimes or even a second hook shot's almost off cooldown at that point. Really strong.
Production just uploaded a stat and I didn't understand why, but after reading it I do. Fun fact, Hongso is 6'7" on Orianna.
Oh, right. Wonderful, Dracos. Woo.
Always. Of course, Renekton now locked in, pretty stable top side. We haven't seen any Camille top. I wouldn't really expect...
You have Camille Galio, Camille Orianna as well from DCG. Good combo.
Morgan has just been super good on the top side of the map, so just blind picking him something stable does seem like an excellent angle. And
blind pick double ban away from top matchups. You probably ban away Vayne now.
I imagine based on the first series today, we
Base's already gone. Nar's already gone.
But that's the thing, right?
You can't play on Besser into Renekton. You can go Zahen. You can ban Vayne Zahen maybe. Although, yeah, Zahen would be okay here for Florin here.
Less limited to just going with the enchanters alongside him, but definitely he is significantly stronger with those enchanters beside him.
Okay, so Braum away from the Lucian and presumably ban the Milio, and then I don't know what you pick with him. I don't know what you pick with him.
But I am not entirely certain what they do want to try and go for, because I do think you will get the Milio ban alongside Braum here.
You don't play the Camille into the Renekton. In fact, Camille's worst matchup for a long time was Renekton. For a long time anyway.
Nice alongside the Renekton. Really good against compositions that want to dive you. Fantastic.
Whoa, ban the Ezreal instead. So you can still pick Gnar into the... Oh no, Gnar's gone. One of the top lanes. So you can't pick the Gnar. There aren't that many top lane matches which are good into the Renekton anymore. You can pick some ones which are like even to losing, which are fine for team comp, but
You don't beat you don't beat them in lane that well. You might Jax.
I still think you have options like with the Alistar maybe.
You
from
might Jax for Florin.
Try and just play keep away from the Camille, like just accept.
He plays it a lot. Emilio's gone, so now you're into real Doonies. I don't think you can Nami anymore with Lucian, right? I just don't think it's good.
Alistar can make it a little bit more difficult for you to try and play to the strengths in the mid game, but at least you can try and match.
You can maybe Lucian Lulu.
Shyvana was over yesterday. Is something that Jose Diodo
You could actually take the Lulu.
Champion pool, but picking through a few options here.
What is the option gonna be?
Nah, no way. No way we get a Zag right now, right?
And the Renekton, so that the rest of the map could cook. Because my god.
Okay, alright, so different. Okay, Shyvana, okay.
I don't. Why is that annoying? Shyvana is also very cool, actually, in the grand scheme of things. But I really thought we were getting a Zac.
I mean,
can I put a non-league figure on the fraud roll? We do have Max Verstappen on there, so yes, you can.
Lucian on that mid wave with the Zac really well because of the effective leap range, but that is definitely some cooking against this composition on the opposite
You're probably
side.
Jaxing. Jax is going to Shyvana as well, because a lot of it damage from Q autos.
2610. We played on 2609. I can't remember what we played.
You can dodge Mechanic Strike.
Yeah, so we already played this.
We're 2611.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Trying to keep up. A lot of times we're saying.
I understand what character's saying now about, wow, Shouty's been picked as a champion. It was very funny.
Last touchdown a little bit. We'll see how good she can be in the context of these drafts.
Draven's not too bad. Yeah, Draven's actually okay in this draft so far.
With that Renekton and a potential Draven.
This would be a statement, but I like the Callista as well.
I'd like the Draven. I'd like the Draven personally. Draven's pretty good versus Lucian. Lucian doesn't always win the DPS check.
For DCG, especially when you've already got like hyper dive, the ability for
Oh, but they do cool with Callista.
really full send and have that safety with the Callista.
Callista's level 1 is a bit mixed. Draven's level 1's a bit stronger.
Once before domestically did not win.
Hey, thanks for the bits.
Turn that around here today and wants to fight fire.
For my fraud wall, please put Blade Trinity. Right in the middle. I can do that. I can do that. Oh gosh.
Yeah, it does have a all-time decent win rate on the Callista at 62.5%. So still something that he is very comfortable on, even if we don't see it from a huge amount this year. But
Renata.
oh, interesting. Okay.
I like it. Obviously, Callista Renata, the pairing that we know, kind of both halves of the duo have really good ways to keep each other safe, keep each other alive and fighting. But the hostile takeover against this composition is incredibly.
Blade has been added. Blade has been added.
And Renata, one of the few range support options that I think.
So you go Renata with Lucian. Lucian Renata is a bit mixed, but it's really good versus the comps. This is not good for duo. This is good for comp.
Difficult matchup.
Problem is, with Lucian Renata stack, instant death. You get Camille Oriana, Wukong as well. The Shockwave will kill both those carries at once. I'm gonna go put an outbreak on real quick.
And it also, as you say, like the.
Get into it.
It does end up
I prefer the comp from.
Just because you kind of then
I think I prefer the comp from TL.
Potential from DCG to
It's a bit weirder.
Or
a bit weirder.
Hostile takeover to kind of catch people out. But I do think when you're looking at a very heavy dive composition on the other side, you will get value at some stage from this Renata.
Oh god, I'm so tired. I do have a coffee in the other room. I need to ask Sam to go pick it up for me on his way past.
Really good at punishing these big dive options. One of the biggest issues that
oh yeah, I forgot about Purgatory as a tier.
Rework is sticking to enemy champions, especially without ultimate. But when they're coming
That
to
flame
you,
monster's
the
fine.
amount of damage this champion can unleash is so damn high, and it's something that's going to be tricky for them to navigate. Because while we've seen so many Camille's get away with these quick picks, these quick engages, it's a lot harder against the composition that TL have put together, at least when they're stacked up.
Yeah, I do.
So you have the Oriana.
This draft
I actually think this is a pretty good Camille Oriana game.
to try and get ahead in the early stages, right? Like
If the Shockwave is powerful, being like, someone gets one shot in the engage every time.
Match the roams, but he is very susceptible to just becoming the target of some of these plays if you try and match.
Okay, where are wards going?
I think this is where, if I'm DCG, hyper aggression.
So, looking on the minimap, got defensive ward over Raptors. So both Raptors are warded out. DCG don't have. What the hell is Wukong doing? What the hell is Wukong doing? Huh? Fine, buddy. Okay, what the hell is Shyvana doing? Shyvana's clear speed's pretty good, obviously.
Of course, when we talk about
What is. Whoa, this is weird though.
kills per minute, I'll hold that.
So, sometimes what you'll see is junglers go like this, and they'll try and go for an evade path like this. Really depends on level 1 though. If bot lane gets the push, very easy to do that. If they don't, well, as we see, the Calista. Oh my god, they just kill him. They just kill him. They just kill him.
And he is dead.
Sam, can I have my coffee food from the kitchen, by the way, please? Sorry, I was going to ask you when it came through. Just so you don't get sat down. Okay, so now the problem is, so Shyvana's walking over immediately. She's actually not even going for the... So she's actually walking straight over. So she's not even going for the full thing. I think because bot lane lost, you can't afford to go for the full bot side. But the problem is now that he's going to be spotted on his full path.
Not quite sure.
So Wukong is going to get all 3 camps from top side. You have a couple of options. I presume what you're going to do is go into top side, then go bot. Presumably that's what you do. And then you're going to be up. Which camps are you going to be up? You're going to be up.
The mid lane, DCG.
So you're up all 3 camps here.
This is their tempo, and I don't know if TL are ready for it.
And you've lost 1 Raptor camp.
Good reaction.
Well, I'm sorry, not that. That's the wrong. You've lost 1 blue buff. You're 2 camps up to the good. Unless you get double scuttle. It's a really interesting jungle pathing early on. Thank you so much, Sam. Appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, go. No, switch it.
What did I miss? I see we've had draft stuff. Sorry, guys, I needed to...
Oh, yeah. We have Lucian Renata bot lane, and I said basically they're picking for comp, not for duo, and immediately got proven right on that as they got 2v2 to level 1, so they just lost level 1. Because Renata is a good level 1 champion, but Lucian Renata is not that great as a duo, because... Well, technically Guardian gives you your vigilance, but it's not enough. I mean,
and theoretically Loyalty Program gives you the shield as well for it.
Oh, Liquid did manage to get into a Grump invade there, I think. I think that's what they did. But yeah, basically Wukong started on Liquid's wolves. So like invaded into wolves. Went through full top side. Shyvana went for like Raptors into enemy blue buff and back into their own bot side, but they did manage to get a bot side.
Handshake. Okay, no there.
How did Jose get back into this game? Oh, nasty damn.
Lovely.
Shyvana's a scary champion, man.
After a pretty tragic first blood here from TL.
I think if we start seeing Lucian Renata be functional, that's good news.
How you doing, Bastian?
Yeah, we go deep.
How deep are you feeling right now?
Are you deep in your feelings?
They didn't spot that ward go down. He's just been shopping.
Let us know if you want to hop on call or whatever.
Well, it might only be for, you know, one more game.
One more game, but feel free to. Oh, the handshake. Core.
Jesus.
He has no damage. He's the...
Where's Lucian?
Oh, no! I love that. We got an immediate response. Where is Lucian? In the bush! Right where he needed to be.
Oh, God. No one else is coming down bot side. Yuan is almost dead from minion aggro. He actually almost died to that Ren side being pulled out.
Might have actually committed to that with the full wave hitting, but instead...
Jesus, he was almost... Yeah.
Still cautious of the barrier that Jan
woke up super sick today. It's because you've had a distinct lack of good contact.
Definitely a tight one as well.
I just woke up really, really tired. Okay, he gets the smite. Jose's won almost every smite fight in the series, and he lost all of them versus Ona, so he's presumably been really locking in on that. I don't know how the hell he got ahead in farm. I'm actually going to look back on replay to see
figure it out.
How he got that far behind, because initially he was really far ahead.
Lost his flash.
Initially, he starts enemy wolves, chases Shyvana off because you win the level 1. Wukong is a surprisingly good level 1 champion. Goes through full top side as Shyvana goes Raptors to blue buff just to get something away from enemy jungle. But because bot lane loses the level 1 kill, I was like, well, surely they can't get much out of that.
The top side jungle initially. And then moving
bot
back
lane just
over to protect his
dies.
bottom side, but then had
Chelsea goes on the roam. Maybe that was the mistake. Maybe no. I think Pop 9 going for this gank mid is what ends up hurting him. If Pop 9 just goes for efficient clear back through topside jungle, that's fine. This is a problem I've noticed with a couple of junglers in play-in stage, which is that it just feels like a lot of junglers feel like they have to make plays when actually it's just good to just get farm.
Because we had this conversation in LPL a lot. We saw a lot of junglers decide like there was a trade-off between 3 camp first gank, especially if you're successful and you get a kill, versus just full clearing and getting invades off. And pretty much something like 70% of the time, it was the jungler that went for the individual farm came out on top in terms of their power, purely because they would nearly guaranteed have a level up. And that means such a difference in the jungle.
She falls too far behind.
Also just depends which lanes you're enabling to. Like, are your players good enough to enable? Are your champions good enough to enable?
That's a win. And that's exactly what Team Liquid are doing now, using that push they have.
Jose should never in the world, like in any world, be like, is he going to win the smite fight? He does. Yeah. Oh, and they got the handshake too.
Xiaoxi's dead.
Bot lane is just chain dying, man.
With the fireball. Maybe a little bit frustrated.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens when Camille doesn't get snowballed. If Camille doesn't get like a bajillion extra gold early to get like an early Tunneler, early Thunder Sky. The champion is very vulnerable.
I mean, that's partly why I was a bit worried about Busio in that game 2.
Yeah.
Was it the game 3? I forget. 2. Where like the early Camille deaths were pretty rough. You will die on Camille. Like it's an inevitability. You go for plays, you slightly misjudge it. It happens.
Oh yeah, and technically, no, Camille did get the level 1. Yeah, but then basically immediately after that, died twice by Smash.
Yeah.
I mean, no, fair play though. Actually, to get level 1, that's fair call out. Chelsea does also have flash. He might go towards Squid now. Oh, good grab field, but does not matter. Okay, kill. Yeah, fair play. Fair play. That's good. Oh, Morgan can actually go from this angle.
Yeah. Oh, fun. Flash.
They're calling.
Barrier. Oh, rough time. I'll take the play.
The problem with playing around bailouts is that you need them to still be alive by the time your HP hits 0 for you to get the bailout.
Core JJ does not, so looks like it should be a kill.
He's just dead here. Yeah.
He'll handshake him out of the hook shot, I think. No, okay. He did the last 2 times, to be fair. No, doesn't matter.
And also Chassis had flash. Worst that happens, get handstroke out of it, you just flash for a Q there. You kill.
Going in favor of Yon, like you're barely level 5.
Yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Bastion. We'll you know, let's link up some other time in the later on into it. Yeah, this has been a significantly less fun series of games as DCG. But like yesterday, at least it was fun what they were doing, even if they got blasted. Today, I mean, the first game was pretty fun with Pop9 just going psycho on Jarvan. But then it's been much less good since then. Oh, so if you don't know the combo on Shyvana, by the way, basically your Q has a reactivation. In Dragon form, it has 2 reactivations. So you Q, you then ult for the fear, and then you go into like your
So you want to get to Q3, which is a bit janky to get, but like it's really nasty because you get a bite.
But the thing is that if you Q2 in human form, you don't get a Q3. You have to Q1 ult and then you Q2.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to get to Q3.
Ooh.
I'm gonna get this regardless.
Yeah, that's fine. If you get bail, I would have got the music boost then. It's Jesus ban Lee Sin. The thing is, both of these teams are Lee Sin players. Both these teams have really good Lee Sin players, because Jose's really good at it too. So both teams on like second pick have been, I'm just going to keep saying red side. Both these teams on red side have been banning Lee Sin. Yeah, you can't allow either team to first pick it. I think first pick Lee Sin is really, really bad. But when you got players this good, sometimes you can just make it work anyway, even though it's not technically good.
Scrapping better and better against this DCG line.
I feel like Pop9 needs perhaps 2 more champions to be at the Lee level, and he would be a legitimately good player rather than an interesting one.
I think, yeah. Yeah, obviously his AD Bruce is good. His Vi's pretty good, but that's been banned out a lot too.
Really does kind of help you out, because again, going to be going against KC tomorrow, just getting that confidence back after the T1 3-0 them, I think is going to be massive for them, because they played fantastic and had some good showings against T1 as well. But just having the confidence and the control that they've had all series long.
I thought Liquid had a better showing against T1 than KC did on the whole.
Yeah, well, strategically they did. Individual play somewhat similar. Yeah, because Kalista and Yon both really, really suck. But that being said, I mean, Ace and Carrier are very, very good. Right?
For all the players involved and for the fans.
I feel like Wukong, with how weak he is at the moment, should be an insta-lose if people pick any scaling jumper into. The thing is, like, Wukong is also weirdly scaling too. He doesn't scale in the 1v1 necessarily, but he scales very, very well in the 5v5, whereas Shyvana and Nasus in 5v5
are much more hit and miss.
Much more hit and miss in 5v5. Whereas like a good Cyclone is a good Cyclone regardless of team comp. Whereas Shyvana ulting in is not always actually that useful.
Because Wukong scales in weird ways, right? Because actually I think he's one of your better scaling junglers, but he's not scaling linearly as one particular archetype. He is not scaling as a hyper carry, he's not scaling as a tank. But you know, you get 2-3 items like Trinity Force, Black Cleaver, GA or Death Stance, you've got like a level 16s, you've got your rank 3 ultimate, and suddenly you can just AoE down a team fight, be slippery, be good engage, be good friends with AE carry. You just do a lot of things quite well.
There really wasn't anything that happened.
Yeah, you're also one of the best anti-tank junglers in the game too.
Yeah, because you stab Black Cleaver like nobody's else.
Laid down there, Team Liquid setting up on the bottom side.
Well, so does your Q have a HP scaling element? Like a % HP damage thing in there somewhere? Is it just raw damage?
You have Armor Shredder in your Q.
That's what it is.
And you just have Conqueror for extended fights, so.
The hook shot.
You used to have % HP on Divine Thunder, that's why you're so good on it, right?
Yeah, no, he is very item dependent.
Oh, he does not have a flash.
Nice. I mean, this is a very good Shyvana game.
Another kill. TL's favor.
The Fear and the Twin Bite doing so much work in that fight.
In the sense that it's 3-0-1, 1,300 gold.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I sorry, I thought you meant in terms of draft. Like, he's playing well.
Yeah.
Is it a good draft for it? Bit mixed, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I still think I still think it's got some good options here, but yeah.
I don't think you're great versus Callista. I don't think you're great versus Camille support. I think you're not good versus Jax, because Jax just ignores a lot of your damage.
You are annoying for Wukong. Wukong has a bad time.
Yeah, but Wukong beats you at level 1, which is what we saw. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, hey, it's not, he actually might
take over value.
Bail out.
Oh, close.
Yeah.
Exhaust was valuable there.
And Wukong passive.
They thought they could outplay.
Yeah, they thought a handshake would be enough, but Chelsea getting the... Oh, hang on,
Morgan going all in. That's the dominance used, traded for Jax's ultimate as Florin just tries to hold on. Morgan does
double kills.
The answer is yes, but Florin trying to get tricky.
Oh, very clean.
You very rarely see the E2 kill.
Because he just waits for the counter, because he's ordering until he sees the counter strike, and then he's holding his other abilities for it. Oh, hang on, Gravity Fields.
He wants to get something back on a Chelsea. Jose Dioto running in, but without the Dragon's Descent, doesn't have that reliable gap close. It's still a big lead for Team Liquid, but credit.
Every time we hear reliable,
Wukong's a bit item reliant in his early game. Is the weakest out of any jungler, pretty much. Well, he literally beat the Shyvana at level 1 here, so that worked pretty well for him. But yeah, Wukong's level 1 is not great for junglers. For top lane, it's very good. Wukong level 1 top lane is very good.
Yeah, weirdly, one of the reasons why Wukong did fall off top side is because actually you hit a point where it's like you just need to get to some very expensive items.
Yeah, you know, Triforce and Black Cleaver and Sterak's.
Yeah, or Triforce Sundered Sky. You know, either way, you really need Triforce, and then you're not tanky or like genuinely dangerous to get the second item. And in jungle, you can kind of hide it a little bit.
We saw Monkey try and do Profane Hydra first, and it's just not tanky enough, really. I guess the E's down.
Oh!
How is he not dead, Team Liquid?
And they're forced off the waves. It's still not good for DCG. They're still losing another wave, which is obviously horrific for them.
Sub 100 HP before he popped the pot.
But again,
he just get Sundered Sky on that reset. He got Sundered Sky regardless on that reset, so I think he's not that dishappy.
Yeah, but his AD carry loses a wave.
Yeah, I know. But still getting more and more of this happy plates is going to be very nice for the Team Liquid.
Satisfied though, I was going to go with that one, but yeah.
That's
unsatisfied and dishappy.
Yeah, we're getting some new speak in here.
Double plus ungood.
Double plus ungood, yeah.
8 seconds away from the ultimate being
losing every lane like. Yeah. Morgan is a pretty historic Renekton player at this point. He plays a whole lot of it. Hasn't always been good, but this has been very good.
Probably has been his most successful champion, relative, even when he's been on dodgy teams.
He used to play a ton of Camille. Like
yeah.
Wasn't always good, but
his Renekton in particular, I remember him having the Lord Morgan title on, basically. Jose's here. Oh boy. Nice.
This is a really scary Shyvana. Like, Shyvana, once she hits past certain amounts of tankiness,
good hold always does over. Ooh, the dodge back. I think Core cares.
No one's got the move speed ramped up from dash now as well.
Yeah. Why does Pop even go at this point?
He has no flash.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. He's trying to fake it out. Warrior Tricks is like a 15-second cooldown early on as well. Yeah, it's really long cooldown.
I remember it being like 20 seconds. Maybe 18.
It was like 16 was my memory, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's with some ability haste, to be fair as well.
2k gold lead suddenly ballooned to a 6,000.
It is a long cooldown, regardless.
That is the problem when the enemy team has that slight lead.
22 first rank.
22 seconds. There you go. I knew it was long. I don't think I was quite practicing on Big Man.
It's up there with like Mel, Reflect, yeah. Well, Windwall's like 30 seconds.
Yeah, Reflect on Mel's also 30.
24 or something, is it? Check. Maybe it is 30.
I think it's 30. It's a really long cooldown. One of the reasons why I think people are super, get super incensed.
What, 38?
Yeah, it's 38 seconds. Yes. Like, again, one of the reasons why I think people fixate on the wrong parts of Mel's kit to think are busted. It's not her W. Her W was it's so easy to play around. Not every champion can. And that's sometimes the issue. But bluntly, be more flexible in your champion picks, guys. Because her W being on a 40-second cooldown. What's the cooldown on a charm, Alex?
10 seconds or so.
Right. So if you can trade your charm, reflect into a minion, you've now got 30 seconds to play where she does not have reflect, and you do have charm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you need to have like something between you and her.
But that's not that hard to force.
Yeah, it's 12-second cooldown, and it's like 10 once you get any amount of cooldown bush.
Yeah.
Efficiency.
There you go.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, and he's already at base.
Okay. Well, now it's come back.
Efficiency.
There you go.
Cool.
For Jan.
Jan will remember this is the day where he most certainly caught.
Yeah. Don't know why the clean feed died though. Anyway, did.
We can take a look here at the Coinbase gold grind. There's a lot of kill money in favor of Mr. Jose Diodo, and also a pretty decent lead.
Jose's in a really good spot this game. He's nearly a Shojin.
He shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Like, this actually was a level 1 which should have gone badly for him. I've really appreciated how he reads the map, though. Like, technically, the bot lane shipped a good triple. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, I've appreciated how he's read the map. It shouldn't have been good after level 1. Especially with bot lane dying as well. There's no way he should have been ahead in this game, but he managed to recover very well. He's a very good jungler, he is. Like, he arguably outpathed Ona everything besides game 3, where he flipped level 1. And he lost heavily. But the game 1 and 2, he outpathed Ona, which is big.
Yeah.
Which is why I think that T1 is still like, I mean, they do look scary. They're a very good team fighting team. They might just team fight their way through to like, you know, good placing this MSI. But yeah, when we get through into the main stage and we come up against like, you know, Skewmon, Shun, Tien, obviously Knavi as well, you're going to be pretty hard pressed to get away with some of those early games.
Showing us a pretty clear picture. Kind of repeating what you already said yourself, but Morgan might be in trouble. Might win the game, but he might lose his life.
Oh, Morgan is a dead man. Okay. Took you 4 members, but it's done.
And they will get their man. They will lose a Drake. They will lose
This doesn't feel like it's 18 minutes in.
No.
We've seen no actual 5v5s because the game has just been shredded by a Shyvana running across the map.
Yeah, I mean, also then the fact that the Lucian's mount is.
Yeah, I'll show you the cup. Yep, show you the cup.
Still fairly sizable for Team Liquid. Especially as they take that tier 2 in the bottom
I'm kind of disappointed for DCG for not dragging TL into the mud with the scrappy fights. Yeah, there's some truth to that. I can agree. I think part of that is actually Pop9's had a bad series today.
This is my €700 Riftbound card.
Can we change scene to
No, it's good. It's good.
We'll see how soon that mistake
Let's see if the camera's gonna focus. Yeah. That's a €700 signature Misfortune Legend card.
from the attack plus dissonance.
You can see like it's got like the
artist signature, yeah.
Artist signature, it's got like the foil pattern with like the hatches on it. Will I get it graded? I actually might get it graded on a slab, because like that one actually probably is worth.
Jose Diodo on the side, maybe
like I've never had a card worth that much before.
Yeah.
I think that one probably is worth it. Yeah.
But it's split pressure.
You collect Marvel Tops? That's cool.
Wants to come to the mid lane and the top lane, they'll quit already pushing in. They're going to look to start chunking away at that. I mean, it's already
sound. I think sound should be.
Sound should be on, yeah. That's on your end, I think.
Kind of just look at it sideways and it would die. Kind of, you know, do little breath onto it is now Shousey thrown forward, immediate ulti, Florin looking
careful of VPS. Well, yeah, I don't use VPS.
Hoping to hold on, but he's not able to get the reset in time. Jan exhausted, but still finding a double.
And to see where actually does grading systems near us or whatever.
Jumping on to Core JJ.
I don't want it. I don't want to get him lost or damaged.
All the time he needs to dish out the damage, and there we go. Immediate Baron turn with the picks.
There's basically been no group to fight. This game has been just entirely individual plays, pretty much.
Yep.
There's now a TP coming in the mid lane as well. That's going to be Florin. But he's not going to be able to.
This feels so bad for this to be a last game as well for DCG. Pretty demoralizing.
Yeah.
Oh, he just uses the.
Really has no business being on that.
Yeah,
okay, flash. Ooh, nice idea on the read, but no.
They're looking to save their jungler.
Close to hell on the E as well.
Just about Pop 9. That was a close one.
Yeah, it's all clouds, and we're really grasping for the silver linings at this point.
Oh, flash away from Shockwave. That's like one of the few ways they can outplay a fight.
Morgan.
He's okay, I think.
Also, number Florence now not so happy, but can potentially queue out. Is it matter?
He probably dies now. He's gone too late now. I think he maybe dies to the burn even.
Close. It's very close. The healing pot keeps him alive.
Even Deathfire Touch, Blackfire Torch, I'm surprised at that.
Exceptionally low. Bang. Punk.
Wants a static shift.
Jon just about gets out there. It was a bit scary.
Poor JJ now kind of needs help as well.
Boar's dead?
Yeah, he is. Overstay a bit.
He's trying to use the bailout for the move speed. Can't do shit with them. Oh, well, whatever. Overall, pretty good game, but like the level 1 was bad from Core, but besides that, pretty good. Yep. Of course, the stream. Was there a stream restart?
Mid lane tower, and then being able to collapse onto the top side. So Team Liquid overstaying their welcome a bit. Still, though, I mean, you get to keep this Red Bull Baron power.
As far as I said, there wasn't.
Which makes
It might have been just the
DCG to try and answer.
Chelsea running.
Wait, it happened for you too? So maybe stream just went down. Okay, right. So stream did just go down.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no one told us about that until now. What the fuck? Okay, alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
Everything else still live or what?
Does have a pretty decent item advantage.
Yeah, it's still okay on...
Maybe it was just Twitch having a weird moment then.
I think it might have been Twitch.
Yeah, we're kind of ahead of schedule on this one.
We get it. Team Liquid is winning. Stop.
It's fine on YouTube, so it might be a Twitch
I think
thing.
Twitch just had a weird moment, yeah.
It's not.
Well, then the clean feed also died, so maybe it was... Oh no, but then the other feed was fine. See, anyway, whatever. Stream's fine now.
Unless we find out who's going to be 6-7 after this game and one of these champions.
That's true.
Morgan getting flashed on, does have dominance, I don't think so. He's used his Q too early as well.
Jose's here. And Redemption.
Allows him to start Tutor. Separate out the team. Jose needs to be a little bit careful. There's a chance that Cholesterol could still be a little bit annoying. Oh, good flash this side. Oh,
nice, Jan.
Slick. Very slick.
He's going to be able to get away. Gravity
nice.
Field is there. Jan
I am T-Law.
Coming in for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid just styling on them now. Jan with the flash.
Judge quit.
Managing to sidestep Chelsea and DCG. They got 2 members out on the map.
I need Core to play Nautilus so I can say Judge Dredge line.
Through in this mid lane. Or top lane.
That might just be game, I think. It's like 23 minutes in. This has just not been close at all.
No, it is not.
This has also been a much more one-sided series, I think, than versus KC as well. DCG. I think TL actually look a little better than KC, which I did not expect to be saying.
Did manage to catch Core with a good rend.
Shockwave.
Oh, I thought it was a rend off. It's because I've got desync, so I heard the rend pull and watched the die.
So might have just bought themselves a little bit of time.
I heard a rend pull and then...
Yeah, no, but the thing which really killed him was the shockwave. The rend got the last tick, but it was the catch was by they caught him with the shockwave.
Okay.
Yeah.
For their sake, I want it, but it's
KC are better than Liquid. KC was more competitive with T1. I actually don't think that's the case. I think that Team Liquid were actually better strategically versus T1, but then mid and bot lane were worse individually.
Yeah.
But I think that Yike and Kalista were awful versus T1 today. I think they were awful.
And Boosia had some dodgy
And I'm aware that even with Yike getting a lot of kills and whatever randomly on the Kiana, he also played late game team fights very poorly.
Yeah.
Although obviously Team Liquid also team fought late versus T1 not great. I think that on the whole I'd say that KC were worse versus T1 than T1.
Yeah.
Very good fit. Boosia was pretty bad. Boosia's mid games were pretty good. Oh, Shockwave's good. I don't know why Yuan walked on top of the ball.
You just kind of got to dial back
Because Boosia was bad on the Nico, but actually pretty good on the Camille and mid game. Seraphim was not great.
Pick up a win.
Yeah.
As Team Liquid swarmed towards the base.
Team Liquid, eyes on the prize, looking to close out, eager for a matchup versus KC tomorrow. Core.
Yeah, very. Did you know the little Renata tech there, by the way? If you're in a 1v1, you put a ward down as you berserk them, so they auto the ward, not you, because otherwise they will attack you, because they just attack nearest target.
Well, this game anyway.
Yeah,
that sucks for DCG.
There you go.
I think clearly DCG, bot lane wasn't good enough, and you can't just play this style and expect to just be better than people, basically.
Yeah.
So this is another 6-game day. At least we got single best of 5s in the next couple of days. Okay, folks, we're gonna do Fraud Wall before we sign off. Okay, so Core, you wanted to put something. We put Blade on here. So who have we got on the list still? So people who can do Fraud Wall. So Monsters, you've had your 2. Fairy Tail, you've got 2. Duo can put 1. Mecha, Zeref.
Fairy Tail wanted Pays on, I believe, so I put him in.
Oh, Fairy put 1 in? Okay, cool. I'll but we also gifted a sub, so Fairy Tail's also got another one as well. Yeah. Good to see you again, Dom, by the way. Good to see you. So we're probably, I don't know, to be honest, we might go Wise Blade on the Fraud Wall because Monsters put them there. But yeah, if you want to put someone on there, you want KC to fraud? We can do that as well. We can do that as well.
That can be arranged. Oh, Alex, just a heads up for tomorrow. Apparently, the YouTube thumbnail is the LP.
I'm aware it is. I've just not had time to change.
That's not a problem. Cool. You know.
Who will take this experience on the international stage and use it to build upon the next split over in the LCP and hope for an international win next time.
We're gonna work it there. There you go. Big ups on that for now. Okay. Do you have anything else on there?
Relove Deep Cross Gaming, of course. Love to them.
Is there anyone you'd like to add?
A lot has happened in such a short amount of time. They were in the PCS, then they qualified to the LCP. They went through
Callisto would have fought for it now. I think Callisto's been not good.
Good. I think we probably would have put a DCG member on there. I think Pop 9 needs to be put in here.
That Fang. Oh, we already have Fang in there. Pop 9's already on there. He had the flash backwards.
Oh, yeah, flash backwards. Yeah.
Oh, we can put Carrier on like hero.
Yeah, Carrier's been super.
But I think today was a much better representation of the team they are than yesterday was. They showed more, and I imagine if they had more time in the tournament, maybe we'd get more and more glimpses. It's just, you need more experience. You are going against a lot of players with a lot of international experience in the play-ins.
And they've had a very quick ascent to get up to this level.
Got that there as well. I'm gonna just move in the other side of Core JJ.
3-0s, gentlemen. It has just been
okay, cool. Right, folks. Honestly, I'm shattered.
Me too.
We might actually just leave it there, just because we're tired as heck.
Yeah.
Appreciate everyone joining us. Sorry about the stream restart. I mean, I don't think it's actually affected.
Yeah, I think it was a Twitch weirdness by the looks of it. Al's pretty great. Give some love to Alex.
Yes,
blood on Yon, but
yes.
They actually took over 4TL from that side.
Yeah, and I will say, if it wasn't a 3-0 for this one, I would have been a little bit concerned. Only because everyone else is getting a 3-0. Everyone else is getting a 3-0. I don't want to be the only one.
Okay, I'm gonna send you over to Kenra and he'll be streaming as well. But if you're on YouTube, show will end here. We just need to get some sleep and I'm gonna hang out with Andrew as well for Shazza as well. Thanks everyone, we'll see you tomorrow at a slightly later time. See you in a bit.